Chapter 1. Prologue. The Bizarre Cultivation World. The Black Forest Mountains stretched for thousands of miles, a landscape of countless peaks and deep valleys, with unusual mountains and waters. Many places were perpetually shrouded in mist and rarely visited by humans. Precisely for this reason, the deep mountains of Duan-Yun nurtured countless treasures, exotic beasts, and spiritual medicines, becoming a training paradise for cultivators. At the entrance to the Black Forest lay Qinglin Town. Most cultivators who ventured into the Black Forest Mountains for training would enter from this place. Cultivators would typically resupply themselves with necessities here before entering the forest. When they emerged, they would sell some of the spiritual medicines and beast cores they had collected. Over time, this naturally formed a market, which led to the creation of Qinglin Town. The town was a gathering place for many rogue cultivators and cultivation teams from various sects, and a few ordinary civilians who had not yet established their foundations. Behind the town, in the mountains, lived one such ordinary civilian boy. He had not stayed here for convenient access to the Black Forest. Rather, it was simply because there was a cave suitable for living in a rock behind the mountain. This cave was located within a large, smooth, dark rock. Although the entrance was small, the inside was surprisingly spacious. At this moment, the boy who had been sound asleep in the cave was suddenly awakened by a commotion. "Who the hell is this, ruining my nap?" The boy raised his hand and wiped away a bit of drool, muttering angrily. In his dream, he had been flirting around with his sidekick, Fuguei, joking and causing mischief. Fuguei's voice, calling out, young master," still echoed in his ears. "Fuguei, it's your young master. I was useless." The boy's lips trembled, and his red eyes blinked as tears welled up. He could never forget Fuguei, his loyal and kind sidekick who had grown up with him. When he fell from grace, Fuguei stood by him. When he faced danger, Fuguei had thrown himself in harm's way and was ultimately devoured by a soul-eating evil spirit. As the saying goes, you dream of what you think about during the day. Although the sun here never seemed to set, that didn't stop him from daydreaming. The boy got up, picked up a blue robe he had been using as a mat on the dry grass, shook off the dry grass and dirt, draped it over his shoulders, and roughly tidied his messy hair before gloomily crawling out of the cave. As soon as he emerged, he was blinded by the sunlight. After his eyes adjusted, he saw a group of cultivators not far away, looking up at the sky and chattering amongst themselves. The leader was a young man in brocade robes. Next to him was a vibrant young girl in a purple cinched dress. A little further back were several young men and women following them. The boy in blue also curiously looked up. The sky today was exceptionally clear, a rare occurrence. The boy furrowed his brow, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Ever since he came to this world, the sky had always been a dull gray, never like it was today. The sudden change made him feel unsettled. "Senior brother, could it be that the spatial barrier has opened?" The girl in purple moved closer to the young man in brocade robes and naturally took his arm. The spatial barrier that the girl mentioned was no secret. It was said that no one could cross this spatial barrier, and that even the air from the outside could not be felt. Of course, the boy in blue was only passing along hearsay. These things had nothing to do with him, someone with an unusable mixed spiritual root. But the girl's voice caught the boy's attention. It sounded very familiar. The boy turned to look at the girl. Her delicate waist was bound by a jade belt, her skin was like solidified cream, and her dark curly hair cascaded like waves, leaving a deep impression on him. The boy was instantly stunned, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Wasn't this his fiancée, Shuya? After not seeing her for years, she was still breathtakingly beautiful, pure, and ethereal, causing a flutter in his heart. But he knew that the engagement was no longer valid, and Shuya was now a part of his past. Recalling those times, she had always looked down on him. Now, especially in this cultivation world, who would look at an ordinary boy who couldn't cultivate? The boy's unusual stare caught Shuya's attention. She glanced at the boy and tugged the young man in brocade robes a few steps to the side. She didn't recognize the boy in blue. In his current disheveled state, even his own father wouldn't recognize him. "What are you looking at? Get lost." The young man in brocade robes was displeased at the boy's love-struck expression. He casually lifted his foot and kicked a pebble, the size of an egg, towards the boy's forehead. The pebble shot through the air with a whoosh, as fast as lightning. If it hit, the boy's head would surely explode, leaving him dead. But the boy had sensed the young man's malice when he turned to look at him. Even before the young man kicked the pebble, the boy had already shifted his body. The pebble grazed his shoulder and flew past, smashing into a tree trunk the width of a bowl behind him. The dense crown of the tree collapsed with a crash. The young man in brocade robes gave a surprised and his face grew dark. A common boy had actually dodged his deadly attack, causing him to lose face in front of his junior sister. He glared angrily at the boy and slowly raised his palm. A slight spatial ripple began to form in his palm. He was preparing to launch a palm strike from afar and kill the boy with one blow. The boy in blue had just dodged the flying pebble when he suddenly sensed a strong wave of malice. But this malice didn't come from the young man in front of him. Who is it? Who has such intense hatred? Are they trying to kill me? Ever since Fuguwe had died, he had lived alone in the cave, rarely interacting with others. He couldn't think of anyone who would hold such a deep-seated grudge against him. He looked around but couldn't find the source of the malice. He looked up at the sky, which was clear and empty, but the malice only grew stronger. This made him even more confused. Could the malice be coming from the sky? The boy in blue had a natural ability to sense danger and malice, and to predict the next actions of his opponents. Like this time, he had predicted the young man was about to kick a pebble at him, so he shifted his body to avoid the deadly projectile. But now, the malice was so strong, yet he could not pinpoint its source nor predict what would happen. This made him feel extremely uneasy. He suddenly recalled the catastrophe in his old world. It was during that catastrophe that he had been inexplicably transported to this world. It was the same back then. He had only been able to sense the malice, but he couldn't find its origin. A chill ran through him. Was this old bastard god preparing another big move? The boy in blue looked at Shuya again, wanting to give her a warning, but he didn't know how to start. He could only awkwardly say, "There's danger coming, much bigger than that disaster. You." The boy shook his head to himself and sighed almost imperceptibly, trying to hide his helplessness and dejection. Shuya, I don't know how to help you. I can only leave it to fate and hope you're lucky." His eyes welled up and his heart ached. He had been helpless to help Fuguwe when he had faced the soul-eating evil spirit alone, and now, facing an unknown danger, he was powerless to help Shuya. Chapter 2, Prologue, Sky Anomaly, Malice Arises. Although the boy was feeling down, he never showed his weakness to others. According to his usual approach, "You can cut off my head and spill my blood, but you can't steal my pride." He rubbed his face, wiping away the melancholy expression. He took a step forward, put his hands on his hips, and perked up instantly. "Who just made a move? Step forward." "I did. What are you going to do about it?" The young man in brocade robes was about to launch his palm strike when Shuya tugged his arm, blinked her dark eyes, and pulled him aside. The boy in blue looked up at the young man, and habitually went to flick his hair. Crap. He couldn't flick it. His hand was caught in his hair. He couldn't act cool. So he changed to raising his middle finger instead and said, "I'm telling you, you used your feet. Today's pebble attack, in the future, When he saw that the young man's cultivation level was actually at the spirit liquid stage. "This seems a little reckless." He swallowed and continued, "I'll reconsider this matter. Your young master will retreat for now." He had wanted to leave behind some harsh words, but his strength wouldn't allow it. Besides, the unknown malice was getting stronger, and he couldn't bother with this anymore. Before he even finished speaking, the boy had already taken off towards the rocks and dove into the cave again. The others on the side of the road burst into laughter at his pathetic escape. This worm thinks he'll be safe in the cave? How hilarious. Well, these rocks are a bit strange. They might be hard to break. What's so difficult? Junior brother just needs to cast a fireball spell, and we'll turn him into roast pork. The crowd forgot about the strange anomaly in the sky and pointed and chattered at the rocks where the boy was hiding. Shuya, however, was frowning, pondering over the words, "much bigger than that disaster." Was that disaster the catastrophe that happened in their old world? It had been an unprecedented catastrophe. She even wondered if anyone from that world had survived. Shuya also recalled how the boy had tried to flick his hair. Why did it feel so familiar? Could it be him? Yes, it was him. This boy in blue was her former fiancé, Xiaojin. Shuya's tears started to flow. She released the young man in brocade robes and hurried towards the rocks. But after only a few steps, she stopped abruptly. Xiaojin's current situation was heartbreaking, but she knew there was nothing she could do. In this strange world, it was difficult for her to protect herself, let alone help Xiaojin. Besides, they had both moved on with their lives. If they recognized each other now, besides adding to their awkwardness, what else could she do? Ah, everyone look. The sky is about to shatter. A sudden shout jolted Shuya from her hesitation. She looked up and saw a black crack across the sky. Crack. Crack, crack. After a thunderclap, a few more cracks appeared in the sky. The sky began to break like a piece of glass that had been struck, emitting a crack, crack sound. As the cracks in the sky increased, the Earth's gravity gradually disappeared. A mysterious attraction came from beyond the sky. Instantly, the world was turned upside down. The ground became a cliff of infinite depth, and the sky became a bottomless abyss. The crowd felt weightless and slowly began to float upwards. They watched in horror as the ground moved further away, and felt a chilling sensation and an unprecedented sense of impending death. As Shuya was lifted off the ground, she couldn't help but think of Xiao Jian's words, "Danger is coming," much bigger than that disaster. She suddenly regretted it. Perhaps this was the last time she would see Xiao Jian. She felt she should give him an explanation, a closure, and not leave behind this regret. Without hesitating any longer, she shouted towards the rocks below, "Xiao Jian! It's Shuya. Xiao, I." Her voice grew weaker, becoming more distant. Xiao Jian, inside the cave, had already blocked the entrance. He couldn't hear Shuya's voice. The Earth's gravity continued to weaken while the sky's attraction grew stronger. The ground began to tremble violently. The rocks began to float towards the sky. The seawater turned into a vast waterfall that rushed toward the sky like a gaping monster. The earth quaked. The sky changed color. Xiao Jian, along with the rocks, fell towards the sky. The wood that blocked the entrance of the cave was also sent flying. Through the entrance, he saw countless terrified people flying past him. They seemed to be drawn by a force, converging towards a certain void. They waved their hands helplessly, trying to grab something and break free, but all their efforts were in vain. Their tragic cries and screams were dwarfed by the howling winds and crashing thunder. In that moment, social status no longer mattered, and cultivation level was irrelevant. No one was spared. They were all gathered in the same void. This void was incredibly strange. Besides the countless humans gathered within, there were no other objects. Rocks that hurtled and sea water that seeped into this void seemed to hit something, only to reappear on the other side. Xiao Jian stared at the void in horror, his tightly clenched lips drawing blood. This void made his blood run cold. He clung tightly to the crevices in the rock, terrified that he would be dragged into it. He sensed that this was a place of no return. Once pulled in, there would be no chance of survival. And his premonition was quickly confirmed. While everyone was still filled with terror, the bottom of the void suddenly collapsed. The dense crowd fell towards a plaza on the ground like hail. However, before they hit the ground, they turned into wisps of smoke, only leaving behind the solidified cores from their bodies. These cores rained down onto the plaza, like a storm. The cores gradually piled up, occasionally mixed with bright golden shards that floated down like autumn leaves. A few ghostly figures that appeared and disappeared, moved through the rain of cores, gathering the shards and carefully placing them into exquisite jade boxes. On the plaza, more specters wielded huge shovels and collected the cores into containers. Xiao Jian was dumbfounded at the scene, his mind blank. Ever since he had been transported to this world, he had felt that it was filled with malice. Today, he seemed to have caught a few clues. However, even if he knew the truth, what could he, someone with a mixed spiritual root, do? While people with mixed spiritual roots could still cultivate, they had to put in 32 times the effort compared to people with pure spiritual roots to reach the same level. Ah, Shuya, I'm useless. I can't help you, and I can't get revenge either. Xiao Jian choked out these words, tears streaming down his face. He shook his head in despair. He punched the wall of the cave hard, filled with self-blame and helplessness. He even doubted that even if he cultivated to the highest level, it would be useless. He felt that the waters here were too deep. It was unimaginably deep. Chapter 3, Prologue, Time Reversal, Starting Anew. Soon after, all the humans in the void had disappeared, and the plaza was empty. The ghostly figures also vanished. The cracks in the sky slowly closed, and the Earth's gravity gradually returned. The floating objects in the air slowly began to fall. At this moment, the sky, which was already dark, was suddenly plunged into night. Xiao Jian looked up and gasped in astonishment. In space, there was a dark shadow, bigger than the entire cultivation world, floating there. Crashing lightning still flashed in the night sky. The electric light illuminated the bottom of the dark shadow, reflecting a metallic sheen. As he stared blankly at the dark shadow, it suddenly contracted and shrank. Only then was he able to see its true shape. It was a flat sphere. The bottom of the sphere was pitch black and the wide flat surface looked empty, making you feel oppressed by just looking at it. The upper part of the sphere, however, was completely different. It was lush with greenery and filled with the movement of many figures, teeming with vitality. In his shock, the sphere suddenly shot out a beam of light. A beautiful young girl like a fairy slowly rose from the beam of light. The young girl wore a light and airy white gown. Her whole body radiated a golden glow. Her dark hair tumbled like clouds, making her look even more elegant and ethereal, making others not dare harbor any impure thoughts. She stood above the sphere and looked back at the kneeling citizens on the sphere. Her deep dark eyes, like the night sky, radiated endless sadness and reluctance. Xiao Jian stared blankly at the scene. He rubbed his eyes and muttered incredulously, Am I dead? He was puzzled. The flat sphere was so far away from him. How could he see it so clearly? Xiao Jian stuck his head out of the cave and looked around. He was surprised to find that, for some unknown reason, the rock that had been falling was now standing still next to the girl in white. He stared at the girl in white in shock, not recovering for a long time. Is that fairy sister saving me? The giant rock had moved such a long distance, and he hadn't even noticed. Instant spatial movement. Xiao Jian's heart skipped a beat. A thought surfaced in his mind. This was the legendary ability to move through space instantaneously. He shrank his neck. The girl in white's unfathomable cultivation level made him quite wary of her, and he looked at her with more awe. Xiao Jian's muttering could not escape the notice of the girl in white. She turned to look at Xiao Jian and showed a hint of surprise. With her divine sense, she could not detect the inside of the cave. Suddenly, a semi-transparent figure appeared next to the girl in white with a pop. She wore a gray gown, and her appearance was exactly the same as the girl in white. The gray figure's eyes were cold, with a red glow in them. She looked at Xiao Jian, who was crawling on the edge of the cave, with contempt. Everything today is your fault. She snorted coldly, and a sudden pressure made it difficult for Xiao Jian to breathe. Xiao Jian's legs trembled, his eyes filled with confusion. He really didn't understand. He hadn't done anything, so why was he being blamed? What did I do wrong? The gray figure opened her mouth and was about to say something more when a flash of darkness, and she was absorbed into the body of the girl in white. It's not your fault, you don't have to blame yourself. The girl in white realized she had lost control of her emotions, and she quickly explained. She frowned, her face filled with helplessness. Xiao Jian sneaked a peek at her. The gray figure was her negative soul. She was clearly very conflicted. When cultivators reached a certain level, their souls could split, and the dark soul was the manifestation of their negative emotions. I know that you're overwhelmed, but The girl in white sighed and did not continue. She clearly understood that it was useless to say any more. A look of desolation flashed across her eyes. Her emotions were very complicated. She felt helpless and regretful, as well as a little disappointed. This boy was the one they had chosen to nurture, but he was not a suitable candidate. He was a complete and utter playboy. He was an unambitious, spoiled rich boy. If she had had a choice, she would have replaced him without hesitation. But unfortunately, people with sensing abilities were rare, and it was even rarer to find someone with a full spiritual root. He was the only one they had found so far. She regretted that she hadn't assigned a guardian to his side earlier, which resulted in them losing track of him after he came to the cultivation world. It wasn't until the spatial barrier here was broken that they had sensed his location again, but it was too late. Now, he hadn't even established his foundation. The cultivation of his sensing ability had to rely on soul-eating evil spirits in order to reach its peak. But this place had been completely destroyed. Without the core of the soul-eating evil spirit, he could never reach the level of breaking down everything. And their plan to retaliate would no longer be able to be carried out. Xiao Jian had no idea about the girl in white's thoughts. But when Xiao Jian saw her expression, he felt a pang of guilt for some reason. He thought to himself, could it really be that he had done something wrong? Just as Xiao Jian was letting his imagination run wild, a thin, dazzling beam of light suddenly shot from afar, leaving a straight line in space. Boom! The beam of light struck the surface of the sphere, and a dazzling white light exploded violently. A layer of soft light immediately enveloped the sphere. The girl in white ignored Xiao Jian and looked up into the depths of space. A clear, bright light shone in her eyes, twinkling with a crystalline luster. Xiao Jian couldn't help but stare at her eyes. Several black dots appeared in her eyes. The black dots grew larger and clearer, gradually becoming strange, disc-shaped objects that looked like beetles. The backs of these discs were raised, and the flat bottoms had a tube that flashed with a blinding white light. In the center of the many disc-shaped objects, a long, colossal object was suspended. The long object was flat, and looked as if it had been pieced together with many square tubes. The front of it was covered with a heavy shield. The shield had a raised midline that sloped downwards. The surface was as smooth as a mirror and had a strange pattern on it. The pattern resembled an hourglass. There was a bright spot in the center, and its ends were a symmetrical black and white. The tail had 4 massive square tubes that emitted flames. They gave off a sense of powerful force. The top of the long object was too long for the eye to see. The wide, flat surface had countless mound-like rises, and the gaps between the mounds had crisscrossing grooves. The whole object looked powerful and heavy. It was angular with no ornamentation and looked terrifyingly formidable. Compared to this monster, those disc-shaped objects looked like gentle, adorable little babies. Xiao Jian's eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. The beam of light just now had been shot by those bugs? This completely overturned his perception of the world. Finally, he couldn't hold back and asked cautiously, "Fairy sister, what are those bugs?" "They are spaceships and what you call flying saucers." The girl in white did not turn her head. She kept her eyes fixed on the ships in the distance, as if confirming something. The spaceships the girl in white was talking about must be the long, colossal thing in the middle, and the flying saucers must be the disc-shaped objects. Flying saucers? Xiao Jian was even more confused. In his old world, when he was very young, he had heard hunters from the village say that they had seen flying discs. Some people had even come into close contact with them. They called them flying saucers. What made Xiao Jian curious was, how would the girl in white know the name? Had she been to that world? To his hometown? Or were the flying saucers those people had seen actually the aircrafts that she rode in? "Fairy sister, have you been to our place?" Xiao Jian grew bolder and couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. When the girl in white was stable, she was very gentle. Or rather, as long as her gray soul did not come out, she was very gentle. Unfortunately, as soon as Xiao Jian finished speaking, the gray soul jumped out again. She still had that fierce look on her face and spoke rudely. "Humph, it's all because of you. You waste. You." She hadn't even finished speaking before she was pulled back into the body of the girl in white. "I'm sorry. I lost control. After this, we will both lose our memories. There's no point in saying anymore." The girl in white apologized for her negative soul. Her negative soul could also be considered to have answered his question. From the words of her negative soul, he could gather that they had indeed been to his world, but what confused him was that they had been there for him. And what did the girl in white mean when she had said they would lose their memories? At the moment when the gray soul had jumped out, the girl in white's eyes had clearly flickered for a moment. In fact, the gray soul's appearance was caused by the girl in white losing control of her emotions. She was staring at the ships in the distance for some reason. Xiao Jian didn't dare disturb her anymore and quickly closed his mouth. In the depths of space, the tubes on the flying saucers seemed to be charging up. The white light inside them grew brighter and more dazzling. The strong light illuminated the surface of the ships, reflecting a golden glow that was so blinding in the empty space. It was so intense that it was suffocating. Then, more beams of light came in quick succession. Instantly, the surface of the sphere was bathed in light, like a calm lake being whipped up into a storm. These attacks were only from the baby-like flying saucers. The menacing creature in the middle seemed to be waiting for something and had yet to attack. It was unimaginable what would happen when the big guy unleashed its power. At this time, the girl in white seemed to have finally confirmed something, and she looked away from the ships in the depths of space. She clearly looked upset. Their first modified ship had already been dispatched. With the materials they had successfully harvested this time, they would continue to modify more ships and easily invade the positive universe. And the positive universe, whether it was in terms of cultivators or technology, was no match for them. The positive universe would be defeated in an instant. She looked up, and her eyes suddenly became incredibly deep, as if the whole universe had been taken into her eyes. In a daze, she saw the scene of the collapse of the positive universe. The moment the core particles of the positive universe were taken by the enemy, the positive universe shrunk rapidly. Countless stars disappeared and countless races were destroyed. The entire universe turned into a hell. Seeing this, her face suddenly became extremely determined. Without hesitation, she waved her long jade hands forward. A light screen shot out from her hands. The light screen instantly enveloped the ruined cultivation world, and then quickly expanded into space from its center. Xiao Jian saw this and knew that the girl in white was about to unleash a powerful move. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He crawled out of the cave and leaped towards the top of the rocks, preparing to sit on the rocks and watch her performance. But he hadn't leaped onto the rocks yet when he was magically frozen mid-air. He maintained his jumping pose, but his body was motionless, as if time had stopped. Everything around him was rewinding like a movie reel, too fast for the eye to keep up. The earth, which had been lifeless, began to rise and fall. Greenery began to sprout, and the sounds of humans grew louder. The flying saucers and spaceships in the depths of space also disappeared strangely, which was unbelievable and had an air of mystery to it. As time flowed backwards, the ruined world returned to its vibrant past, with no trace of the cataclysmic disaster. The huge sphere that had been in the sky was now rapidly shrinking. The lush scenery on its surface had disappeared and was replaced by a barren desolation. The beam of light that had shot towards the girl in white gradually faded and grew smaller. In the end, the beam of light completely disappeared, and the sphere had shrunk to the size of a watermelon. At this moment, the sphere suddenly exploded. The fragments scattered in all directions, along with black mist. The girl in white looked back at the disappearing sphere, her eyes filled with loss and longing. 2 streaks of tears fell silently. Then, her body turned into stardust, like fireflies, flying in the air and slowly disappearing into the night sky. In the darkness, a transparent soul suddenly split into 2 virtual images. A gray virtual image flew towards the frozen Xiao Jian along with a fragment of the sphere, and a golden virtual image flew towards the distance where there was a blue planet. The Guardian's nurturing program had completely failed, and the enemy's reaping plan was proceeding as scheduled. The entire positive universe was about to face a catastrophic disaster. It seemed that there was no hope left. At the very last moment, they activated a time reversal program. They used all the energy in the refuge on the time reversal, including all the bioenergy of their race. When the energy was depleted, the refuge finally vanished into nothingness. The Guardian race, which had protected the universe for countless years, perished. They used the destruction of their entire race to buy one last chance to start anew. We must never forget this great race. Excerpted from the Sky Tablet. Chapter 4. The main text, the sudden appearance of the pendant and rock. Boom. A clap of thunder suddenly jolted Xiao Jian awake from his nightmare. He felt like his head was splitting open, and his entire body was soaked in sweat. Xiao Jian sat up on the rock, took a deep breath, and looked around with a dazed expression. Not far down the hillside was the official road leading from Xianrenping to Huzhou City. A carriage was parked on the side of the road. He looked up at the sky. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was clear with not a cloud in sight. This was still his familiar Huaxia country. Phew. He patted his chest and let out a long sigh. Luckily, it was just a nightmare, but the fragments he vaguely remembered from his dream still sent shivers down his spine. As his hand patted his chest, he suddenly felt a sharp pain from an odd object. He looked down and saw a black pendant hanging on his chest. The pendant was an irregular shape. Its surface was a shiny black, with uneven and rough edges, as if it had been chipped off a piece of rock. What is this? He was instantly at a loss. When had this pendant been hung around his neck? He frowned, staring intently at the pendant. His eyes were full of confusion. He was sure that he had never seen this pendant before. All of a sudden, he only felt a strange and eerie sense of foreboding. Young master! Young master! Just as he was lost in thought, a naive-looking boy was running towards him, calling out his name. He was leading a horse by its reins and had emerged from a near-dry pool at the foot of the hill. The naive boy came onto the official road, threw the reins aside, and quickly jumped to Xiao Jian's side. He began groping all over Xiao Jian, giving him goosebumps. Hey, Fuguwei, what are you doing? Xiao Jian kicked him away, looking at the naive boy. Ouch! Young master, were you struck by lightning? The boy, whose name was Fuguwei, ignored Xiao Jian's kick and anxiously circled around him. Cough, cough, just now, I saw a big ball of fire strike down near the young master here. Hee, it missed. It's good it missed. He patted his chest and coughed a few times. After catching his breath, he calmed down, but his eyes kept staring at Xiao Jian's chest. Ah, spit. Are you cursing me? You're the one who'll get struck by lightning. Xiao Jian quickly turned to the side and surreptitiously touched the pendant on his chest. Had this guy seen it? Spit. The young master is blessed by the heavens. Even lightning can't strike you. Spit. I mean, the young master is handsome and divine. It won't strike you next time either. Fuguei became flustered when he was accused of cursing his young master. His face turned red and he kept spitting in the air, unable to make sense of his own words. In the end, he gave up on explaining the complicated problem. He scratched his head with a naive smile and calmly walked towards the carriage. As long as his young master could still kick and scold people, everything must be fine. Xiao Jian put his hands on the rock and said smugly, "Well, I have to say, you're naive, but you do have a good eye." "I think so too, especially about the handsome part." Huh. He was about to get up when he felt a smooth sensation under his hands. After touching it for a while, he suddenly looked down. What is this? His eyes widened, and he stared blankly at what was under him. He was actually leaning against a black rock. The surface of the rock was smooth like glass. It stood alone in the desolate land, like a black mole on a smooth face, standing out conspicuously. But Xiao Jian clearly remembered that he had been resting against a tree trunk, and there was definitely no rock there. Things were becoming more and more bizarre. Xiao Jian cautiously glanced at Fuguei, who was still smiling innocently, and noticed that he had already returned to the carriage and was placing a wooden stool on the ground. It seemed that Fuguei had not noticed this rock. The pendant and the rock had appeared too strangely, and they were definitely related to him. He could not let anyone find out about them easily. Fuguei saw that Xiao Jian was still sitting there in a daze and shouted, "Young master, we can't play anymore. If we're late for your father-in-law's birthday, the master will scold you." In reality, Xiao Jian's father-in-law's birthday was still quite a while away. Even if they traveled slowly, they wouldn't be late. It was just that the thunder just now had frightened him. If there was another one, it might actually strike him. It was best to quickly leave this place. This suited Xiao Jian's intentions. If they stayed here, Fuguei would sooner or later notice this suddenly appearing rock. However, Fuguei's mention of his father-in-law reminded him that he needed to explain something. "Fuguei, when we get to Huzhou City, don't call him father-in-law, refer to him as Lord Shu." He had no confidence in this marriage and didn't want to make Uncle Shu feel awkward. Xiao Jian got into the carriage and looked back at the giant rock. In its belly, there was a faint circular hole. He was a little curious. These rocks and pendants had appeared here for no reason. Could there be anything special about them? The black rock was too conspicuous and out of place with its surroundings. It was also not far from the main road. People would probably notice its oddness sooner or later. However, the rock was too big and Xiao Jian couldn't hide it. He could only wait until he got home to find a way to move it. Fuguei usually didn't speak much. After the lightning strike, he focused on driving the carriage forward. Xiao Jian, however, was preoccupied. He kept taking out the pendant on his chest to look at it. The pendant wasn't made of jade, nor did it feel like metal. Overall, it had an irregular shape. Around it were a few white spots. Through the white spots, he could see that the interior wasn't actually black, but a cloudy mass. Xiao Jian looked at it for a while but could not figure out what it was. He was too lazy to bother with it anymore. He leaned against the window and lifted the curtain. A cold wind attacked him and entered his body through his collar. He shivered. His face felt as if it was being pricked by needles. The weather should be clear after the spring equinox and frost should be over after the rain. But it was already past the rain season. Yet the temperature was still as cold as winter. This weird weather had been like this for several years and seemed to be getting worse. The sun was always lethargic all year round. He tightened the clothes on his body and looked out the window. From Xianrimping to Huzhou City, it was mostly flat land. Around the official road, large fields were visible. It should be the busy farming season, but there were no busy farmers in the fields, nor were there any lush green seedlings. Only withered yellow weeds and dry, white land. Along the way, they hadn't encountered a single pedestrian. Occasionally, they passed some villages, but the villages had been completely abandoned. After the Xianren River dried up and boats could no longer travel, this official road lost its former hustle and bustle. Not even robbers could be found. It wasn't until they could see the tall walls of Huzhou City in the distance that they heard the clip-clop of horses' hooves ahead. Xiao Jian stuck his head out of the window, curiously looking ahead. He saw a team of 3 people riding tall, sturdy horses towards them. The leader had a vicious-looking scar on his face, like a poisonous centipede. Behind him was a burly man with a face full of fat. He wore a shiny set of leather armor and always had a cold expression. At the rear, there was a skinny, small man. His hawk-like eyes were set deep in their sockets, darting around like a walking skeleton. Neigh, 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 neigh. A sudden neighing sound rang out. The horses pulling the carriage seemed to have been extremely frightened. They suddenly kicked their hooves and galloped wildly, causing the carriage to shake violently. Thud. Xiao Jian had been leaning out of the window looking at the team of riders when, accidentally, his chin hit the windowsill hard. The first 3 chapters are more of a prologue. It's okay if you didn't understand them. The main story starts here. Chapter 5. The Strange Horse Team. The Magical Girl. Ouch, Fuguei. You naive idiot. How did you drive the carriage? He rubbed his chin and turned to lift the curtain in front of the carriage. He looked forward and met the eyes of the burly man. Suddenly, Xiao Jian saw a captivating emerald glow in the man's eyes, which made him feel a sense of foreboding. Xiao Jian quickly dropped the curtain, his heart still pounding wildly. No wonder the horses pulling the carriage were frightened. This group of riders was definitely not kind. He frowned, looking at the riders' receding backs, and unconsciously touched the pendant on his chest. Fuguei had said that when the lightning had struck, a ball of bright light had fallen near him. When such a strange phenomenon occurred in the sky, it could probably be seen from hundreds of miles away. Would it draw people's attention? This official road went straight to Xianrenping, and there were no forks along the way. Especially after the Xianren River dried up and could no longer be used for shipping, the commercial road was cut off and it became even more desolate. The sudden appearance of this team of riders made Xiao Jian feel uneasy. Were they going for the ball of light? The burly man in the team was no ordinary person. They would only be strange if they ignored the obvious anomaly of the falling light. Ever since he had encountered the team of riders, Xiao Jian had been feeling restless. He only calmed down slightly when he saw the city walls of Huzhou City. At this time, there was a loud commotion and shouting from outside the carriage. Xiao Jian looked out and saw that on an open space not far from the official road, several extremely simple thatched sheds had been built. Outside the sheds, many emaciated people were lining up, slowly moving forward. Several yamen runners were whipping and scolding the disaster victims who were trying to cut in line. At the end of the line, several large pots were steaming. After paying the city entrance tax, Xiao Jian's carriage entered Huzhou City. Not far after they entered the city gates, a subtle feeling suddenly came from ahead, and he immediately became alert. He was very familiar with this feeling. Ever since he could remember, he had this strange ability. Whenever someone had malicious intent towards him, his mind would have a strange sensation. If the person was within his field of vision, sometimes, his mind would also show him a scene of the person's next move. This ability to predict a person's next move was more like an insight, but he had no control over it. Usually, after 3 times sensing malice, he would have one vision. However, as he grew older, this ability was also gradually increasing. The vision was clearer, and the chance of it appearing also increased. Xiao Jian was about to lift the curtain to observe the situation outside the carriage when it suddenly stopped. Without looking, he knew that a person with malicious intent had blocked his carriage. Xiao Jian took a folding fan and jumped out of the carriage, walking up to the front of the carriage with an arrogant gait. He saw a 14 or 15-year-old boy wearing a Confucian hat and blue robes, standing proudly in front of the carriage, looking straight ahead. His face was practically screaming, "I'm awesome!" This boy in the Confucian hat was also holding a folding fan, swaying it leisurely. Xiao Jian couldn't help but shiver. Good grief, this guy wasn't afraid of freezing to death. Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan in his hand, pointed at the boy, and said casually, "My friend, why are you blocking my way?" The boy glanced at Xiao Jian disdainfully and asked, "So, you're the infamous playboy of Xianrenping, Xiao Jian, is that right?" Damn it, that wasn't a compliment. He was looking for a fight. Xiao Jian circled the boy and said, "Tisk, Tifim, that's right, definitely right. You must live by the sea, right?" "You, how do you know? Do you know me?" The boy was a little surprised. He didn't remember seeing Xiao Jian anywhere. "I too, it's none of your business. You're so capable. Why don't you just fly into the sky? Look at you, you're so full of it." Xiao Jian whooshed, opened his folding fan and started waving it continuously. The boy looked annoyed. You can wave it, just don't wave it at me. Shuya isn't someone a merchant's son can hope to marry. You better watch yourself. After speaking, he closed his folding fan, adjusted the Confucian hat that Xiao Jian had knocked askew, and left without saying another word. He really couldn't take Xiao Jian's fan. It was too cold. Xiao Jian chased the boy for a few steps, waving his fan for him as he did so. Look how enthusiastic I am. You don't even need to wave it yourself, but how come you just won't stay? Hey, brother C, don't leave. Let's chat a bit more, okay? My name's not C. The boy quickened his pace and strutted off. Xiao Jian had wanted to scold him a few more times, but the target had run away, making him feel annoyed. There were still a few days left before Uncle Shu's birthday banquet. He had originally planned to go directly to the Shu residence to pay his respects, but after this incident, Xiao Jian changed his mind. The appearance of this boy was no coincidence. It could be that Miss Shu, or Uncle Shu, had sent him. Otherwise, why would he know about his whereabouts? In fact, the boy was right. He and Shuya were not well suited. The Shu family were government officials. Uncle Shu was the new prefect of Huzhou City. Xiao Jian's father, on the other hand, was just an iron merchant. His father had saved Uncle Shu in the army when they were younger, and they had become sworn brothers. In a drunken stupor, they had also gotten carried away and had arranged an engagement between their children, which resulted in his and Shu Ya's marriage proposal. They were mismatched in social status. Xiao Jian didn't take the marriage proposal too seriously either. He was only 13 years old, so who knew what would happen in the future? Xiao Jian shook his head to dispel the distracting thoughts. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to find an inn to stay for the night. After passing through 2 streets from the city gate, they arrived at the famous Star Moon Lake. Most of the high-end inns in Huzhou City were built around the lake. Xiao Jian found a random inn and settled down. After several days of traveling, he was a bit tired. The next day, it was already past noon when Fugue woke him up. After washing up and eating, it was already afternoon. As they had nothing to do, they strolled around Star Moon Lake. As soon as they reached a busy street, they happened to see the boy in the Confucian hat and blue robes jumping out of a carriage. Haha, I actually bumped into this awesome boy here again. Xiao Jian's eyes immediately lit up. He hadn't had the chance to vent his anger from the city gates. He would definitely chat with him today. He was just about to greet him when he saw the boy place a wooden stool next to the carriage. A maid then helped a girl in pink step down. As soon as the girl stepped out of the carriage, she immediately caught everyone's eye. Her skin was white and smooth, like solidified cream. Her slender waist was tied with a light blue ribbon, making her figure seem even more graceful. Especially her dark curly hair, which cascaded like waves, shining a golden hue in the setting sun. Xiao Jian was mesmerized for a moment. He rubbed his eyes and muttered, "Holy crap, what's going on? Is this a fairy descending to earth?" The girl sensed Xiao Jian's unusual gaze and turned to stare at him fiercely. Her big eyes were as clear as the moon and as deep as the starry sky. The moment Xiao Jian's eyes met the girl's eyes, he felt like he had fallen into an abyss. Everything around him was dark, and he could not see anything. Suddenly, a very bright golden dot appeared in the depths of the darkness. The dot then bloomed like fireworks, and starlight scattered in all directions. Instantly, his head felt as if it was going to explode. The immense internal pressure in his mind seemed like it was going to open up a new space in his head. He tried his best to shake his head and escape from this state, but his mind was still in a daze, as if he were drunk. Xiao Jian was puzzled. Was the dark abyss he had just seen actually his own mind? And that golden light that bloomed in his mind, was that caused by the girl in front of him? But up until now, he had not sensed a hint of malice. Xiao Jian shivered. This girl with curly hair was definitely not easy to mess with. He glanced cautiously ahead. By now, the girl had already arrived at the entrance of a mansion. The boy was standing on the side, with a middle-aged man dressed as a steward, along with many servants. They were all bowing and welcoming the girl into the mansion. On the lintel of the mansion, there was a gilded plaque that read, Zhang Residence. It was clear that the boy was the young master of the Zhang family. Xiao Jian only recovered after the doors of the Zhang residence closed. But he still felt very tired, and had lost the mood for a night walk around Star Moon Lake. On the way back, he came to a stone bridge near the inn. Xiao Jian leaned against the bridge and allowed the breeze to caress his face. His dizzy mind gradually became clearer. Chapter 6. The Real Purpose of the Fortune-Telling Taoist Priest. Analyzing yin and yang, judging the 5 elements, understanding this life and the previous ones. A shout came from behind him, followed by a Taoist priest wearing a gray Taoist robe and a goat beard. He was carrying a banner with the words, "Miraculous Fortune Teller," and walked up to Xiao Jian. This young master has a tired look and a green complexion. You must have encountered an unclean entity. Would you like this old priest to tell your fortune? No, thanks. Xiao Jian had no interest in these charlatans. He waved his hand without turning around. When Fugue heard the words of the fortune teller, he showed anxiety. The incident of the lightning strike during the trip still lingered in his mind. The fortune teller saw that Fugue was somewhat interested, so he carefully looked at him a few times and then did a divine calculation with his fingers. If this old priest is not mistaken, the two of you are not locals. You come from the southwest, do you not? Xiao Jian squinted at the priest, sneering inwardly. With the way Fugue looked at everything like it was something new, even a fool could tell that they were not locals. However, Fugue was immediately surprised. Xianrenping was indeed in the southwest of Huzhou City. Wow, old priest, you're so amazing. Quickly tell my young master's fortune. If you're accurate, my young master will give you a reward. The Taoist priest glanced at Xiao Jian, who was still looking at the lake. Then he leaned close to Fugue's ear and asked quietly, looking at your young master's face, it seems that you only recently arrived in Huzhou City? Fugue wasn't very clever and was easily tricked by the old priest. He hurriedly answered, yes, you're right. We only arrived in Huzhou City yesterday. The old priest stood up, stroked his beard, and looked into the southwest with a deep look on his face, as if he was peering into the past. He had an air of profundity about him. This old priest was not mistaken. Your young master did encounter an unclean entity on his trip. Could you please tell me the details of what happened? As he said this, he took out a stool and a folding table from a basket, unfolded them skillfully, and stuck the banner next to it. He looked as if he were about to sit down and listen to Fugue's story. Xiao Jian finally understood what was going on. This was not fortune-telling, but an attempt to find out about the falling ball of light. He immediately stepped in front of the old priest and tapped the folding fan in his hand. A smile appeared on his face as he looked at the priest with disdain. We did see a thunderbolt on our journey, but it seems that the lightning struck deep in the northern mountains, far from the official road. This unclean entity, it shouldn't be related to this lightning, right? He said calmly, his tone full of contempt and mockery. That's right. The lightning struck in the northern mountains. Fugue finally understood. It seemed that his young master didn't want anyone to know that he was almost struck by lightning. He quickly added in support. But his support was worse than none at all. Fugue was too simple-minded. If the priest were to trick him a few more times, he might spill everything that had happened that day. He had to take him away quickly. Xiao Jian's face turned grim, and he said coldly, everyone for 100 miles around saw that lightning. Are you trying to use this to swindle people out of their money? Xiao Jian was very suspicious of the priest's motives. It was obvious that he wasn't trying to swindle people out of money. Perhaps he knew the truth about the ball of light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pretended to be a fortune teller to find clues. If he found out about the pendant, the consequences would be disastrous. Xiao Jian glared at Fugue and scolded him. You naive idiot, you don't even know you're being tricked. After saying this, he flung his sleeves and walked straight towards the inn. Xiao Jian had originally wanted to go to other inns first and then sneak back, but upon closer thought, wouldn't that make it obvious that he had something to hide? There were only 10 or so inns by Star Moon Lake. It wouldn't be difficult for someone to find out where they were staying. As soon as he stepped into the lobby of the inn, the innkeeper greeted him. He wore loose gray and white robes, took small steps, and was polite without being overly servile. His wrinkled face was like a colorful wildflower. As he walked, he instructed the waiter, Yukai, serve the guests tea. He reached the door and bowed to Xiao Jian and Fugue, asking politely, young masters, did you have fun today? Xiao Jian tapped his folding fan. After pausing for a moment, he figured that the innkeeper had something to say to him. Ever since he had locked eyes with the girl in pink at the Zhang residence, he had been feeling unwell. He had originally wanted to rest early, but since the innkeeper had already prepared the tea, he couldn't refuse him. Xiao Jian went to the lounge area in the lobby and pointed with his fan to the chair opposite the tea table, gesturing for the innkeeper to sit down and talk. Innkeeper, please don't stand on ceremony. How is the business at this inn? While speaking, Xiao Jian took the initiative to sit down, as if he were the owner of the place. The innkeeper sat across from Xiao Jian and poured him a cup of tea. He sighed and recalled the lively scene of people coming and going in the past. He felt a little lost. Star Moon Lake was originally a place where dignitaries came to relax, but now, alas, everywhere is unstable, and the trade routes are cut off. Business in all sectors is much worse than before. Successive droughts had created countless hungry people and bandits. In addition, the riverbeds had dried up and the waterways were blocked, which naturally cut off trade routes. When I entered the city, I saw many hungry people lining up for porridge outside the city. It seems relatively stable. Xiao Jian had been wanting to ask about Uncle Shu's situation, so he shifted the topic to governance. Uncle Shu was the new prefect of Huzhou City, and everything here was related to him. Before Lord Shu arrived, it was terrible. They were eating human flesh. The innkeeper's tone was dull, and the atmosphere in the lobby became solemn. Hearing this, Xiao Jian also felt sad. People were like grass. Uncle Shu was at least a decent official. Xiao Jian felt a little heavy-hearted. He silently drank his tea while waiting for the innkeeper to continue. The innkeeper rubbed his forehead and continued from where he had left off. This Star Moon Lake is also becoming desolate. To increase its popularity, we several restaurants have jointly organized a poetry gathering. Each restaurant can recommend one person to attend. I wonder if the young master is interested. The innkeeper looked at Xiao Jian expectantly. His boss was not in Huzhou City. He was all alone and couldn't find a suitable person. Xiao Jian understood. The so-called poetry gathering was just a ploy. The entry tickets were given out as freebies, but the food and tea had to be paid for. After a poetry gathering, the merchants would make a lot of money. Xiao Jian had no interest in composing poetry or drawing pictures, but since the innkeeper had invited him, it wouldn't hurt to go and join the fun if time allowed. He put down the teacup, tapped his folding fan and pondered for a moment, and said politely, "I am grateful for the innkeeper's kindness. We scholars naturally long for such elegant events. When will this poetry gathering be held?" Even he didn't believe himself when he said that. He quickly picked up his teacup to hide his awkward expression. The innkeeper beamed with joy again. He wouldn't have to lose face in front of his peers. The poetry gathering is scheduled for tomorrow at noon, and there are no time restrictions for the ending time. The young master can leave whenever you want. Then he took an invitation card from the counter and pushed it in front of Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's name was already written on the invitation card. After a few more pleasantries, they both went their separate ways. Chapter 7. Meeting the curly-haired girl again on the cruise ship. After midday, a red cruise ship was docked at the pier. The cruise ship was very large, more than 10 zhang long and over 4 zhang wide. On the ship was a 3-story pavilion built with carved beams and painted rafters, covered with blue glazed tiles and flanked by rows of white pillars. Xiao Jian boarded the ship. After handing his invitation to the reception area, he arrived at the open area at the front of the ship. This was where visitors came to enjoy the scenery and chat with each other. Various exotic flowers and plants and green pines and bamboos were intertwined. Among the greenery, young talents in Confucian robes, holding folding fans, were laughing and talking in groups. The sound of soft voices came from the flowers. A group of young ladies in silk dresses were frolicking in the sea of flowers. Xiao Jian was surprised. The poetry gathering actually invited women to attend. Judging from their clothing and temperament, these women came from wealthy and noble families. Especially the girl in the snow-white mink fur coat. She radiated a noble aura and was definitely not an ordinary wealthy girl. Her smooth black hair was tied up with a jade hairpin, with a silver butterfly not pinned to the side. She wore a light amount of makeup, and the blush on her cheeks made her look adorable. The girl was squatting down, carefully examining a small flower. Her delicate fingers gently touched the pink petals, and she tilted her head to observe it carefully, then lowered her head to smell the elegant fragrance of the flower. "Oh, you're so cute," the girl whispered to herself. "If I wear you on my head, it must look very pretty, right?" The girl glanced around cautiously to make sure that no one was paying attention to her before carefully picking the small flower. She was about to put the small flower in her hair when she suddenly saw a handsome boy smiling and looking at her. "Ah!" The girl subconsciously hid her hands behind her back, her face flushing a faint red. "Humph!" Xiao Jian's appearance made her feel a little embarrassed and slightly startled. She patted her chest and made a playful face at Xiao Jian before quickly running away. "Hee, what a cute girl." Xiao Jian's lips curved into a mischievous smile. His face changed, and he pretended to be lost and confused. He looked around aimlessly until he was next to the girl. He asked, "Miss, may I ask where the poetry gathering is being held?" The girl rolled her eyes at Xiao Jian and pointed towards the main hall. "The poetry gathering hasn't started yet. It seemed that she hadn't quite gotten over what had just happened. Xiao Jian sniffed hard and said exaggeratedly, "Wow, can you tell me what kind of perfume you're wearing?" The girl took a few steps back, looking at him warily. Xiao Jian immediately explained, "I've been looking for this type of perfume. My little sister always pesters me to buy it for her. Can you tell me where it can be bought? What is the name of this perfume? Do they sell it in Shangzhou City?" A series of questions relaxed the girl, and when she heard that it was for his little sister, she felt even more sympathetic. "This is rose dew. It's very difficult to buy. You can't buy it in Shangzhou City," the girl said confidently. Then her eyes rolled, revealing a smug look. "But I know who has it." Xiao Jian rubbed his hands together and said with a very excited expression, "Please tell me. My sister will be extremely happy if she knows that I'm giving her rose dew. But, all right, I'll just take you there. Otherwise, you won't even be able to see her." At that moment, a curly-haired girl who had just boarded the cruise ship happened to see Xiao Jian and the girl leaving together. She paused. This was that perverted boy from yesterday. With that sly expression, what bad idea was he concocting now? She whispered a few words to her maid. Soon, the maid came back with an invitation from the reception area. The curly-haired girl took the invitation and looked at it. Her face immediately turned extremely ugly, as if she had eaten a fly. The maid saw this and hurriedly asked, "Miss, what's wrong? It's windy outside. Would you like us to go to the main hall?" The curly-haired girl shook her head and said, "That boy should be Xiao Jian from Xinrimping." The maid was slightly surprised and turned to look at Xiao Jian. Today, Xiao Jian was dressed a bit unconventionally. He was wearing a light blue brocade robe with light-colored auspicious cloud patterns embroidered on the collar and cuffs. He was wearing a small silver crown inlaid with jade and a pure white jade hairpin. His long black hair was smoothly hanging behind his ears, accentuating the handsome lines and distinct features of his face. The maid stared at him in a daze. What a handsome and dashing young man. The curly-haired girl tugged at her sleeve and said with a touch of anger, "Are you infatuated?" The maid's face immediately turned a little red. "Eek, miss, your future husband is really handsome." "Humph, don't speak nonsense. He's just a pretty boy, a useless young master." The curly-haired girl was becoming increasingly dissatisfied. All the talented youths attending the poetry gathering were wearing Confucian robes. But not him. He was dressed like a playboy, not at all like a scholar. "Miss, the person he's with seems to be Jingxian." The curly-haired girl lightly hummed in acknowledgement. Xiao Jian and Jingxian should not know each other. What were they going to do together on the third floor? "Let's go. Let's see what he's up to." Jingxian was her good friend, and she was worried that Jingxian might run into trouble. In front of a guest room on the third floor, Jingxian put her finger to her lips and made a shoo gesture to Xiao Jian, before quietly pushing open the door and entering the room. From inside, a woman's surprised voice could be heard. "Oh, Jingxian, is that you? Sister Su, who did you think it was?" A moment later, the girl named Jingxian came out and held out her hand. "Give me the money. It's 50 taels of silver." Xiao Jian handed her a silver note without hesitation and took the rose dew from her hand. When she came out again, Xiao Jian solemnly handed the perfume back to her and said seriously, "Little sister, your big brother bought you rose dew. Are you happy?" "Oh, what did you say?" Jingxian covered her mouth, looking at Xiao Jian in surprise. Xiao Jian placed the perfume in her hand. Jingxian wanted to let go, but was afraid it would fall and break. She had worked so hard to buy it from Sister Su. "I am your long-lost, unrelated, but still your blood brother." Just when Xiao Jian wanted to tease her some more, he suddenly saw a curly-haired girl walking towards them. This curly-haired girl was the girl in pink that he had met in front of the Zhang residence. Today she was wearing a light blue pleated straight collar dress. 2 yellow buttons on the collar shone a golden light, shrouding her upper body and giving her a misty feeling. 3 white knotted buttons the size of eggs were sewn onto the front of her dress, making her look very pretty. It was obvious that they were no ordinary products. "Your brother has some important business today. Let's meet again another day." Before Jingxian could react, Xiao Jian immediately ran away. He always felt that there was something unusual about the curly-haired girl. Each time he met her, she seemed to emit a golden light, and her deep eyes were particularly memorable. Yesterday, he had only locked eyes with her once, and it had caused him to feel listless for half the night. He did not want to experience that again. Chapter 8. Familiar Faces in the Bamboo Forest Town. In the end, Xiao Jian failed to escape and was blocked by the curly-haired girl at the stairway. She stared at Xiao Jian and asked sternly, "What did you do to Jingxian?" Nothing. I just recognized a younger sister. Xiao Jian did not dare to look at her, and his eyes were darting around. You seem a little afraid of me? Weren't you bold enough to act rude yesterday? The curly-haired girl's tone was rather forceful, giving people the feeling that a big sister was scolding a younger brother. Xiao Jian was mentally complaining. Was that being rude? He had been entranced by your eyes, and he had barely managed to break free. Judging from her expression, she didn't seem to be faking it. Did she not know that her eyes could hurt people? But he was a grown man. How could he let a girl intimidate him like that? He couldn't stand for that. Xiao Jian was annoyed. He had to fight back. A direct approach probably wouldn't work. He should try a soft one. He shrank his neck and replied in a timid manner. Actually, yesterday I met a fortune teller. He calculated that I was afraid of my wife, so Xiao Jian looked at the curly-haired girl a few times, as if he was afraid. He didn't continue talking, but the meaning was clear. You, shameless. The curly-haired girl was annoyed by his words. He was openly teasing her. Xiao Jian pretended to be extremely shocked. He took a few steps back and carefully walked around the curly-haired girl. He mumbled, It wasn't me who said that. It was the fortune teller who said it. You go find him. After saying this, he smirked. He almost laughed out loud. Hee, let you be fierce to me. I've made you angry, but you can't say anything. The curly-haired girl glared at Xiao Jian and wanted to grind her teeth when she saw him acting so pretentiously. But there was nothing she could say back. She was seething with anger. Not long after Xiao Jian left, Jingxian came running after him. She was still confused. How did she suddenly have a big brother, and a blood-related one at that? When Xiao Jian and Jingxian spoke, they did not keep their voices down. The curly-haired girl heard everything, so she naturally understood how this brother was related to her. When she saw the innocent and adorable Jingxian, the anger in her heart immediately disappeared. Silly girl, he said in unrelated, but still a blood-related brother. Only then did Jingxian realize, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Oh, he's so bad. But if I really had such a handsome brother, it wouldn't be bad. She looked at the perfume in her hand, then looked at Xiao Jian in the distance. After hesitating for a long time, she said, Sister Shuya, what should I do with this rose dew? Shuya saw that she was reluctant to let it go. She smiled and patted her hair, and said, Take it. He doesn't have a younger sister. Don't worry. He's only good at that. He won't do anything to you. Although Xiao Jian liked to flirt around, he had never crossed the line. She had heard people say that. Okay. Jingxian nodded her head vigorously, thinking that what Sister Shuya said made sense. Then she asked, Sister Shuya, do you know him? Oh, I've seen him twice, but I wouldn't call it knowing him. Shuya's vague answer was not wrong. She had only seen Xiao Jian twice, and Xiao Jian didn't even know who she was yet. I'll thank him next time. Jingxian carefully put away the perfume, and with a cute smile on her face, she skipped happily to find Sister Su. On the first floor of the cruise ship was the main hall, the main venue for the poetry gathering. On both sides of the hall, the tables and chairs with ink and brush were filled with scholars, reading poems or discussing them in hushed tones. In the front row was an old man wearing a blue scholar's robe with embroidered patterns. Although the organizers had not explicitly stated it, this old scholar was actually responsible for hosting the poetry gathering. To express respect, the poems were written and put in envelopes before being sent to the old scholar for perusal. They would then be passed around to everyone. Xiao Jian also looked at a few poems, but felt that they were all very mediocre. So he lifted the curtain and focused on admiring the scenery outside the window. Star Moon Lake covered a wide area. There were many mountains around it. The cruise ship sailed along the shore. At this time, they were passing through a bamboo forest. On the tall bamboo mountains, dense bamboo forests swayed in the breeze, like a vast green ocean with surging waves. At the foot of the bamboo mountain, near the lake, a simple and ancient town was nestled among the green bamboo. Several dilapidated fishing boats, covered in the marks of time, were docked at the town's pier. Fishermen in gray and white hemp clothes were busy mending fishing nets and cleaning their fishing gear. In the bamboo forest town, there was a sparsely populated street. Suddenly, two familiar figures caught Xiao Jian's eye. The one walking in front was the fortune-telling priest he had seen on the bridge. He was still carrying the miraculous fortune-teller banner. The one following closely behind was the skinny man from the horse team he had met on the official road. Xiao Jian's expression became serious. Since the fortune-teller and the skinny man were together, The team of 3 he had encountered on the road were probably also investigating the falling ball of light. The burly man in the horse team still made his blood run cold. The emerald light flickering in his eyes made even the horses pulling the carriage uneasy. Who exactly were they? Why were they investigating the ball of light? He subconsciously touched the pendant on his chest. What exactly was this pendant? As Xiao Jian was pondering while looking at the 2 men in the town, Fuguwei was holding a sealed envelope with a landscape painting on it, turning it over in his hands. As a paper collector was passing by, Fuguwei inserted a sheet of paper into the envelope. The paper collector mistakenly thought that he had finished his poem and took the envelope and hurried away. Fuguwei looked at his hands blankly, then looked at the retreating figure. So you have to take the envelope with you too? Fuguwei was a little disappointed. He had planned to keep it as a souvenir. Young master, the old gentleman invites you. Xiao Jian was still focused on watching the small town outside the window, when suddenly someone gently tugged on his sleeve. He turned his head and saw the paper collector standing next to him. Young master, the old gentleman up front would like to invite you. The paper collector emphasized his tone. Xiao Jian was confused and asked in astonishment, "Why me?" After asking, he looked at the shore again. By now, the cruise ship had already passed through the bamboo forest town, and he could no longer see the 2 men. He felt displeased after losing track of the fortune teller. He hadn't written any poems, and he didn't know the old scholar. Why would he want to see him? Young master, you submitted a blank poem. The old gentleman doesn't understand its meaning and would like you to explain it. After saying this, the paper collector left in a hurry. He seemed very busy. Seeing that Xiao Jian's expression was somewhat gloomy, Fuguwei asked with a bewildered look, "Why, young master? I didn't submit it. He took it himself." At this time, some people in the venue were starting to jeer. This friend must not be fully awake yet, thinking he's in the examination hall submitting a blank paper. Someone opened their imagination and said, "This blank piece of paper might contain a great mystery." Even more imaginative people said, "Yes, perhaps there's a world-shaking masterpiece hidden in it." Xiao Jian was between laughing and crying. But the old scholar had already spoken, and he needed to explain the situation. Chapter 9. Losing face at the poetry gathering, a startling debut. He was annoyed that he had been disturbed and had lost track of the priest and his companion. He was too lazy to go to the old scholar's side, so he just stood up and cupped his fist in a gesture of greeting to the front. "Sorry, everyone. This blank paper doesn't contain any mystery. It's just a misunderstanding." Seeing that Xiao Jian was somewhat rude, the old scholar didn't stand up either. He cupped his fist back in Xiao Jian's direction and said, "Since it's a misunderstanding, then according to the usual rules, let's find the young master by having him compose a poem. How does everyone feel about that?" As soon as the old man spoke, a chorus of cheers erupted. Was this a rule at the poetry gathering? Who came up with this? I really want to kick him, Xiao Jian thought to himself, complaining. Ever since seeing the fortune-telling priest and the skinny man walking together, he had lost all interest in the poetry gathering. This business of composing poetry, or maybe, Xiao Jian was in a bit of a bind. He wanted to decline directly, but he was afraid of provoking public anger. He didn't know how to open his mouth, so his words were a bit hesitant. The old man seemed to be in a hurry and helped him finish his sentence. Or, maybe you'd like to do a painting instead? That is also fine. Xiao Jian was speechless. He just wanted to say, why don't we just take the blank paper back? Who said anything about painting? He might be able to make up a doggerel poem, but when it came to painting, his current level only allowed him to draw circles. At the entrance to the hall, Shuya, who had just walked in, felt a pang of anger in her heart when she saw Xiao Jian's foolish appearance. This uneducated and unmotivated guy was only good at flirting with girls. He had no real talent. Today, I'm going to humiliate you and make you remember this. Let's see if you dare to act arrogantly in front of me again. Although she was angry, she showed a fairy-like smile on her face. Since it was a misunderstanding, how about I, this young lady, do a painting for this young master? It seemed like she was helping Xiao Jian out of a jam, but she secretly winked at the old man when she spoke. The old man naturally knew Shuya and immediately cooperated. Since someone is willing to take his place, that will work. Xiao Jian was distracted by the events in the town, so he didn't think much. He quickly took the blank paper and gave it to the curly-haired girl. Regardless, this girl had helped him out of a tight spot. If the old man had refused to let it go, he would probably have been disgraced all the way to Zion Renping today. Shuya glanced at the window behind Xiao Jian. It was still a scene of bamboo forest. She quickly began painting. By the time everyone gathered around to watch, a portrait of Xiao Jian had already appeared on the paper. The background was a vibrant bamboo shoot image. The painting was so vivid that it was almost lifelike. This girl's painting was actually pretty good, but why was he so restless? Was she really being so kind-hearted? Xiao Jian looked at the painting carefully. It was just a picture of bamboo shoots. No tricks there. He also glanced at the curly-haired girl. Her expression was serious, and she didn't look suspicious. All right, because your painting skills are not bad, I'll reluctantly accept it. No matter what her plan was, dealing with this girl would be easier than dealing with the old man. Shuya narrowed her eyes and asked insincerely, "Young master, if you are satisfied with this painting of bamboo shoots, would you like to add your calligraphy to it?" Xiao Jian shook his head like a rattle drum. If he dared to write on this painting with his chicken scratch handwriting, he would certainly be laughed at again. He tapped his folding fan, paused for a while, and said humbly, "Let's not trouble you twice. I have limited talent and should not make a fool of myself. Let's see how long you can keep acting. I'll make you look good soon." A sly look appeared in Shu Ya's eyes. She picked up her brush and wrote on the painting without hesitation. Bamboo shoots in the mountains, sharp mouths, thick skins, and empty bellies. The onlookers paused for a moment, stunned and silent. "Ha ha." Someone couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Then the laughter grew louder and louder until the entire hall was filled with laughter. Shuya covered her mouth and looked at Xiao Jian mischievously, as if she had successfully pulled off a scheme. Xiao Jian's face was black. He knew that this girl didn't have good intentions. She was just waiting for him here. If he hadn't been distracted by the situation in the town, how could he have let her succeed so easily? "Look how smug you are." Xiao Jian was extremely annoyed. How could someone so beautiful be so overbearing? Was it just because I looked at you a few extra times? Or was it because I called you old? Oh, that doesn't count. It seemed that he had been too gentle at the stairway earlier, so she had already forgotten the pain and was acting up again. This time, he had to give her something extra. If he didn't give her something ruthless today, he wouldn't be able to step down. Xiao Jian's eyes moved back and forth over the curly-haired girl. Hee. Since you're being so rude, then don't blame me for being unkind. Xiao Jian chuckled to himself, picked up the bamboo shoot painting, looked at it, and said, "Tisk, Tiske. The calligraphy is not bad. Since you are so invested, I shall return the favor with a painting of my own." After saying this, he turned the bamboo shoot painting over and started drawing circles on the back. A small circle for the head, a long circle for the body, thin circles for the hands and feet, and a half circle for the curly hair. Finally, he focused on drawing 5 button circles on the neckline and front of the dress. The onlookers were all dumbfounded. Was he drawing a pile of eggs or a pile of pebbles? Xiao Jian finally finished drawing. He tilted his head, looked at it from the left and then from the right, and kept clicking his tongue to express his satisfaction. He had never drawn a human-like figure so well before. Finally, someone couldn't hold back. They pointed at the painting and said with a laugh, "Haha, is that supposed to be a person?" Someone patted his thigh and shouted, "Oh my God! What a pity for this painting of bamboo shoots." Xiao Jian ignored them and proceeded to write a poem on the painting. He didn't even bother with the pretense of an invitation. A piece of silk is cut into a dress. Her figure is more beautiful than the goddess of the moon. If the spring heart is willing to be locked, why must there be so many buttons? As soon as he finished writing, the laughter and noise in the hall stopped abruptly. The whole place was silent. The scholars in attendance looked at each other and dared not breathe. This boy was too fierce. He was implying that she was full of spring desires. That was a bit too much for a young girl. But the world would never lack a fool. A chubby young man picked up the painting and began interpreting it with a smug expression. Although the painting is a bit rough, the poem is indeed a masterpiece. Hey, why are you all looking at me like that? The chubby man wanted to continue interpreting it, but he saw that everyone was looking at him like he was an idiot. He thought it was because he had called it a masterpiece and had incurred everyone's anger. He argued, "This poem will certainly spread widely. Look at the artistic conception. Look at this, meaning. Does it seem to say that she's afraid of not being able to control her spring desires, so she sewed on all these buttons?" The chubby man finally saw the light and figured out a few things. Then, he became confused again. But that's not right, is it? Does sewing on so many buttons mean she won't? Xiao Jian saw that the curly-haired girl's face was getting darker and darker, so he quickly took the painting. Hey, You fat idiot, do you even know how to interpret poetry? This poem is clearly saying that as long as you have a heart that is as warm as spring, you will not feel cold, even with fewer buttons. The curly-haired girl was about to explode. If he let this fat man continue his interpretation, she would give him a beating with her fierce personality. He knew that this girl was not simple at all. The onlookers finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although everyone knew that the poem didn't mean that, as long as no one pointed it out, they would all be good. But the awkward atmosphere was hard to dispel for the time being. Chapter 10. Is the curly-haired girl actually Shuya? The cruise ship circled around Star Moon Lake and finally returned to the starting pier. Xiao Jian had long lost interest in the poetry gathering, so he got up to leave. In the open area at the front of the ship, Xiao Jian suddenly saw the Confucian hat boy boarding the ship. Despite the cold wind on the lake, he was still waving his folding fan with ease. TSK, TSK, so full of himself. Xiao Jian couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth. Judging from the Confucian hat boy's expression, he didn't seem to know what had happened at the poetry gathering. Xiao Jian looked around and saw that the curly-haired girl was walking towards him. She was probably also preparing to disembark. Xiao Jian's eyes instantly lit up. Didn't this Confucian hat boy want to ruin his marriage? He would mess up his plans. He raised an eyebrow, a happy smile on his face, and shouted in surprise, "Oh my! Isn't that Brother C?" Xiao Jian hurried over and put his hand on the boy's shoulder and respectfully began waving his fan for him. It was as if they were two long-lost friends who had finally reunited. "Brother C, it's been hard to find you. If I'm being honest, you are a bit unfair. The little girl Hong from Chuanxiang Tower has been talking about you every day." The Confucian hat boy had not noticed Xiao Jian. He was looking at Shuya in front of him. Xiao Jian closed his fan and circled the curly-haired girl. "Tisk, TSK. No wonder you don't go to Chuanxiang Tower. You're trying to woo a girl. TSK, TSK, TSK. My friend, you have such good taste. This fairy-like girl is indeed extremely beautiful." Hmph. The curly-haired girl, Shuya, snorted coldly. She had not yet vented her anger, and Xiao Jian had encouraged her cousin to visit Chuanxiang Tower, which made her even angrier. She glared at Xiao Jian and turned to walk towards the gangplank. The Confucian hat boy struggled to break free from Xiao Jian's grasp and chased after Shuya. "Cousin, don't listen to his nonsense. Let me explain." Seeing that Shuya didn't even look at him, the Confucian hat boy angrily said to Xiao Jian, "Xiao Jian, I don't know you, you despicable villain." He said that he didn't know him, but he was calling him by his name. Was his head filled with water? Xiao Jian shouted to the retreating boy, Hey, Brother C, aren't you scolding me?" "Oh dear, it seems that Brother C doesn't know me well enough yet." The Confucian hat boy turned around, wanting to give him a contemptuous look, but then he heard Xiao Jian add, "After you get to know me, you'll want to hit me?" The Confucian hat boy staggered, almost falling into the lake from the gangplank. Good God, he really wanted to hit someone right now. Xiao Jian went up to the Confucian hat boy, patted his shoulder, looked at his receding figure, and sighed. Tisk, tsk. It's truly a case of beauty lost before she was won, making the lustful man shed tears. "My friend, cheer up, I have faith in you." At this time, the maid behind them caught up. As she passed Xiao Jian, she looked at him and sighed. "Goo, Mr. Xiao, you. Alas, you're in big trouble." The maid had a hesitant look, and in the end, she just shook her head and didn't say anything before following Shuya off the cruise ship. Xiao Jian was a little stunned. What did this maid mean? She even knew his name. He suddenly had a bad feeling. Had he been acting too carefree today? Indeed, the Confucian hat boy's words were like a thunderclap. Humph. Xiao Jian, you are so ruthless. You probably don't even know yet that she is Shuya. With a boom, it felt as if Xiao Jian had heard a clap of thunder. He opened his eyes wide and his mouth agape. Something seemed to have caught in his throat. He stared at the gloating boy, unable to make a sound. What was going on? They had been fighting for so long. Yet he didn't expect that she was his fiancée. The curly-haired girl was actually Shuya. He felt very frustrated and patted his cheeks. SK. He really had been careless today. Xiao Jian looked at the Confucian hat boy's smug expression and wanted to rip off his annoying face. But he couldn't do that. He was Shuya's cousin after all. But to let him off so easily was not Xiao Jian's style either. He grabbed the Confucian hat boy's shoulders, pressed him against the railing, and looking at his gaping mouth, said, "Fugue, how come I find his snow-white teeth so unpleasant?" Fugue immediately understood Xiao Jian's intentions. He hesitated and said, "Young master, the last time we messed with someone's teeth, the master made us stand for a day. Are we doing it again?" He looked around for a while, and then tilted his head to look at the Confucian hat boy's teeth. He then spread his hands and said, "Young master, there are no stones. It won't be easy." The Confucian hat boy quickly covered his mouth, staring at Fuguei in terror. Listen to his words. Was that something that a human would say? And there were many people watching. Who said anything about doing it here? We'll wait until he's alone. The Confucian hat boy was so scared that his soul was about to fly away. He didn't dare to let go of his mouth. He could only mumble, "Xiao Jian, you're being unreasonable." "Me? I'm generally only reasonable when there's a reason to be reasonable." He seemed to remember something, suddenly increased the force, lifted the Confucian hat boy up, and roared menacingly, "Shuya and I are engaged. Are you being reasonable by sticking your foot in the middle of it?" He was so used to being unreasonable that he wasn't used to being reasonable all of a sudden. "Next time, I'll make you look for your teeth on the ground." After saying that, he directly released him. The Confucian hat boy thudded onto the ground and almost fell over. He looked at the retreating Xiao Jian, his eyes full of resentment. Xiao Jian had just walked through an alley when he suddenly frowned and pulled Fuguei into the alley, hiding behind the corner. Fuguei was confused. He was about to speak when he saw a skinny, small man walking out of the inn where they were staying. Fuguei shrank his neck. His eyes were a little fearful. "Young master, that's one of the horse team. They're really powerful." It seems that this naive guy wasn't completely stupid. Sometimes you didn't need to fight to feel the immense pressure from their sharp eyes and powerful aura. That was probably the suppression of levels. The skinny man passed the alley entrance. He glanced into the alley, and then stared at the cruise ship for a moment. His hawk-like eyes were looking around, shining with a sharp light. Xiao Jian glanced at the inn not far away. The skinny man must have gone to the inn to find him, but since he couldn't find him there, he had come to the pier. The innkeeper knew that he was participating in the poetry gathering, so it was natural for him to find out that he was on the cruise ship. If he had been a bit later getting off the ship, he would have definitely met him face to face. He couldn't go back to the inn for the time being. The skinny man was still loitering around by the pier. He probably wouldn't leave anytime soon. Star Moon Lake was no longer safe. He couldn't stay here any longer. Xiao Jian looked at a mountain road deep in the alley. The mountain road wound its way into the dense forest and was connected to the bamboo mountain behind the bamboo forest town. He could take that route and make his way into the city center. Without hesitation, Xiao Jian walked towards the mountain road. As he passed by a farmhouse, he squinted at the clothes that were hung out to dry. There was rough cloth and hemp clothes for adults and a cotton robe for a girl. The courtyard was quiet and the owners were not at home. Xiao Jian's eyes lit up. An idea surfaced in his mind. He looked at Fuguei and nodded towards the small yard. "Fuguei, go steal, hurry. Get those clothes for your young master." "Oh, young master? No? The master will beat me." Fuguei's face was a mess. They had done a lot of fighting and brawling, but they had never done any petty thievery. "Humph. If you don't go, I'll break your legs right now." Of course, Fuguei knew that the young master was only saying it. They had been together since they were young. He had never really bullied him. Each time the master was angry, the young master would help him out. Xiao Jian pretended to kick him, but Fuguei was still helpless. He always followed his young master's words like they were divine orders. He hunched over, stuck out his bottom, and tiptoed towards the small yard, constantly looking around as if he was afraid of suddenly being caught. Chapter 11. A man in drag encounters thugs. Seeing him struggle for so long without even covering 10 steps, Xiao Jian was speechless. He lightly coughed, wanting to remind him to be more efficient. Upon hearing the cough, Fuguei was so frightened that he scrambled back, rolling and crawling. "Young master, is someone coming?" he asked, peering from behind a rock towards the end of the mountain path. "Damn it, you haven't even brought the clothes back, and you're already acting like a thief," Xiao Jian said in an annoyed tone. He pulled out a silver ingot and handed it to Fuguei. "Here, go and buy all the clothes hanging down there. Leave the money in a visible place." Yes, I won't steal them. I'll buy them." Fuguei nodded repeatedly. He swaggered into the small courtyard and collected all the clothes. The two of them arrived at a secluded spot. Fuguei tossed a cotton robe and a set of hemp women's clothing to the side. "Young master, we don't need these women's clothes. Should we return them?" Xiao Jian picked up the hemp women's clothes. They were a bit large, perfect for Fuguei's build. "Put them on." Xiao Jian tossed the clothing at Fugue. Ah, young master. This is women's clothing. Fugue was full of grievances. He looked at Xiao Jian warily. He felt that his young master was acting strangely today. Could it be that he had some strange ideas? He'd seen his fair share of depraved things happening in wealthy families. Seeing that Fugue was still staring blankly, Xiao Jian glared at him. What are you looking at? Hurry up. Okay, as long as young master is happy. Fugue nodded resolutely, as if he had made a huge decision. He unhesitatingly pulled on a black skirt, then put on a white blouse. Once he was dressed, he folded his hands in front of his chest and made a curtsy, raising his thick eyebrows and narrowing his eyes slightly, before grinning broadly and winking at Xiao Jian. Wow, Bleck, that's disgusting. Take it off immediately. Change into the men's clothes. Normally he looked quite presentable, but after putting on these women's clothes, he didn't seem human anymore, more like a bear. In Bamboo Forest Town, a sturdy young man wearing rough hemp clothes, carrying a load of firewood, walked down the mountain path. Behind him was a beautiful girl in a long, dark blue cotton dress. They reached the entrance of the town. The girl looked at a simple tea house by the side of the road. The tea house was supported by just a few bamboo poles, with a few old bamboo tables and chairs inside. Oh, brother, there's a tea house there. Shall we take a break before we go on? The girl's soft voice seemed to contain a metallic quality, pleasant and melodious. Okay, young master, sister. Fugue, who was carrying the firewood, had just said, young master, and quickly covered his mouth. He almost said young lord again. He remembered he was supposed to say sister. It sounded like sister, which was quite logical. Fugue was very proud of his cleverness. Inside the tea house, a few simply dressed old farmers and fishermen were sitting. Xiao Jian and Fugue entered, but they didn't attract their attention. Most woodcutters going to the city to sell firewood would stop at the tea house to rest. They continued chatting about recent gossip. Hey, have you heard? They say that the lightning strike on North Mountain last time was a sign of a star of disaster descending. I told you, that ball of light was terrifyingly huge. As expected, it's something big. Sigh. I'm afraid that Lake Prefecture is going to face trouble. This person looked worried, then added mysteriously. The new Taoist priest said he came specifically for the disaster star. TSK. Uncle Zhang's long-term illness was cured with just a bowl of talisman water. A fisherman looked around, afraid that others might hear. He whispered, hush. Uncle Zhang was possessed by an evil spirit. I saw him cast a spell with my own eyes, forcing the evil spirit to reveal its true form in the talisman. Someone immediately worried, that? Shirhua and the other three went hunting on North Mountain. It's been 7 days now, and they still haven't returned. Could something have happened to them? Old man, is this month's tribute money ready? Just as everyone was chatting, a deep and forceful voice came from outside, and the tea house instantly fell silent. A shirtless, bald, middle-aged man swaggered into the tea house. He was twirling a shiny short knife in his hand, its cold light flickering. Following closely behind him were 2 young men, holding wooden clubs with iron nails hammered into the heads, looking somewhat heavy. Entering the tea house, the bald man suddenly kicked a bamboo stool, breaking it in two with a loud crack. He was extremely arrogant. Inside the tea house, an old hunchback who looked like a bent bow quickly came forward. He cupped his hands and bowed to the bald man respectfully, saying, Master Ma, business has been slow recently. I beg Master Ma for a few more days. Bamboo Forest Town was located on the shore of Star Moon Lake. In the past, when there were many tourists, many people would come to the tea house to rest. Now that there were few tourists, only a few villagers came to sit, so it was normal that they couldn't pay the tribute money. The bald man kicked the old man to the ground, then grabbed him and lifted him up. His saliva splattered onto his face. Old thing, if you don't hand over the tribute money today, I'll tear down this doghouse of yours. Fugue, standing on the side, could no longer bear it. He jumped up. At Immortal's Bluff, he and his young master had fought with these kinds of local bullies many times. Xiao Jian coughed lightly. Fugue didn't move anymore, but he also didn't sit down. Xiao Jian also couldn't stand the bald man. However, he suspected that the fortune-telling Taoist priest lived nearby and didn't want to make a scene that would alarm him and his accomplices. Fugue suddenly standing up drew the bald man's attention. First, he looked at Fugue, and when he saw Xiao Jian in women's clothing beside him, his eyes immediately lit up. He tossed the tea house old man aside and came to stand before Xiao Jian. With a whoosh, the short knife flew from his hand, and with a thud, it stuck firmly in the table, the blade vibrating and making a buzzing sound. He placed a foot on a stool, leaned forward, and stared at Xiao Jian without any pretense. Heh, not bad, not bad. I never thought that in these deep mountains and forests, there would be such a pretty little lady hidden away. As he spoke, he reached out with 2 fingers, wanting to lift Xiao Jian's chin. Fugui slapped his fingers away and was about to throw a punch. Xiao Jian's eyes turned red. His voice, made to be soft like a woman's, trembled as he cried, "Wah wah, brother, I want to go home." The Taoist priest and the others must be looking for him. He couldn't expose his male identity here. Fugui stood in front of the bald man. Xiao Jian got up to leave, but was stopped by 2 young men with wooden clubs. Heh, little lady, it's your good fortune that our master Ma has taken a fancy to you. Don't be ungrateful. Xiao Jian was furious and frustrated. Damn it, bald man. I'm going to curse your ancestors. If I don't kill you today, I will never have face to see anyone again. The bald man turned to look at the young men expressionlessly and said, "Let her go." Heh, once you're on my turf, how can I let you fly away? But it's not convenient to make a move here. If the authorities were alerted, I might have to suffer myself. Xiao Jian avoided the 2 men, raised his hand to wipe his eyes, pretended to be crying, and quickly ran towards a fork in the mountain path. Chapter 12. The Strange Deaths in the Cave. When they came to the town along the mountain path, they had already checked the fork. It led directly to a secluded mountain valley. Fugui followed close behind Xiao Jian. The bald man and his 2 companions followed behind them, keeping a distance of several dozen steps. The 2 groups tacitly headed towards the depths of the bamboo forest. Xiao Jian didn't want to cause trouble in the town, and the bald man preferred to handle the siblings in a secluded place. They reached the mountain valley and turned a corner. Xiao Jian picked up a rock and leaned against a thick tree trunk. Fugui continued to walk forward a few steps, grabbed a wrist-thick stick, and hid next to the rock. They had often worked together to fight in a mortal's bluff, and were well practiced in ambushes and dirty tricks. They already had a tacit understanding. As the bald man walked past Fugui's hiding place, Fugui suddenly sprang up and swung the wooden stick, hitting the bald man on the head with a loud thud. The bald man didn't even groan before he passed out. At this moment, the last thug was walking past Xiao Jian's hiding place. Xiao Jian swung his rock and hit him on the back of the head with a smack, splitting his skull open. The young man in the middle finally reacted. He looked at Fugui holding the wooden club in terror, guessing that he couldn't afford to mess with him. Then he turned his head back and saw Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian glared at him, tossing a bloody rock in his hand. He felt that this rock could fly toward him at any time. He was just about to kneel down and beg for mercy when Fugui dashed forward and punched him in the back. With a thud, the thug was sent sprawling to the ground. Xiao Jian stepped forward and swung the rock at his leg, crack, breaking the bone. All 3 thugs were down, but this was the only one who screamed in pain. Xiao Jian dropped the rock, brushed the dust off his hands, and, after checking the other 2 unconscious thugs, said to Fugui, "Break their dog legs." Then he began to scout the area. He needed to find a hidden place to hide these people so that the authorities could come and deal with them. Xiao Jian didn't want to kill them, but he didn't want to let them off easily. If they were just left lying on the mountain path, they might be rescued. At the end of the mountain path, he found a path trodden through the grass. Following this path into the bamboo forest, Xiao Jian found a cave at the edge of a cliff. The cave was hidden by dense bamboo and shrubs, and it was difficult to spot unless one looked carefully. It was a good place to hide people. Fugui, gag their mouths and carry them over here. As he spoke, Xiao Jian picked up a rock and threw it into the cave. Clang! An empty echo came from the cave. He stared at the entrance for a moment, and after not finding any anomalies, he confidently entered. The inside of the cave was very large. Xiao Jian could faintly hear the sound of water flowing deeper inside. Xiao Jian lit a torch, but had barely walked before he tripped over an object and nearly fell, flinging his torch away. Xiao Jian looked down, and he froze completely, his mind blank, and he felt a chill run down his spine. At his feet, 3 sets of cotton clothes were laid out neatly. On the outside of the tops were short leather jackets. Xiao Jian picked up the torch and carefully checked the surroundings. After not finding anything abnormal, he squatted down and carefully examined the clothes on the ground. These clothes were very strange. From the shoes on the ground to the headscarves, they were all arranged neatly in order. More strangely, the headscarves and waistbands were still tied as if they were being worn. In particular, the short leather jacket worn over the top was not even unbuttoned. But the clothes didn't contain any trace of the body. It was as if the people wearing the clothes had suddenly turned into air, while the clothes remained intact. Judging from the circumference of the waistbands and the distance between the shoes and headscarves, the owners of the clothes should all be young adults. Xiao Jian suddenly remembered the 3 hunters, Shihua and the others, mentioned at the tea house. These 3 sets of clothes most likely belonged to them. But why would they place their clothes in such a strange way in this cave? And where had the 3 of them gone? At this moment, Fuguei had already carried the 3 thugs into the cave and tied them securely with rattan. Xiao Jian didn't hesitate anymore. He needed to report the situation to his Uncle Shu as soon as possible. He needed to have someone deal with the 3 thugs. They had just returned to the mountain path when they heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Xiao Jian pulled Fuguei and quickly hid in the grass behind a rock. This was about 2 miles from the mountain path. Xiao Jian peeked out and saw a group of 3 people walking toward the cave. They were the 3 horse riders they had met on the official road. The burly man walked in the middle, and the skinny little guy still brought up the rear as before. Soon after Xiao Jian looked at them, a wave of malice suddenly washed over him, and a scene of the burly man turning his head immediately appeared in his mind. His body quickly retreated backwards. Sure enough, before he could hide behind the rock, the burly man looked over in his direction. Xiao Jian didn't dare to hesitate and secretly retreated another few miles before feeling safe. This burly man seemed to sense his presence. What was even stranger was that the other party should not have known there was anyone there, let alone who it was. Usually, it would not be possible to perceive threats that didn't have a specific target, let alone predict their follow-up actions. But today, Xiao Jian not only sensed it, but his perception was more accurate and clear than before. He was confused. How had his sensory abilities suddenly increased for no reason? He thought back on recent events, but couldn't come up with an answer to explain why he was more sensitive. About half an hour later, the 3 came out of the cave. The burly man stood at the cave entrance and looked at the place where Xiao Jian had been hiding for a long time. This time, he didn't look towards Xiao Jian's direction. It seemed that he could indeed sense the presence of others, but there must be a certain range limit. A moment later, the burly man said something. The 3 of them didn't linger anymore and went straight to the back mountain. Only after they could no longer see the 3 people did Xiao Jian and Fuguei return to the cave. He wanted to check on the 3 thugs. As soon as Fuguei entered the cave, he cried out in horror, "Young master, look! Here! Here! The people are gone!" Xiao Jian quickly entered the cave. All that remained in the place where the 3 thugs had been tied were 3 sets of clothes, and the rattan they had used to bind them was still in perfect condition. The 2 of them stood there stiffly, looking at the empty clothes. It was silent except for the sound of their own breathing. Suddenly, a cold wind came from the depths of the darkness, making a strange whistling sound, like the wailing of wronged souls, turning the already dim cave into a sinister and terrifying place. "Let's go." Xiao Jian felt very uncomfortable and didn't want to stay there any longer. Chapter 13. The Ancient Taoist Sect, the Divine Altar. In the afternoon, the 2 of them went around Star Moon Lake and came to a bustling street full of shops in the center of the city. "Baozi, hot Baozi, candied hawthorns, little sister. Want some fragrant and soft flatbread? How about a few?" Xiao Jian politely waved his hand, and then took out 2 candied hawthorns and handed them to Fuguei. After walking around the corner of the street, a signboard that said, "Miracle Worker," caught Xiao Jian's eye. He was shocked. It was the same fortune-telling Taoist priest. No wonder he didn't see him in Bamboo Forest Town. He had come here. He saw that the priest was holding a small boy's hand and talking to a middle-aged woman next to the boy. They were a little far away, so he couldn't hear their conversation. The boy looked less than 10 years old. He was thin and wore an oversized padded jacket, making him look very out of proportion. The middle-aged woman wore patched coarse hemp clothes, clearly from a poor family. Xiao Jian glanced at his own women's clothes, then gave Fuguei a signal, indicating that he should not follow, and then pretended to walk past as if nothing was wrong. He stopped in front of a general goods stall not far from the Taoist priest, picked up a wooden comb and examined it, but his eyes frequently glanced in the direction of the Taoist priest. The Taoist priest first placed his hand on the boy's head and then felt his body. Afterwards, he showed a gratified expression and said, "Little brother, would you be willing to join our divine altar sect and practice the Tao of Heaven?" The woman pulled the boy over, looked at the Taoist priest vigilantly. Immortal. I don't know what the divine altar sect does. My Gua is too young and can't do any work yet. The Taoist priest released the boy, stroked the small goatee on his chin, looked at the boy with a smile, and the boy hid behind the woman. Woman, no need to worry. Our divine altar sect is an ancient Taoist sect. The world is now in turmoil, and demons have appeared. Our sect, at the request of the court, has come out to subdue demons and return peace and tranquility to the world. As he spoke, the Taoist priest looked up at the sky, giving off a mysterious and profound aura, and his tone of voice became very deep. After he finished, he looked at the woman, and then looked at the boy behind the woman, and said solemnly, "This boy has a pure spiritual root. He's a great cultivation physique. It is also his good fortune to meet this poor Taoist. Mother, I don't want to leave my father and mother." The boy shrank his neck and didn't dare look into the Taoist priest's shining eyes. The woman heard that they had the court's approval and felt relieved, and said expectantly, "Will we be able to learn medical skills in your divine altar sect and heal people like the immortal?" The woman had heard that this Taoist priest was very skilled in medicine and had cured many people with stubborn ailments. She was looking for the Taoist priest today, hoping he could cure her husband. Haha, healing people is just a minor skill. Cultivating the Tao of heaven, even flying in the sky and slaying demons are also possible. As he spoke, the Taoist priest raised his hand and pointed at a pile of weeds not far away. A red light suddenly shot out from his fingertip and set the weeds ablaze with a whoosh. Xiao Jian was nervous when he saw the Taoist priest's skill and almost fell to the ground. He hadn't expected this Taoist priest to be so powerful. The woman was even worse. She suddenly knelt on the ground, thinking that the Taoist priest was angry and didn't dare to raise her head. "Immortal, please calm your anger. Please calm your anger. This matter must be discussed with his father." The Taoist priest quickly helped the woman up, his face full of compassion, and said, "Woman, no need to be afraid. This poor Taoist was just demonstrating the magic of the heavens and has no intention of forcing the woman." As if remembering the woman's initial reason for seeking him, he consoled her, "This poor Taoist will come with you to treat your husband's illness." Xiao Jian was very confused. This Taoist priest also helped cure the sick, which didn't make him seem like an utterly irredeemable villain. Could it be that he was not with the burly man? According to what the Taoist priest said, the divine altar sect was a sect that was recognized by the court and also helped the government to exorcise demons. Thinking about the neatly arranged clothes in the cave, and the tinge of green light in the burly man's eyes, maybe he was the demon that the Taoist priest was talking about? Perhaps the Taoist priest and the skinny little guy were together to investigate the whereabouts of the burly man and his group? Xiao Jian thought about the scene of the burly man leaving after he was exposed in the cave. Could it be that they were afraid of this Taoist priest? But what was the Taoist priest looking into the meteor strike for? Was the divine altar sect also paying attention to this matter? Xiao Jian felt that it all made sense, but he still had a kind of inexplicable unease in his heart. He believed his intuition, perhaps because he was different from others, and had the ability to sense danger since he was a child. His intuition was more accurate than that of normal people. When they arrived at the gate of the Shu Manor, Xiao Jian was just about to hand the visiting card to the gatekeeper, when clop, 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 two tall horses approached. Shuya elegantly dismounted and handed the reins to the maid behind her. Today, she was dressed in a set of black fitted clothes, looking heroic and spirited, with a bow and arrows on her back that shimmered with a golden light. She just glanced at Xiao Jian casually and didn't seem to recognize him. Many people came to visit her father every day, so she didn't find it strange. But when she saw Fuguei, her expression clearly paused, her eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Xiao Jian in surprise again. Shuya raised her eyebrows, her eyes shining. "Hehe, it's you." She walked up to Xiao Jian, tilted her head, and teased him. "Aya, whose girl is this? So pretty and delicate. Why are you dressed like this? Are you here to sell yourself as a slave?" Xiao Jian twisted his head to the side, avoiding her gaze. He didn't dare look Shuya in the eye. "Cough cough, Miss Shu. I have something important to discuss with Uncle Shu." "Humph. Something important." Shuya didn't believe it. She ignored his words. Seeing that he seemed to be avoiding her again, she deliberately used the whip to stop his chin, forcing him to face her directly. "Oh, are you shy? So cute. I'm in need of a rough maid. How about you become my slave?" Shu Ya's words were full of teasing. Xiao Jin's face turned a bit hot. He reached out to push away the whip, but before he touched it, The whip instantly moved away and then rested firmly in the same spot. Xiao Jian was helpless and even a bit frantic. "Miss Shu, don't go too far." On the cruise ship, when she was in front of everyone, she seemed like a lady, but now she was completely showing her true colors. What a fairy. Bah, she's just a devil. Shu Ya's mouth curled up slightly. She had finally seized this opportunity. If she didn't give him a good punishment today, who knew how rebellious he would become in the future? Hehe, I'm just going to go too far. What can you do about it? Aren't you sharp-tongued? Come on, bite me. I've learned some basic martial arts, or maybe we can practice together. As she spoke, she made a fist and shook it in front of Xiao Jian's eyes in a show of force. Xiao Jian was instantly overcome with a sense of powerlessness. How could such a beautiful and delicate girl, who was like a fairy, actually be practicing martial arts? Where was the justice in that? He was frustrated and unconsciously twisted his neck, trying to avoid her mocking gaze, but the whip was like a root, firmly controlling his chin and preventing him from moving. Chapter 14. Falling again into Shu Ya's gaze. Shu Ya, what exactly do you want? Xiao Jian was annoyed. This time, he called her by her given name, not bothering with any formalities. Guess. Cough cough. Xiao Jian coughed twice. Shu Ya's words choked him and almost made it difficult to breathe. Are you kidding me? That's my usual line. A sense of frustration rose in Xiao Jian's heart. He glared at Shu Ya, and Shu Ya was also playfully staring at him. Their eyes met unexpectedly. His heart sank suddenly. He was about to turn away, but it was too late. His vision suddenly went completely dark. Xiao Jian knew he had been tricked again. He felt himself drawn into her eyes, but what he saw was his own mind. In the depths of the darkness, a golden point of light was flickering. This golden point of light didn't expand as it had before. Instead, it kept charging in the same direction. The direction the golden light was charging seemed to be blocked by an invisible membrane. Every time the light point hit this membrane, water-like ripples would appear around it, and the light point would dim considerably. Xiao Jian's mind ached painfully, his limbs were stiff and he couldn't move. He could only watch in terror as the light point kept hitting the barrier, unable to stop it. He was certain that this golden light came from the golden glow on Shu Ya, and the pitch-black space he saw was probably a manifestation of her eyes, or maybe she had brought his vision into her own mind. No matter which it was an incredible event. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Who exactly was she? What did she want? Countless questions flooded Xiao Jian's mind. Was she crazy enough to want to bore a hole in his mind? But why didn't he sense danger? Didn't he sense malice? Boom. Before Xiao Jian could recover from his confusion, there was a sudden muffled sound in his mind. The golden point of light, like a sharp arrow, finally pierced the membrane. The intense pain in Xiao Jian's brain almost made him lose control of his body, and he nearly fell to the ground. The golden point of light also became extremely dim and flew out through the opening. Xiao Jian finally regained his freedom, and his vision returned from the pitch-black space. But he still stared blankly at Shu Ya for a long time before he came back to his senses. The maid who had been watching the show was also full of shock. According to her understanding of her young mistress, she usually liked steady, practical, and ambitious people, and had no liking for frivolous young masters like Xiao Jian. But today, her young mistress was playing around with Xiao Jian so carelessly. She even felt that her mistress seemed to be training him. She glanced at her mistress and felt a little strange, but she quickly felt relieved. This might not be a bad thing. In her heart, compared to those noble sons, Xiao Jian lived a more authentic life, without all the pretense. Shu Ya, why haven't you gone into the residence yet? Suddenly, a low voice released Xiao Jian from his trance. Xiao Jian looked around, but couldn't find the source of the voice. He took a deep breath and shook his head again to clear his head. Shu Ya glared at Xiao Jian and pointed behind him. Then she waved her small fist, as if warning him not to mess around. Xiao Jian turned around and saw a small sedan chair for two had just landed. Shu Ya walked to the front of the sedan chair and lifted the curtain. A tall figure stepped out of the sedan chair. Father, Xiao Jian is here. He says he has important things to talk to you about, she said softly, then glanced at Xiao Jian. She was completely different from the arrogant woman just now. Xiao Jian of Immortal's Bluff, I greet you, uncle. Xiao Jian quickly stepped forward and bowed, but he was thinking that from Shu Ya's expression, she didn't seem to know what had just happened. However, in both instances, Xiao Jian didn't sense any malice. He trusted his ability to sense such things, and believed Shu Ya had no intention to harm him. He had to find a chance to ask her carefully what was going on here. When Lord Shu saw Xiao Jian in women's clothing, he was surprised at first, but he quickly recovered. "Nephew, come inside quickly and we can talk." In the study, Lord Shu asked, "Xiao Jian, you arrived in Shang Prefecture a long time ago, right? Why did you only come to the residence today?" Xiao Jian couldn't reveal the identity of the Confucian scholar, so he could only explain, "Uncle, I encountered some things. I did some secret investigations for a few days, and now I have some clues. That's why I have come to disturb you, uncle." At this time, a servant brought in tea sets. Lord Shu poured tea for Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian quickly took the teapot and poured tea for Lord Shu before filling his own cup. "Xiao Jian, now that you are in Shang Prefecture, consider the Shu residence your home. There's no need to stay at an inn. By the way, what did you want to talk about?" Xiao Jian told him the details of what he had seen in the cave. Finally, he emphasized, "Uncle Shu, I feel that these three people are extremely strange. I'm afraid their origins are extraordinary." Lord Shu listened to Xiao Jian's story quietly, his face growing increasingly solemn, but he did not show any surprise. After Xiao Jian finished speaking, he said, "In fact, these kinds of incidents have already happened in many places. It's not necessarily a bad thing that they were able to leave on their own." He got up and walked to the window and pushed open the window shutters. Hearing Lord Shu's words, Xiao Jian's heart sank. These strange incidents were actually widespread? Xiao Jian looked at Lord Shu in confusion. From his tone, it seemed that the government couldn't do anything about these things. Lord Shu stood quietly by the window, looking at the distant sky, and did not speak for a long time, and the room suddenly became heavy. Xiao Jian stared at the afterglow of the sunset. The sun was setting in the west, and it seemed to be covered with a layer of dark gauze, making it unusually dim. Lord Shu sighed, demons run rampant, and the sun and moon have lost their light. This is a sign of a great disaster." His tone was full of vicissitudes and worry, as if the end of the world was about to come. Xiao Jian, on the other hand, felt that Lord Shu was exaggerating a bit. What the burly man did in the cave was indeed against the laws of nature. But in Xiao Jian's view, they just had some special abilities, like the Taoist priest's fire magic, Shu Ya's strange eyes, and his own ability to sense danger. All of these could only be considered special abilities. It was a bit of an exaggeration to call them demons. "Uncle Shu, have you investigated the origins of these three people who appeared in the cave?" Since Lord Shu already knew about this, investigating their origins shouldn't be difficult. They must have relatives and friends, even wives and children. They, people? No, they are not people, but soul-devouring evil spirits. They are evil beings that devour souls. Lord Shu's tone was extremely heavy, full of repression and worry. After hearing this, Xiao Jian's body trembled violently. He looked at Lord Shu in disbelief, with an expression of shock and disbelief. Lord Shu seemed to realize that he was too emotional. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and explained, "They only borrowed human bodies. Their true forms are just a cloud of mist." Possession. Xiao Jian couldn't help but think of possession, as if he had experienced something similar before. He had a strange sense of familiarity. Chapter 15. Shuya becomes abnormally strange. He suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic and unease. Ever since he woke up from his nightmare, it seemed that everything had begun to become abnormal. First, a pendant suddenly appeared on his chest, and a huge rock appeared out of nowhere beside him. On the way to Lake Prefecture, he inadvertently saw the terrifying, emerald green glow in the eyes of the burly man. In the cave and bamboo forest town, clothes were neatly placed, but the bodies inside had mysteriously disappeared. On the street, he saw the Taoist priest setting grass on fire with just a gesture, as well as Shu Ya's strange eyes. Every event revealed an unusual aura. Now, the soul-devouring evil spirits had suddenly been revealed. He felt that the soul-devouring evil spirits were somehow connected to him. Xiao Jian touched the pendant on his chest and recalled the fortune-telling Taoist priest asking about the meteor strike on the bridge and the skinny little guy coming out of the inn. He was sure that these people had already noticed him. Thinking about the 3 sets of hunters' clothes in the cave, the disappearance of the 3 hunters must have been related to their trip to North Mountain. From this, it could be seen that they were always looking for clues about the meteor strike. Although he had managed to escape this time, would they give up? If he confronted them, how could he protect himself? Xiao Jian raised his head and asked in a trembling voice, Can they be killed?" Lord Shu paced back and forth a few steps, sighed, and return to the tea table to sit down. Some have hurt them, but their wounds heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lord Shu's answer made Xiao Jian feel as if he was in an ice cellar, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. After Lord Shu finished speaking, he noticed that Xiao Jian's face was pale. He asked with concern, "Xiao Jian, you don't look good. Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" Xiao Jian took a sip of water, rubbed his forehead, and then shook his head, saying, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. I was just a little afraid after suddenly hearing the truth." Only he knew that it wasn't purely because of fear, but also related to the mental exhaustion caused by looking into Shu Ya's eyes. As for the strangeness of Shu Ya's eyes, he decided to talk to Shu Ya first. He even suspected that Shu Ya and Lord Shu didn't know about this. It was already late, and Xiao Jian didn't refuse. He followed Lord Shu's arrangements and stayed at the Shu residence for the night. He had a good night's sleep. Just as dawn broke, he heard a whoosh sound coming from outside, along with occasional cheers. Xiao Jian was staying in the middle courtyard. In the center of the middle courtyard was a large garden. The noise was coming from the training ground in the garden. When he arrived at the training ground, he saw Shu Ya wielding a sword. Her continuous moves formed a dazzling ball of light under the morning sunlight. It seemed that Shu Ya really wasn't just bluffing him. She was really practicing martial arts, and her skills seemed to be very high. Anyway, Xiao Jian felt that he was definitely no match for her. In the corner of the training ground, the Confucian scholar was staring at Shu Ya intently. Beside him, a young man was practicing his swordsmanship. What bad luck. He met this Confucian scholar here again. Xiao Jian felt unhappy seeing him stare churmy at Shu Ya. At this time, the Confucian scholar saw Xiao Jian as well. He walked up to the young man with the sword, said a few words to him, and the young man inserted his sword into the rack and came to Xiao Jian. This young man was wearing a gorgeous dark blue robe, leather boots, and had a jade pendant hanging on his waist. He must be a city defense general. "Are you Xiao Jian? I heard from young Master Zhang that you want to knock out his teeth." This city defense general did have a handsome face. He was taller than Xiao Jian. He had one hand on the hilt of his sword and looked at Xiao Jian with a majestic presence. Yes, that's true. If he doesn't know how to restrain himself, it might be more than just a threat. Xiao Jian wasn't going to show any weakness. He wasn't going to back down if someone tried to steal his fiancée. At this time, Shu Ya also put away her sword and stood directly next to the city defense general. In her eyes, Xiao Jian saw a trace of disdain for him. This kind of look was not present in her eyes in the 3 previous encounters. "Humph. Xiao Jian, who I associate with, is my business. What right do you have to interfere?" When Xiao Jian saw Shu Ya today, he had a strange feeling, and it was particularly obvious in her words just now. Xiao Jian was even more unhappy. It was one thing for the city defense general to stand up for the Zhang family, but Shu Ya was actually on their side too, which he couldn't accept. Shu Ya's performance today was extremely disappointing to Xiao Jian. "I said before you and I end our relationship, if he dares to have any ill intentions, I will knock out his teeth." Xiao Jian's tone was full of anger. "Xiao Jian, to tell you the truth, I'm the one who had my cousin stop you at the city gates." When Shu Ya saw that Xiao Jian was still speaking disrespectfully, she seemed a little angry and directly revealed the truth about the incident at the city gates. Xiao Jian understood. Just as he had expected, the Confucian scholar was able to intercept him on time because he knew his schedule. The only people who knew his schedule were Lord Shu and Shu Ya. Although Shu Ya admitted it, Xiao Jian felt complicated. Although he had never taken this marriage seriously from the beginning, this was like being slapped in the face. Haha, someone like you who's a piece of trash actually wants to be a toad and gaze upon Shu Ya? Seeing that Shu Ya was on their side, the Confucian scholar became even more arrogant. He abandoned his usual refined scholarly image, stood in front of the exit and stared at Xiao Jian, as if he were afraid Xiao Jian would run away. "Brother, this guy is too arrogant. We must teach him a good lesson today. Doesn't he like to break people's teeth? Today, let's knock out 2 of his front teeth." This city defense general was actually the Confucian scholar's older brother, but there was not a single similarity between the two in terms of appearance or personality. The city defense general, who was addressed as brother by the Confucian scholar, seemed to care very much about what the Confucian scholar said. As if he had received an order, he said coldly to Xiao Jian, "If you dare be arrogant in Lake Prefecture, you have to pay the price. If you don't leave 2 teeth behind today, you won't leave this gate." As he spoke, his hand reached towards Xiao Jian. Fugue was standing next to Xiao Jian. Seeing that the other party was going to harm Xiao Jian, he immediately stood in front of Xiao Jian. The city defense general turned his palm into a fist and hit Fugue hard on the bridge of his nose. Fugue was no match for him. With just one punch, Fugue was sent flying. His nose was bleeding all over his face. Fugue. Xiao Jian's heart ached. Although Fugue was his follower, the two of them were actually closer than brothers. Seeing that he was injured, Xiao Jian's eyes immediately became bloodshot. He grabbed a stool next to him and madly smashed it on the city defense general's head. Bang! The city defense general was instantly left with a bloody head. He took several steps back before he barely managed to stand firm. Looking for death, the city defense general drew his sword with a whoosh and swung it at Xiao Jian's arm. Xiao Jian quickly retreated when he saw this, but he was a young master who had never practiced martial arts, so how could he keep up with the speed of a military general? The force of the sword blew Xiao Jian's hair up into the air. At this moment, Xiao Jian's heart was as cold as ice. He didn't hate the Confucian scholar or the city defense general, but he hated Shuya extremely. No matter what the final outcome between Shuya and him was, she shouldn't be ganging up with outsiders to deal with her fiancé. Seeing that blood was about to splatter in 5 steps, Xiao Jian closed his eyes in resignation. Just at this critical moment, clang! A sharp longsword deflected the city defense general's sword. The sword light spun around, and with a flash of cold light, an arm, along with its sword, went flying off. Ah, you! A scream suddenly rang out. The city defense general clutched his empty shoulder, blood gushing from between his fingers. He looked at Shuya holding the sword in horror. Was this the same Shuya who often went hunting and practiced martial arts together? Shuya stared at the city defense general with narrowed eyes. Her sword was pointing directly at his throat. As long as the city defense general dared to make the slightest move, her sword would pierce his throat. Don't move a single hair on his body. Shuya's voice seemed to contain a kind of magic, low and extremely majestic, making people not dare to have a trace of resistance. Xiao Jian also looked at Shuya in disbelief. Just now they were acting in unison to target him, and in the blink of an eye, Shuya had cut off the city defense general's arm. Chapter 16. Don't touch a single hair on his body. At this moment, Xiao Jian finally saw a long-lost ray of golden light in her eyes again. Although this ray of golden light seemed much weaker than before, it was still very obvious. But strangely, all the surrounding servants and maids, except for being shocked on the spot, did not look at Shuya's eyes. They seemed not to have noticed this anomaly. Could it be that they couldn't see this ray of golden light at all? Shuya, what are you doing? Suddenly, a roar brought everyone back from their shock. Lord Shu strode in from the outer courtyard, looking at Shuya in astonishment and shouting loudly. Clang! The sharp sword in Shuya's hand fell to the ground. Her body seemed to suddenly lose its balance, and she fell backward. Xiao Jian rushed forward with a stride, grabbed her, and asked with concern, Shuya, what's wrong? Shuya's face was pale. The golden light in her eyes was becoming dimmer and dimmer, as if it was about to go out. Recalling that after making eye contact with Shuya in front of the Shu residence yesterday, when that golden light had opened a channel in his mind, it had become much dimmer. And today, when he saw it dim again, Xiao Jian felt a faint pain in his heart. He had a feeling that this ray of golden light had always been helping him, and that everything that had just happened was probably related to this ray of golden light. Chunju, quickly take Miss back to her room to rest. Lord Shu still didn't know what had happened here. Seeing that Shuya wasn't hurt, he ordered the maid. The maid, who had always been by Shuya's side, quickly supported Shuya and walked towards the backyard. Xiao Jian was a little relieved when he saw Shuya could still walk. Lord Shu then ordered a middle-aged servant by his side, Old Wang, take General Zhang to the clinic for treatment. The servant picked up the arm from the ground, and several people carried General Zhang away quickly. The Confucian scholar had already been frightened into a pale state. Seeing that Lord Shu hadn't noticed him, he walked away with General Zhang, his legs trembling. After everyone had dispersed, Lord Shu then looked at Xiao Jian and said, You come with me to the study. In the study, Xiao Jian lowered his head and didn't dare to sit down. After all, today's incident was greatly related to him. Uncle Shu, I'm sorry. He usually messed around, but today's incident was too big, and Xiao Jian was very uneasy. Lord Shu waved his hand, interrupted Xiao Jian, and asked, What exactly happened? Why was Shuya so impulsive? Xiao Jian described the events in the garden in detail, and then said apologetically, If Shuya hadn't made a move, I would have lost my arm today. Lord Shu breathed a sigh of relief and said calmly, Shuya didn't seem to care much about your marriage before. I didn't know about the incident at the city gates. You don't need to take it too seriously. After all, you two have never met. However, she seems to have changed her mind about you recently. After Lord Shu finished speaking, he pointed at the seat in front of the tea table, indicating that Xiao Jian should sit down. Xiao Jian cupped his hands and then sat down, saying, Uncle Shu, General Zhang was injured. I'm afraid that is going to add trouble for you. Xiao Jian changed the topic, not wanting to talk about Shuya. He felt that there seemed to be another reason behind this, and he needed to find a suitable time to ask Shuya about it face to face. You don't need to worry about this matter. A city defense commandant dared to draw a sword and hurt people in my residence. If Shuya hadn't stopped it, how would I explain this to your father? He brought this upon himself. Only then did Xiao Jian learn that this General Zhang was the city defense commandant of Lake Prefecture, an 8th-rank military officer. And Lord Shu was the governor of Lake Prefecture, a 5th-rank civil official. He really had the confidence to say those words. But Xiao Jian knew that sometimes official position could not determine everything. One also needed to look at the other party's family background. Clop, clop, clop. Suddenly, a series of rapid hoofbeats came from far away and headed straight for the Shu residence. Report. A roar broke the tranquility of Lake Prefecture. Lord Shu's expression became solemn, and he quickly walked outside. As soon as he reached the courtyard, the guards had already helped the messenger soldier come in. The soldier had a disheveled appearance, and he staggered as he came to Lord Shu. He fell to the ground with a thud, raised a document in both hands, and shouted, Emergency report from the border. The barbarians are attacking the pass on a large scale. The Harfa tribe's 1,000 cavalry are attacking Lake Prefecture. Lord Shu took the document and scanned it. His face suddenly became solemn. He waved his hand, indicating that the guards should take the soldier to rest. Xiaojian, Lake Prefecture might be in danger. You should leave immediately and return to Immortal's Bluff. At this time, Shuya also learned about the emergency report from the border. Supported by the maid, she rushed over. Shuya, you should also pack up and leave for Shang Prefecture immediately. Lord Shu didn't mention General Zhang again. Seeing that Shuya's face had regained some color and that she seemed fine, he didn't ask about her condition, as if what happened just now had never happened. Shuya also didn't explain anything. She took the emergency report and looked at it. Her heart turned cold and she said urgently, Father, what are you going to do? They've also forced many refugees with them. How can the few hundred remaining troops in Lake Prefecture defend the city? Xiao Jian frowned. Lake Prefecture was not far from the border. Why did such an important city only have a few hundred remaining troops guarding it? Seeing Xiao Jian's confused expression, Lord Shu said, Various places have suffered poor harvests for years, and the court is overwhelmed. They have long had plans to abandon Lake Prefecture. They won't even defend Shang Prefecture to the death. Xiao Jian understood. The court was planning to abandon its burden. If a large number of refugees poured into Lake Prefecture from the north, Lake Prefecture would be difficult to maintain, even if the barbarians didn't come. I won't leave. I want to be with Father. Shu Ya's eyes were already starting to turn red. If Xiao Jian hadn't been there, she would probably have cried. Don't be silly. After I deal with the matters here, I will go to Shang Prefecture immediately. If anything happens, you should return to Qingsha City. Lake Prefecture could not be defended, and the court didn't plan to defend Lake Prefecture to the death. Letting them stay here would only increase the danger unnecessarily. Xiao Jian nodded silently, without saying much. This barbarian cavalry had arrived a little too suddenly. He had a feeling that their sudden attack on Lake Prefecture was very likely related to the burly man. Maybe they were even coming for the matter of the meteor strike. The other two people beside the burly man were barbarians. Could that mean that a barbarian tribe had been controlled by the soul-devouring evil spirits? The soul-devouring evil spirits could possess humans. It would be easy for them to control a barbarian tribe. The only thing he didn't understand was that the reaction speed of the barbarian cavalry seemed too fast. Perhaps they had a special way of communicating? The soul-devouring evil spirits were not human. Xiao Jian wouldn't be surprised if they had a special way to communicate. Xiao Jian's mood suddenly became extremely urgent. He was worried that the dark rock was too conspicuous and would be discovered by them. He was sure that the meteor strike Fuguei had seen at the time was the unusual phenomenon caused by the appearance of that rock. Although he still didn't know what the pendant and the rock were, or where they came from, since the burly man and the Taoist priest of the Divine Altar sect were both paying attention to it, it could be deduced that they were extraordinary. These two things were definitely greatly related to him, and maybe even his life depended on it. He had to go back as soon as possible and find a way to transfer or hide the rock. Xiao Jian and Fugue didn't stop and, after 3 days, they finally arrived at the place where the rock was. Xiao Jian wanted to confirm that the rock was still in its original place, so he ordered Fugue to take the horses to the foot of the mountain to drink water. Just as he jumped off his horse, he felt the ground shaking slightly. He quickly lay on the ground, held his breath, and listened for a moment. His face immediately turned pale. At this moment, the rumble of horse hooves, like continuous muffled thunder, was rolling in. The vibrations made his ears buzz. The sound of hoofbeats was getting closer and closer, and a strong sense of fear rose in Xiao Jian's heart. These must be the barbarian cavalry. They were going to attack Immortal's Bluff. Xiao Jian's heart almost sank to the bottom. They really were coming for the meteor strike. This place was the closest to Immortal's Bluff. The first place they would go to look for clues about the meteor strike was Immortal's Bluff. He didn't have time to check on the rock anymore. Xiao Jian leaped back onto his horse and said urgently to Fugue, "Go! Let's take the small path back." The other party was elite cavalry, riding strong warhorses. If they still followed the official road, the other party would quickly catch up to them. The two of them deviated from the official road and headed towards North Mountain along a small path by the stream. This small path led directly to the Xiao family village school. After going over a hill, Xiao Jian turned his head and looked back at the official road. He saw cold lights flickering on the road, and there was dust flying for several miles, blocking out the sky and the sun. Clop, clop, clop. The sound of hoofbeats was like thunder, and even the hill he was standing on was trembling. Chapter 17. Barbarian Cavalry Attacks Immortal's Bluff. This was a cavalry force of over 1,000 men. Go! Xiao Jian's face was pale, and his heart was ice cold. A barbarian cavalry of over 1,000 men attacking an unprepared Immortal's Bluff would definitely cause a bloodbath. He whipped his horse hard several times. The horse galloped down the mountain. The bumpy ride made him feel like his bones were about to shatter, and the insides of his thighs were rubbed raw and bleeding. Xiao Jian's riding skills were only average. He had never ridden so frantically before. Several times the bumps almost sent him flying off his horse. After going around a bend, he finally saw the school halfway up the mountain. There were a few wooden structures surrounded by a low wall. The school was less than 5 miles in a direct line from Xiao Family Village. Standing outside the school's wall, one could have a panoramic view of Xiao Family Village below the mountain. Behind the school was a dense forest that was connected to the vast North Mountain Range. The front and left and right sides were cliffs. This place used to be a mountain manor. The teacher had taken a liking to its peaceful beauty, so Xiao Jian's father had turned it into a school. The mountain path leading to the school was built on a cliff. The cliff was dozens of feet high, and at the bottom was a stream that intersected with the official road to Lake Prefecture. Xiao Jian had been traveling along this small path by the stream. They rushed to the bottom of the cliff in front of the school. He saw his father standing outside the school's wall, looking down, having been alarmed by the rapid sound of hooves. Xiao Jian originally intended to go straight to Xiao Family Village, but since his father was at the school, he quickly turned his horse around and charged towards the school's mountain path. The horse was already exhausted, and the school's mountain path was winding upwards. The horse had just run a few steps when it stumbled, its front legs suddenly buckling, and Xiao Jian was thrown off. Xiao Jian! Xiao Jian's father cried out in alarm and rushed down the mountain. He picked up Xiao Jian in his arms. Before his father could speak, Xiao Jian, out of breath, said, "Dad, hurry! The barbarian cavalry is coming. Quick, quick, gather people and tell everyone to evacuate." Seeing Xiao Jian's urgent expression, his father quickly carried him towards the school, asking as he ran, "Don't be anxious, tell me slowly, what happened?" "The barbarian cavalry is right behind us. They're attacking Immortal's Bluff." Xiao Jian calmed his breathing and gave his father a rough account of the cavalry he had seen on the road. After hearing this, his father hurried to the school. Just as he put Xiao Jian down, a little girl ran out from inside. "Brother Xiao Jian, what's wrong?" "Wah, Brother Xiao Jian, what happened to you?" The little girl saw Xiao Jian being carried up and thought he was injured. She rushed over crying. Xiao Jian reached out to pick her up and gently wiped away her tears, comforting her tenderly. "Xiao Ling, don't cry. Brother is fine. I was just too tired." Xiao Ling was the granddaughter of the teacher. She was only 6 years old. Xiao Jian tried hard to hide his nervous expression to avoid frightening her. At this moment, a thin boy walked over, took Xiao Ling, and asked with concern, "Cousin, what happened? Why are you so tired?" This boy was called Zhang Chun. He was the son of Xiao Jin's aunt, and also Xiao Jin's cousin. He wore a washed-out coarse hemp shirt and looked thin and weak. Zhang Chun was only half a year younger than Xiao Jin, but he was half a head shorter than Xiao Jin. Before going to Lake Prefecture, his father had told Xiao Jin that Zhang Chun was coming to study with him. Today should be his first time at the school, and that was why his father accompanied him here. Clop, clop, clop. Xiao Jin was just about to talk to Zhang Chun when suddenly, he heard rapid hoofbeats coming from down the mountain. He immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao family village was finished. Immortal's Bluff was finished. Xiao Jin fell to the ground, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. He and Fugue had pushed their horses to their limits, rushing all the way here, but they hadn't reached home much sooner. He punched the ground. He hated his powerlessness. He hated that he couldn't save Immortal's Bluff. He had brought disaster to Immortal's Bluff. If it hadn't been for the meteor that had appeared out of nowhere, all of this might not have happened. He didn't understand what was happening in this world. He didn't understand the soul-devouring evil spirits and what they wanted to do. At this moment, he desperately wanted to become stronger. He wanted to destroy these beasts. Down the mountain, the large cavalry force had already charged into Xiao family village. In a short while, the faint sounds of heart-rending screams and cries could be heard. Then thick black smoke appeared, with red flames flashing occasionally. At this moment, 3 cavalrymen left Xiao family village and charged towards the school. His father drew his sword and hurried towards the path, saying, "Xiao Jin, take the teacher and hide in the back mountain." Seeing that Fugue was still standing there blankly, he pointed to a wooden box and said, "There are some clothes and bedding in this box. Take it with you." Xiao Jin was a little anxious. His eyelids were twitching wildly, and he said urgently, "Dad, let's go together." His father glared at him and roared, "Hurry up and go. If you leave, then I can get away." His father had been a soldier when he was young and usually worked out, so he wasn't weak. The teacher also came out of the study and said with a wry smile, "I'm already half buried. What's the point of running? This old body will only drag you down. I'll wait here for the village head." He touched his granddaughter Xiao Ling's hair and said to Lianping, "Xiao Ling is in your hands. Don't let her suffer. There's half a bag of sweet potatoes in the house. Take it with you." The barbarian cavalry had arrived at Immortal's Bluff. No one knew when they would leave. If everyone hid in the deep mountains without taking some food, they would starve to death sooner or later. The teacher's expression was calm, and his tone was even. But after speaking, he glanced at Xiao Ling a few more times, his eyes full of love and reluctance. The school was not too far from Xiao family village. The 3-man cavalry team quickly reached the school's path. When Xiao Jin saw them, his heart sank even lower. As expected, these 3 were the burly man's cavalry team. The one in the lead was a scarred-faced barbarian. He held a large broadsword. He was fully armored, and even his horse was wrapped in a leather coat, making him act as a heavy cavalry. Following closely behind was the burly man. He was still wearing his shiny leather armor, and in his hand was a shiny cavalry saber. He must be the leader of this cavalry team. The skinny little guy was at the rear. He held a bow and arrow, with a quiver on his back. He was dressed as a light cavalry. His hawk-like eyes were staring intently at Xiao Jin, who had already run to the edge of the woods. It could be seen that these 3 had worked together many times in battle. Xiao Jin stood at the edge of the woods, staring at the burly man. Among the 3, only the burly man should be a soul-devouring evil spirit. The strange thing was that the burly man didn't use any special abilities. He jumped off his horse, approached Xiao Jin's father, and then swung his sword at Xiao Jin's father. The mountain path was narrow, not suitable for horseback combat. Clang! Xiao Jin's father swung his sword to block the cavalry saber. Their 2 blades collided, and his sword seemed to have been hit by a huge rock. The heavy force forced him back several steps. Taking advantage of his father's retreat, the scarred face suddenly whipped his horse, overtook his father, and chased after Xiao Jin, who was running into the woods. Once these people entered the woods, the war horses would be useless. It would be very difficult to find them again. The light cavalry, at the rear, reined in his horse. He pulled an arrow from his quiver, drew his bow, and aimed at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin's father cried out in alarm, "Xiao Jin, be careful." At such close range, if he was hit by the arrow, he would be dead. He only had this one son. If something happened to Xiao Jin, he would not want to live either. His father, ignoring the cavalry saber that the burly man had swung in front of him again, charged toward the archer, withstanding the sharp edge of the blade. Swish! The burly man's cavalry saber cut across his father's lower abdomen and blood splattered. Dad! When Xiao Jian saw that his father was injured, his eyes immediately became bloodshot, and his heart felt a sharp pain. Go! His father shouted, stumbled, but still ignored the severe pain in his abdomen, and forcefully pushed his shoulder against the horse's neck, and then plunged his sword into the horse's neck. The warhorse let out a painful neigh. Its front hooves reared up, and it rolled off the cliff with the light cavalry. The arrow he had fired flew into the sky. His father's clothes were soaked in blood, and he collapsed onto the ground with a pale face. He turned his head with difficulty and looked at the scarred face that was charging toward the woods. Then he looked up at Xiao Jian by the edge of the woods, seeming to use all his strength to roar, "Go!" At this moment, the scarred face had already reached the entrance of the woods. He jumped off his horse. The woods were too dense, and the slope was too steep. The warhorses couldn't enter. At the entrance, the teacher blocked the path with his bare hands. He calmly looked at the scarred face who was coming at him with his sword. The scar on the other's face was moving with his sneer, like a crawling poisonous centipede, making it look extremely sinister. The teacher took a deep breath. He looked back at Xiaoling, and then he looked at Xiao Jian and said, "Live on, and protect Xiaoling." He had no choice. If he let the scarred face enter the woods, none of them would survive, including his granddaughter Xiaoling. The teacher suddenly jumped, like a rock, crashing towards the scarred face who was under the slope. The scarred face's pupils shrank. His face was full of shock. Behind him was the cliff. But the mountain path was narrow, and there was nowhere for him to hide. Chapter 18. The Burly Man, a soul-devouring evil spirit. Sizzle. The scarred-faced broadsword easily pierced through the teacher's chest. He didn't have time to pull out his sword before he was sent flying by the enormous force of the impact. The teacher and the scarred face both fell into the cliff behind them. Two cavalrymen were defeated one after another with just one exchange. The burly man's face was frosty, and emerald green light burst out from his copper bell eyes. "Father, be careful." Xiao Jian immediately sensed that the burly man was about to reveal his true form as a soul-devouring evil spirit. As expected, a strange scene appeared. The burly man's clothes seemed to suddenly lose support and fell to the ground, revealing a gray body. The gray body gradually became transparent and gradually turned into a mass of gray humanoid mist. The humanoid mist still maintained its facial features and limbs. However, a protrusion had appeared on the top of its head, like a newly grown sheep's horn. In its translucent brain, a crystal was glowing green, and the green light was bursting out through its eyes. It turned out that the emerald green light in its eyes didn't come from its eyes, but from this crystal. Xiao Jian's father was oblivious to all of this. He was holding his stomach with both hands and staring blankly at Xiao Jian, constantly saying, "Go! Don't worry about me, don't worry about me." The burly man's soul-devouring evil spirit suddenly floated up and pounced on Xiao Jian's father. The mist passed right through Xiao Jian's father's body. Xiao Jian's father's voice stopped abruptly. A gust of wind blew, and his clothes flew up, drifting towards the cliff. When Xiao Jian saw this, his eyes widened. His whole body was cold, and a feeling of despair flooded his heart like a storm. He cried out in a heart-wrenching voice, "Dad!" The cry echoed in the valley. Xiaoling was right next to Xiao Jian. Everything in front of her was like a nightmare, and she was stunned. Xiao Jian's roar awakened her from the nightmare. She suddenly cried loudly, "Grandpa! Grandpa!" and got up to run towards the cliff. Xiaoling was only 6 years old. She could not accept that her only relative had left her. She wanted to find her grandfather. The soul-devouring evil spirit had already returned to the armor on the ground. The armor quickly rose and unfolded, and turned back into the burly man in armor. It looked up and saw the little girl running straight toward it, and it swung its sword at her again. The burly man didn't use his soul-devouring skill again. Perhaps there was a limit to how many souls it could consume. Clack, clack. Xiao Jian's teeth were clattering together. Hatred, like a monster, was devouring his heart, and his eyes flashed with an uncontrollable fire. At this moment, he was like an enraged lion. He picked up a rock at random and roared, "Bastard! I'm going to fight you." He leaped up, like a tiger descending from the mountain, and violently charged towards the burly man. The burly man saw Xiao Jian attacking, so he gave up on Xiaoling and turned around and raised his saber, which was flickering with a faint light. He swung it at Xiao Jian with the force of thunder from above. The blade was still in midair, but its sharp, intimidating chill already gave people the feeling that death had arrived. Xiao Jian's bloodshot eyes no longer saw anything else. He only stared at the burly man's forehead, his eyes flashing with hatred. Facing the approaching sword, his speed did not slow down in the slightest. He was like an arrow leaving a bowstring, recklessly throwing himself forward. Xiao Ling was in imminent danger, and his father had just died miserably. He had been forced into a desperate situation. He had to save Xiao Ling. He couldn't just watch Xiao Ling fall under the blade. If he had to die, then he would die first. He knew that he couldn't kill the soul-devouring evil spirit, but he had no way to retreat. A sneer appeared on the burly man's face. He was a veteran of many battles and didn't care about this kind of desperate attack. No matter how fast the other party was, he couldn't be faster than his thunderous strike. The saber fell from above Xiao Jian's head like lightning. His hair was blown by the wind from the blade. The next moment, his head would explode like a watermelon. But an accident occurred. Just as the saber was about to hit Xiao Jian's head, a golden light descended from the sky, enveloping the area. Everything around them suddenly stopped, like a painting on a canvas. The willows being blown by the wind were still fluttering. The falling leaves were frozen in midair, as if someone had pressed the pause button. The burly man's saber that was about to slash Xiao Jian also stopped half an inch above his head. The whole world seemed to have only Xiao Jian as a living creature. He passed under the blade without any obstruction. This strange pause only lasted for an instant, then everything returned to normal. The golden light also just flashed by. The furious Xiao Jian naturally didn't notice these things, and those in a state of suspension were even less aware. The sneer on the burly man's face was the same as before, and the thunderous slash continued to descend. But the burly man suddenly discovered that his target had disappeared. Then he discovered that the target was now in front of him. The slash he had intended to land on his target's head had instead landed on the target's shoulder, causing his saber to be shaken out of his hand. Before the burly man could react from his shock, Xiao Jian's rock smashed into its forehead. Blood and flesh splattered immediately, and its brains were crushed. The soul-devouring evil spirit, in its normal state, was no different from a human being. If its head was struck, it would also fall to the ground and faint. The difference was that a faint green light covered the wound on its head, and it was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, Xiao Jian had not yet recovered from his extreme grief. He kept swinging the rock in his hand and smashing it hard on its head. Its recovery speed was not as fast as Xiao Jian's destructive speed. Its head was smashed open, and a green crystal was revealed in its mind. Xiao Jian was stunned, and he finally regained his senses. He had seen it before. This green crystal was the source of the emerald green light in its eyes. Now, it was still glowing green. Wherever the green light covered, the injuries were quickly recovering. Strangely, this green light seemed to be able to appear anywhere on its body. Xiao Jian immediately understood that the soul-devouring evil spirit's terrifying recovery speed was actually done using this green crystal. The green light at the wound was not the light emitted by the crystal, but a substance released by the crystal that then moved to the wound and emitted light. This green crystal must contain the energy the soul-devouring evil spirit needed. Xiao Jian pulled the green crystal out of its mind. When the crystal left the burly man's body, it stopped emitting green light, and its flesh stopped regenerating. Xiao Jian kicked the burly man's body off the cliff, then knelt by the cliff's edge and cried out, "Dad! Teacher!" Then he looked at Xiao family village, which was covered in smoke, and roared, "I will kill all these beasts to avenge you. They will pay for this in blood." The hatred of destroying his family and killing his father was irreconcilable, and Xiao Ling, as if she had shut herself off, didn't seem affected by everything around her. She was still crying, "Grandpa, Grandpa," and she was still running towards the cliff. When Xiao Jian saw this, he was shocked. If no one stopped her, she would run straight off the cliff. He immediately got up, picked her up, and hugged her tightly, stroking her back. He comforted her in a trembling voice, "Xiao Ling, don't be afraid. You still have your brother here. Your brother will be with you." Xiao Jian held back from crying, but his body kept shaking. He wanted to soothe Xiao Ling and didn't want to leave too many shadows in her young mind. At this moment, Zhang Chun came to his side, looked at Xiao family village below the mountain, and said, "Cousin, we can't stay here for long. We have to leave quickly." Xiao Jian came back to his senses. The commotion at the school would soon be noticed from below the mountain. If they didn't leave now, everyone would be left here. He looked around, wiped away his tears, and asked, Where's Fugue? Zhang Chun glanced at the top of the mountain behind them and said, I told him to take the sweet potatoes and wooden box and leave first. He should be at Golden Rooster Ridge by now. Fugue was burly and strong, and only he could carry these heavy objects away. Chapter 19. Meteor. Alien Soul Possession. Golden Rooster Ridge, the peak of the mountain behind the school. Standing on Golden Rooster Ridge, one could clearly see the school. At this moment, the school was engulfed in flames. After they had escaped, another cavalry team had rushed to the school. When they didn't find Xiao Jian and the others, they set the school ablaze, burning it to the ground. When Xiao Jian arrived at Golden Rooster Ridge carrying Xiao Ling on his back, Xiao Ling had already fallen into a deep sleep. Carrying Xiao Ling, he walked forward aimlessly, not knowing where he should go. Zhang Chun and Fugue followed him silently. They walked along the mountain path into the depths of the mountains for several hours until they came to a small flat area. The flat area wasn't large. To the north, a stream extended out of a mountain gully. There was actually a trace of running water in the stream. In this time of continuous drought, finding even a little running water was an extremely difficult thing. The sun was already setting. They had been escaping from the school all this time. There were no signs of people for dozens of miles, and everyone was tired and hungry. Xiao Jian took 2 sweet potatoes from the bag and looked at them, asking, Fugue, do we have a fire starter? When Fugue saw Xiao Jian take out the sweet potatoes, his mouth began to water. He had been carrying a wooden box and a bag of sweet potatoes, and he was starving. Young master, there's no fire starter in the box. They had fled in a hurry, and no one had thought to bring a fire starter. Without a fire starter, they wouldn't be able to make a fire. Luckily, the sweet potatoes could be eaten raw. He handed 1 sweet potato each to Fugue and Zhang Chun. He looked around. There were no hills or large rocks nearby. You two, walk around and see if you can find a place out of the wind. We'll spend the night here today. Xiao Ling had been sleeping and hadn't woken up. Xiao Jian took out a sheet and a quilt and laid them on the grass. He gently placed Xiao Ling on top and then took out a piece of clothing from the wooden box to cover her. He also lay down next to her. The scene of his father fighting to his death appeared in his mind. Tears uncontrollably flowed from his eyes. Xiao Jian took out the pendant from his chest, looked at its ugly appearance, and felt extremely displeased. His eyes were full of disgust. Perhaps the people of Bamboo Forest Town were right. This was an unlucky object. Since it appeared out of nowhere, everything had gone wrong. And now, because of it, he was left with a broken family. He removed the pendant from his chest, wanting to throw it away. Then he hesitated. The soul-devouring evil spirits seemed to care very much about this object. Discarding it might just give them what they wanted. Xiao Jian stuffed the pendant back into his chest. He narrowed his eyes, looking at the sun that was about to set. At first, the sun was still showing its entire body, and its light was still warm. When the sun slowly fell, it gave off a golden light, turning the sky golden. Then, only a tiny sliver of the sun was left, emitting a final burst of dazzling light. Just as this dazzling light disappeared, Xiao Jian suddenly opened his eyes wide. He saw several extremely bright spots of light suddenly flying out from where the sun had disappeared. One of the light spots seemed to have sensed something, or seemed to be drawn by a mysterious force. It actually drew a long arc and flew directly towards him. The speed of the light spot was astonishing. In a flash, it was in front of him. Just as Xiao Jian was about to jump up, the light spot had already spread over his entire body. Immediately afterwards, a bright column of light suddenly shot out from his body, illuminating the surrounding trees, before disappearing in an instant. Fugue and Zhang Chun were not far away. They also saw this bright light. Not knowing what had happened, they rushed back quickly. Xiao Jian was lying unconscious on the sheet. His entire body was burning red. The sweat pouring out of his body was thick like mud, and it was also faintly steaming. His hair was standing on end like needles, as if it was about to explode in all directions. Even more bizarrely, a sharp horn had grown on his crown. It looked like the cone-shaped horn that a lamb grows when it is young, or like a sharp bump that had been caused by a collision. After a long time, his upright hair slowly fell down, and the sharp horn on his head looked even more pronounced. One could even see a red bead glowing faintly at the tip of the horn. Zhang Chun reached out and touched his forehead. At the moment their skin came into contact, there was a loud bang, and a ball of blue sparks burst out. His palm was in pain as if it had been pricked by steel needles. Zhang Chun withdrew his hand and looked at it. There was nothing unusual on it. He touched his forehead again, but the blue sparks did not appear again. Xiao Jian's forehead was as hot as burning coal. It was completely dark now. They didn't even have a fire starter. Zhang Chun and Fugui sat anxiously next to Xiao Jian and did not sleep all night. The time at night passed very slowly. Until dawn the next day, Xiao Jian had not woken up. His body temperature hadn't decreased at all, and his clothes were as dirty as if he had been soaked in a mud puddle. Xiao Jian had a persistent high fever, and they were helpless. Among the three of them, only Zhang Chun was still rational. Xiao Jian was unable to take charge right now, so Zhang Chun knew that he could only rely on himself. He came to the stream. He squatted down, dipped his fingers in the water, and touched his tongue to it. The water in the stream actually had a salty taste. Zhang Chun frowned and looked back at Fugui, saying, "The water in this stream cannot be drunk. Can you please go back to the school and find some things? Find a way to get some clean water back." Before he left, he said again, "Don't go to the village. The barbarian cavalry has already burned the school. They won't come to the school again. The area around the school is safe now." Fugui was also worried about Xiao Jian's condition. It would be good to get some water for him to drink. He turned around and ran quickly in the direction they had come from. After Fugui left, Zhang Chun opened the box and took out 2 towels. He soaked them in the stream and then placed them on Xiao Jian's forehead to cool him down. As for Xiao Jian, ever since the light spot had entered his body, a foreign soul consciousness had strangely appeared inside him. When this foreign soul consciousness had just entered his brain, he felt that he had turned into another person? No, not a person. It was like an insect. He had turned into a humanoid monster. A monster with a horn on its head and glowing eyes. As soon as the horn grew out of his head, he received a reporting order from that horn. He involuntarily reported a number, 5. The horn on his head emitted a brief glow, a light that was hard to see with the naked eye. This horn was actually a communication organ, an organ that could send and receive information. Just after transforming into a monster, all of the monster's memories appeared in his mind without reservation. He saw a huge circular house. There were transparent windows around the house, and the stars outside the windows were like arrows shooting backwards. They were so fast that you could only see a bright line. Chapter 20. Broken Memories. Black net covers the sun. From its memories, he also saw a strange scene. In the sky, a red sun was covered by a large black net. In the middle of the black net, a transparent tube was wrapped around it. This transparent tube extended out and was ultimately connected to a square box. Inside the tube, a golden trickle, with flashes of lightning, flowed into this box. The box was also transparent, and the golden liquid had already accumulated to less than half full. The liquid in the box rippled slightly, emitting an extremely dazzling light, showing its powerful energy. All of this was what he saw from the monster's memories when Xiao Jian turned into a monster. At this time, Xiao Jian's self-consciousness had already disappeared, as if he had never existed. Just as the foreign soul was about to take over his entire brain and body, a mysterious force suddenly entered and drove the soul out. At this time, he felt that he was still himself. The foreign soul had only left some broken memories in his mind. This foreign soul did not stop there. Instead, it quickly invaded again, and the mysterious force would drive it away again. These two forces were constantly clashing and contending. Xiao Jian was constantly switching between human and monster, and the speed of the transformation was getting faster and faster. Every time he transformed, a portion of broken memories would remain in his mind. This rapid transformation of the brain made his head hurt as if it was about to explode. This pain didn't disappear no matter who he transformed into, until he finally fainted from the pain. His brain had completely become a battlefield for two forces, and Xiao Jian had completely lost consciousness. Zhang Chun had been changing the towels on Xiao Jian's forehead. It was almost noon when Fugui returned safely. Not only had he brought back some clean water in several clay pots, but he had also found a usable fire starter and 2 broken clay bowls in the ruins of the school. Zhang Chun quickly took the bowls and poured a bowl of clean water and slowly fed it to Xiao Jian. After giving him water, Zhang Chun was pleasantly surprised to find that his body temperature had actually begun to drop. In just half an hour, his body temperature had returned to normal, but he hadn't woken up yet. Seeing Xiao Jian's condition miraculously improve, Zhang Chun quickly told Fugui to boil some sweet potato soup in the clay pot, in the hope that feeding him some more soup would wake him up. In fact, Zhang Chun completely misunderstood. The reason Xiao Jian's body temperature was dropping was that the battle in his brain had finally reached a conclusion, and his brain had gradually returned to calm. The sun had just begun to set in the west when Xiao Jian finally woke up. He was happy to realize that he was still himself, and that his body hadn't been taken over by a foreign soul. He reached out and touched his head. There were no abnormalities, and the sharp horn that had appeared before had collapsed. At this moment, he suddenly understood. This was nothing less than possession. Thinking of the feeling he had had last night, the hair on half of his body stood on end. If the other party had succeeded in possessing him, he would have disappeared without a trace, and Zhang Chun and the others wouldn't have noticed anything. At most, they would have found that he had a small, inconspicuous bump on his head. He reached out and touched his head. Fortunately, the bump on his head had disappeared. The foreign soul's attempt at possession had ultimately failed. This must have been related to that mysterious force, but a portion of the memories it had left behind had remained in his mind. These memories seemed to have been filtered, and even the memory of the circular house and the horn sending and receiving information had been erased. He wanted to know where this soul came from and what its purpose for coming here was, but this information was completely blank. Xiao Jian suddenly wondered if this foreign soul was the soul-devouring evil spirit. If it was an evil spirit, then it could be confirmed that they were not native beings, but from space. This light spot should be a protective layer that the soul-devouring evil spirit carried when it traveled through the sky. The soul-devouring evil spirit's mist was inside this protective layer. The more Xiao Jian thought about it, the more he felt that his guess was correct. He broke out in a cold sweat. The method of possession of the soul-devouring evil spirit was to copy the information carried by the mist into the host's body and mind. If the copying was successful, then the possession would be successful. Xiao Jian opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a pair of bloodshot eyes full of tears, and then he saw a beautiful, cute, and aggrieved little face. While he was unconscious, the little girl must have cried a lot. "Xiao Ling," Xiao Jian called out, reaching out to touch her hair. When Xiao Ling heard his call, she widened her already large eyes even more, making them as big as a pair of copper bells. The blood vessels in them could be clearly seen. She shouted in surprise, "Brother, you're awake?" "Brother is awake. Fuguwei, come quickly. Brother is awake." After shouting, she then twisted her mouth in a mismatched manner, looking as if she was about to cry again. Xiao Jian quickly reached out his hands. When he was about to pick her up, he realized that his clothes were unbelievably dirty. He put his outstretched hands behind Xiao Ling and gently stroked her back, saying, "Ling Ling, be good. Don't cry." A 6-year-old girl, within a few days, had experienced a hardship that even adults couldn't endure. Xiao Jian didn't want her to suffer any more injustice. Too much trauma would affect her future life, and even her personality. Xiao Jian's awakening lifted everyone out of the gloom. Zhang Chun squatted next to Xiao Jian, his face full of joy. After experiencing this hardship, he had actually matured a lot. His eyes, which were not large to begin with, were only slightly narrowed when he looked at Xiao Jian, giving Xiao Jian the feeling of a sharp gaze, as if he wanted to see through him. Then, Zhang Chun described what had happened in the past half-day. After Fuguwei went to the school, he brought back some bad news. The barbarian cavalry, so far, had not shown any signs of leaving. Xiao Jian's mood was a bit heavy, but he still said sincerely to Zhang Chun, "Zhang Chun, thank you, you did a great job." Not far away, a clay pot was being heated over some stones. Steam was rising from the pot, carrying a sweet aroma of sweet potatoes. Gurgle, someone's stomach rumbled twice. It was already afternoon, and everyone hadn't eaten anything. Especially Fuguwei, he had traveled dozens of miles back and forth. If it wasn't for his strong physique, he would have collapsed from hunger a long time ago. Xiao Jian was also very hungry, but his clothes were emitting a strange smell, so he said, "You guys eat first. I'll go change my clothes." Okay, Fuguwei nodded repeatedly, took a clay bowl, poured out a bowl of sweet potato soup from the clay pot, and began to eat it in large mouthfuls. Fuguwei had only brought back 2 clay bowls. Zhang Chun said to Xiao Ling, "You go eat first. I'll talk to my cousin for a bit." After saying this, he went to sit on a stone by the stream. Xiao Jian found a puddle in the stream and prepared to wash up there. After taking off his clothes, he also took off the pendant from his chest, preparing to put it on the side. He suddenly felt the pendant getting warm. He curiously picked up the pendant to check it. Through the light spots around the pendant, he saw that the inside of the pendant seemed to have become much more translucent. Xiao Jian was puzzled. Could it be that the mysterious power in his brain came from the pendant? Chapter 21. The question of survival. Which way to turn? Xiao Jian washed himself thoroughly, feeling a level of comfort he'd never experienced before, as if he'd been reborn. He was surprised to find that his skin seemed much smoother, and the several scars he'd had on his body had completely disappeared. Could it be that the grime that had covered him was actually impurities from within his own body? After changing into clean clothes, he noticed Zhang Chun sitting on a rock, as if waiting for him. As Xiao Jin approached, Zhang Chun stood up. Xiao Jin asked, "Zhang Chun, were you waiting for me?" Zhang Chun respectfully cupped his fist in his palm, bowing slightly, and said, "Cousin, what should we do next? If you need anything done, just tell me." Xiao Jian considered it. During his unconsciousness, he was grateful for Zhang Chun's help. He felt that Zhang Chun was a good and capable person, prudent, and very organized. So he asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Seeing that Zhang Chun seemed a bit reserved, Xiao Jian said gravely, "Since Xiao family village was destroyed, other villages probably aren't doing much. Better. Your Zhang family village is only 20-odd li away from Xiao family village. There's no telling if they'll be attacked. You need to be prepared." Zhang Chun stood there silently, his eyes dull. 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes, down his cheeks, and dripped from his chin to the ground, leaving 2 streaks like tiny ravines on his dirty face. It wasn't that Zhang Chun hadn't considered these things. The constant changes and pressure had left him no time to deal with them, or rather, he was consciously avoiding them. Now that Xiao Jian was awake, the pressure had shifted to him. With that pressure gone, he began to think of his loving mother, his hard-working father, and his sweet little sister. And these family members were very likely victims of the barbarian cavalry. The thought of them brought an overwhelming sadness that he couldn't hold back. Xiao Jian quietly looked into the distance, a throbbing pain in his heart. Since his mother had passed away, his father had not remarried, working alone to care for him, ensuring that he had the best food and clothes, and always standing up for him, no matter what trouble he'd gotten into. He didn't know how long passed before Xiao Jian felt a little calmer. He walked over and patted Zhang Chun's shoulder, saying, "Okay, what's past is past. The main thing is how the living will survive. We only have a bag of sweet potatoes. We won't last long in the mountains. We need to go check out the mine tomorrow and also find out about the situation at Xianrenping." Xiao Jian knew that the chances of survival in Xianrenping were slim, but the mine and ironworks were inside the Nine Dragons Mountain. The barbarian cavalry wouldn't likely go there. They had fled in haste and had no silver. They couldn't survive anywhere without it. The Nine Dragons Mountain ironworks and mine were his family's property. If possible, Nine Dragons Mountain would be a good place to go. Zhang Chun replied, wiping his tears with his sleeve, making his face even dirtier. Xiao Jian stepped forward and used his own sleeve to wipe the tear stains from Zhang Chun's face. He didn't want to bring more sorrow to Xiao Ling. Otherwise, she would have cried for half a day. It was already afternoon. In a few more hours, it would be dark. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun ate some of the leftover sweet potato soup. They then joined the others in building a makeshift shelter for the night. The weather was still very cold, and sleeping in the open would easily lead to sickness. Building a simple shelter was easy. First, they found 2 large rocks that were close to each other, which wasn't hard to find in the mountains. Then, they laid some dry branches across the gap between the 2 rocks. After that, Fu Gue brought some thatch, and they found some palm leaves. They tied the thatch into small bundles and attached them to the dry branches. A simple shelter was done. They leveled the ground inside, spread a thick layer of thatch, and then laid out their bedding. As long as it didn't rain heavily, it would be relatively comfortable to sleep inside. The night passed uneventfully. As soon as dawn broke, Xiao Jian got up. There was still some clean water left, not enough for washing up, but enough for a few meals of sweet potato soup. Fu Gue had already started cooking. He was boiling sweet potatoes in water, using dry branches that Xiao Ling had gathered for firewood. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun sat on a rock, talking. Today, Xiao Jian and Fu Gue would go to Nine Dragons Mountain to investigate the mine and ironworks, as they had agreed upon with Zhang Chun the day before. Xiao Jian was worried that this place was too close to Xiao family village and by the side of a road. Leaving Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling here was extremely unsafe. The barbarian cavalry in Xianrenping probably hadn't withdrawn yet, and taking Xiao Ling with them would be too dangerous. The 2 of them needed to find a more hidden base and wait for them to return. Xiao Jian hesitated to have Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling find a new place. He was worried they might encounter poisonous snakes or other dangers. But Zhang Chun said, "It would be good to encounter a snake. Maybe we could even have some meat." Zhang Chun was not afraid of snakes. He used to catch them often. Seeing that Zhang Chun was confident, Xiao Jian thought for a moment. They hadn't yet entered the depths of the North Mountain, and there weren't any fierce beasts nearby, so there shouldn't be any problems. He instructed, you can follow this stream inward. You need to find a clean water source. He and Fu Gue would be gone for several days. If Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling didn't have water, it would be hard for them to survive. Xiao Jian didn't want Zhang Chun to risk going to the school for water. This stream had a trickle of running water. Although it was probably polluted, it would surely have a clean source at its end. Zhang Chun nodded and said, you don't need to worry about us. You guys need to be careful and make sure you're not discovered by the barbarian cavalry. Xiao Jian nodded, calculating the distance. I plan to go around the west side of Xianrenping. At the earliest, we should be back the day after tomorrow, but it might take 3 or 4 days. When Xiao Ling heard that he would be gone for 3 or 4 days, she immediately took Xiao Jian's hand, pouted her little mouth, and began to cry. Xiao Jian quickly picked her up, gently rubbing her small nose and said, Isn't our Xiao Ling very brave? She could even defeat a puppy. Why is she crying now? Then, he wiped her tears. Brother will come back as soon as possible. Ling Ling needs to be good and listen to Brother Zhang Chun, and don't run around. You guys should follow the stream. You might even catch some crabs. Then, Brother can roast the crabs with you. How does that sound? As soon as she heard about crabs, Xiao Ling stopped crying. When they were at the school, they used to catch crabs in the stream together. They would roast the crabs they caught and eat them. The crabs in the mountain stream didn't have much meat, but they were good enough to eat. Then Brother needs to come back tomorrow. Xiao Ling pouted her little mouth, sticking out her pinky finger to make a promise. Xiao Jian immediately countered, the day after tomorrow, Brother will definitely be back, and then extended his pinky finger, quickly hooking it with hers. Xiao Ling pouted and said, I didn't agree yet, and you already hooked fingers. That doesn't count. Xiao Jian countered, our Ling Ling is just like Brother. We keep our promises. When we link our pinkies, we can't go back on our word. Okay, then I'll catch the crabs and save the biggest one for Brother, she finally agreed. Xiao Jian put her down and took a few sweet potatoes from the bag for Fu Gue to carry. They would be gone for a few days, and they would have to rely on these few sweet potatoes. They had not yet solved the food problem, and they didn't know how they would survive in the days ahead. They jogged along the road, and in less than an hour, they had arrived at the Golden Rooster Ridge behind the school. Chapter 22. Xianrenping destroyed. Lives are like weeds. Standing on the ridge of Golden Rooster Ridge, they had a clear view of Xiao family village below. Outside the village, there were still soldiers coming and going. What puzzled Xiao Jian was that these soldiers were all disheveled, thin, and weak. They were not barbarians, but refugees, what the government called bandits. He didn't see any of the barbarian cavalry who had attacked Xiao family village before. Could it be that they had already withdrawn? Xiao Jian quickly realized. When he was in Huzhou City, there had been an urgent border report mentioning that the barbarian cavalry had taken a large number of refugees with them. Now it seemed that these so-called refugees were the bandits. The barbarian cavalry probably had some kind of agreement with the bandits. To take Huzhou City, they couldn't just rely on cavalry. They needed the bandits to be used as cannon fodder. The barbarians had only come for the sky orb. They wouldn't occupy this place for long. Most of the area around Huzhou City was not suitable for farming, and even the imperial court had considered abandoning it. It was meaningless for the barbarians to occupy it. But it was different for the bandits. They desperately needed a place to settle down. Both sides got what they needed, and it was only natural that they reached an agreement. Thinking this, Xiao Jian's heart sank. He had predicted that the barbarian cavalry would eventually withdraw from Xianrenping, but now that it had been replaced by bandits, they might occupy it for a long time. Xianrenping had iron ore and ironworks, all the resources that the bandits needed. They wouldn't easily give them up. Xiao Jian's mood immediately plummeted. If Nine Dragons Mountain was also occupied by bandits, where could they go? They had fled in haste, with no money at all. They wouldn't be able to survive anywhere. They could only take one step at a time. Right now, they had nothing but a bag of sweet potatoes. Those sweet potatoes wouldn't last them for long. Since the bandits had occupied Xianrenping, they probably wouldn't withdraw in a short time. The most pressing matter was to find food. Xiao Jian silently got up and walked along the ridge towards the west. 30 li to the west of Golden Rooster Ridge was the back mountain of Zhang family village, where Zhang Chun's home was located. Xiao Jian came here and found an open space to observe the situation in Zhang family village. Zhang family village did not have any walls. From afar, the village had already been burned to ruins, with broken walls and debris everywhere. There was not a single person to be seen. In the fields, Many warhorses were eating the dry crops. These warhorses were much shorter than those of the barbarian cavalry, clearly not the same breed. They must be the warhorses of the bandits. Xiao Jian shook his head and sighed softly. Let's go around Xianrenping from the west and go to Nine Dragons Mountain on the other side. Let's check out the situation at the mine and ironworks. Fu Gue just said, and got up to go into the woods to the west. Xiao Jian followed behind him. After crossing a hill, there was a small clearing at the foot of the hill. Fu Gue suddenly stopped and hid behind a tree trunk, whispering, "Young master, there's someone down there." Xiao Jian bent down beside Fu Gue and saw that at the edge of the clearing, an old man with white hair was standing and looking at the village at the foot of the mountain. It was Wang family village. Xiao Jian observed for a bit and then walked toward the clearing. There was no path in the clearing and no tall trees, just fallen leaves and dead branches. Xiao Jian's feet made crunch-crunch sounds as he walked. The old man continued to look at the village below, not even turning his head at Xiao Jian's approach. He was facing a sheer cliff. When he was about 10 steps away from the old man, Xiao Jian stopped and called out in a calm voice, "Grandpa." The old man did not seem to hear Xiao Jian's call, remaining still and staring at the cliff below. Xiao Jian took a few more steps forward and called out again, "Grandpa." This time, the old man turned around and looked at Xiao Jian with blank eyes. He did not speak, which made Xiao Jian a little uneasy. Xiao Jian tentatively asked, "Grandpa, are you from Wang family village?" The old man finally reacted. His pale lips began to tremble, and his disheveled white beard trembled with them. After a long time, the old man finally said in a hoarse voice, "Wang family village. Wang family village is gone. There is no one left, just this old life of mine." His voice, like his beard, had a trembling quality to it. This was the first person from Xianrenping that Xiao Jian had met in the last 2 days, so he wanted to find out more about what had happened. He asked, "Grandpa, do you know about Zhang family village?" "Ha ha." The old man let out an extremely unpleasant laugh. Xiao Jian couldn't even tell whether it was laughter or the cry of a desperate old man. Zhang family village is gone. Wang family village is gone too. The Xiao family is finished, gone. No one left. Woo-woo. My grandchildren. My grandchildren. The old man's voice grew louder. He turned around, spread his arms, and staggered forward. In front of him was a sheer cliff, and beyond the cliff was where Wang family village used to be. "Grandson, don't run. Grandson, slow down. Grandpa can't keep up with you. Slow down." The old man's voice faded away as if it was coming from the ground. It echoed between the cliffs for a long time. Xiao Jian's face was full of tears. What kind of world was this? Lives were like weeds. As the old man ran toward the cliff, about to fall, Fu Gue wanted to pull him back, but Xiao Jian stopped him. He knew that life was torture for the old man. Death was the only release. He had been standing on the cliff edge, recalling the happy times he had spent with his grandchildren. At this moment, the sound of goats bleating was heard not far away. Ba, ba. Fu Gue went to the source of the sound and came back leading 2 mountain goats. Then, he tied the goats' rope to a small tree. Xiao Jian wiped away his tears and turned to say, Let's go to the mine and have a look." Xiao Jian didn't have much hope for Nine Dragons Mountain anymore, but he had to go and see it for himself before giving up. The living had to continue trying to live, or they would be letting down his father and Xiaoling's grandfather. The mine was on the Nine Dragons Mountain opposite Wang family village. Xianrenping was Xiao Jian's hometown, so he was very familiar with the environment. To the west of Wang family village was the Xianren River, with a wide riverbed full of round pebbles. Only a little bit of water could be seen in the middle. The part of the river near Wang family village flowed from south to north, but upstream, it flowed from east to west. At a bend in the river was a wooden bridge that spanned the more than 100-meter-wide riverbed. This wooden bridge showed the past prosperity of Xianrenping. Even a wooden bridge like this would have been very costly to build. Taking the wooden bridge into the mountain opposite was the shortest route, but Xiao Jian didn't dare take the risk. The wooden bridge was a choke point. If there were bandits guarding it, they would be in trouble. It was safer to cross the river from the Wang family village side. There were no crops in the riverbed for the horses to eat. There were no live animals or people on this side. At the edge of the clearing, there was a small path that led straight to the foot of the mountain. Then, following the small path behind Wang family village, they would reach the Xianren River. After crossing the river, there was a forest. Following this forest would take them to the foot of the Nine Dragons Mountain. The northern slope of Nine Dragons Mountain was relatively gentle, unlike the southern side, which was full of cliffs and steep walls. There was more than one path into the mountain. The entire northern side of Nine Dragons Mountain was covered in dense forest. They could climb to the top of the mountain from anywhere. Xiao Jian didn't dare to take a mountain path. He went straight into the forest at the foot of the mountain. The Nine Dragons Mountain was very high. Once they reached the top, the view changed completely. Looking out, each mountain was higher than the next. Mountains within mountains made it seem like they had arrived in a new world. There were also some scattered small clearings on the mountain, but in this time of extreme drought, there was no one living on the mountaintop. They had either fled to escape the famine or had gone down the mountain to work as tenant farmers. Chapter 23: The Peril of Nine Dragons Mountain and the Iron Mine. Xiao Jian's family's mine was on the south side of Nine Dragons Mountain. After climbing to the top from the north side, they would still have to walk dozens of kilometers through the mountain. The terrain at the mountaintop was treacherous, with cliffs and ravines everywhere. Towering mountains interlocked with each other. Crossing the top area and going into the forest as they had when climbing up was impossible. Xiao Jian climbed onto a towering rock and looked at the Yafeng Pass, which was about 10 kilometers away. At Yafeng Pass, two dangerous peaks stood on either side, and in the middle was a canyon that was only a few zhang wide. A winding mountain path extended into the canyon. This was the mountain path to the mine. Yafeng Pass was the entrance to the road to the mine. Once inside Yafeng Pass, the road became a single path. On both sides, either tall mountains blocked the way or sheer cliffs separated the way. If they went west from here, there was also a small road that could go around to the back of the mine, but it would be farther than going through Yafeng Pass. The road to the west might be safer, but Xiao Jian couldn't afford to waste time. He was worried about Zhang Chun and the others in the North Mountain. He found a flat stone to sit on. They had been climbing and crossing rivers continuously and were both already very hungry. He asked Fu Gue to take out the sweet potatoes so they could eat something first. There was no drinking water here, but luckily the sweet potatoes contained some moisture, which was better than nothing. Looking at the sun, it was already the afternoon. If they wanted to reach the mine today, they would probably have to travel all night. After eating the sweet potatoes, Xiao Jian walked around and found two wooden sticks. Each of them carried one, and they headed down the small path at the foot of the mountain. After entering Yafeng Pass, they walked for another 2 hours and still hadn't encountered any bandits. After going around the bend ahead, they entered the narrow valley of the First Line Sky. The First Line Sky was more than 10 kilometers long. On both sides were smooth, steep slopes that were hard to climb by hand. Xiao Jian hesitated at the entrance to the First Line Sky. If they rushed into the First Line Sky and encountered bandits inside, they would have nowhere to hide. Xiao Jian looked around again. It was all cliffs. If possible, he really didn't want to go through the First Line Sky, but this was the only way to get to the mine, and there was no way around it. He looked up again at the mountain on the bend in the path. The mountain was dozens of meters high. If they climbed to the top of the mountain, they should be able to see the situation in the mine and inside the First Line Sky. The side of the mountain facing the mine was too steep to climb, so Xiao Jian turned back and prepared to go around the north side of the mountain, climb to the south side of the cliff, observe the situation inside the First Line Sky carefully, and then make a plan. As soon as they reached the top of the mountain, they heard voices coming from inside the First Line Sky. Xiao Jian broke out in a cold sweat. He was glad he had turned back. He gestured to Fu Gue, who was behind him, and hid in the grass. The First Line Sky was directly in front of this mountain. If the people inside looked up, they would be able to see the people on the mountain. Before long, they saw a group of 5 people coming out from around a bend. The person walking in front was a young man, probably not even 30 years old. He was carrying a wooden spear that was over 3 meters long. The spear had an iron tip attached to one end. Close behind him was a tall, strong middle-aged man with a full beard. He was carrying an axe on his shoulder. The axe handle was almost a meter long and looked very heavy. This middle-aged man walked steadily, chatting and laughing with the young man in front. The people behind them were not as clear about their ages. They were carrying various weapons, including a hatchet and wooden spears. The tips of the wooden spears were sharpened, but they did not have iron tips. The group did not form any kind of formation. Especially the 3 at the back, they were moving like they were half dead and about to collapse. Xiao Jian pulled Fu Gue, who was staring at the axe with stars in his eyes. The 2 slowly retreated further into the mountains. The group was likely a patrol. They were too many, and 2 of them looked like they could be a real problem. They were not people that the 2 rookies could afford to offend. After the bandits had passed, the 2 climbed to the south side of the mountain. Xiao Jian was already breathing heavily. They had already traveled dozens of kilometers on the mountain, and they were both thirsty and hungry. If they didn't rest for a while, they probably wouldn't be able to reach the mine. Xiaojian had Fu Gue take out 2 sweet potatoes. They sat on a rock and ate while observing the situation at the mine. Their view was blocked by a hill next to the mine, so they couldn't see the entire mine. They could only see the few thatched huts in the mine's residential area. Occasionally, people would enter and leave the huts. It seemed that the bandits had already occupied the mine. It was unknown if they had started mining yet. These few thatched huts were once used as housing for miners. Xiao Jian remembered that opposite these thatched huts was a brick building with a tile roof. Inside the tile roof building were rooms where the managers usually lived, as well as a few spare guest rooms. At the south end of the tile roof building were the kitchen and dining hall, and at the north end of the tile roof building was a stone warehouse. The warehouse was very sturdy, and the surface of the warehouse door was covered with an iron plate. It would be difficult to open the iron door without a key. The warehouse was mainly used to store mining tools, and it also had some food supplies. The key was kept by the mine's manager. There wouldn't be any money in the warehouse. The materials needed for the mine were all purchased from the outside. Material purchases were the responsibility of the estate's manager. After observing for a while, and finding that they could not get any more information, they got up and started walking along the cliff edge. On the cliff wall on the west side of the hill, they found a cave. He climbed down the cliff using a piece of wisteria and entered the cave. The cave was not big and was very dry. The roof of the cave had an overhanging rock that blocked the entrance, so even when it rained, they wouldn't get wet inside. This cave was in a remote location, a good place for a temporary rest. Xiao Jian had Fu Gue gather some dry grass from a little further away and place it in the cave. After making these preparations, the two went back to the mountain path and cautiously made their way toward the mine through the first-line sky. They proceeded cautiously, trying to walk through areas with trees and grass. They weren't afraid of people coming from ahead, but rather they were afraid that the patrol they had seen earlier would return and discover them. But time was short, and they couldn't wait for the patrol to return before moving on. When Xiao Jin set off, Zhang Chun had only 1 jar of clean water left. If they didn't find a usable water source, and if Xiao Jin and the others did not return in time, they would soon run out of water. The rest of the path was uneventful. They did not encounter any more bandits until they had secretly climbed onto the mountainside opposite the mine. The patrol from before had not returned. Lying in the grass on the mountainside, they could see everything in the mine clearly. The entire mine was in a mountain valley, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains, and the north side was a cliff face. The mining area was at the foot of the mountain on the south side. From their position, they could see everything. This iron ore mine was not easy to mine. The first people to discover the mine were likely Xiao Jian's ancestors. At that time, the ore vein was open, right where the current mine was located. They just had to keep digging down. But by the time it came to his father's generation, the ore vein began to slope down into the mountain. The surface area of the vein was also very small, only 1 or 2 zhang in height and width. Opening a mine shaft was very complex. The mountain that the ore vein extended into was a mixture of mud and rock. The mountain was not stable and was very prone to collapse. Chapter 24. Bandits capture Huzhou City. Mining iron ore like this, without years of accumulated experience, was very difficult. The Xiao family had been mining here for generations, but even so, the yield had never been high. Xiao Jian's main target was the mine's warehouse, so he had chosen his observation point directly opposite it. From here, Xiao Jian could even clearly see the lock on the warehouse door, and he felt that his eyesight had become much stronger than before. What puzzled him a bit was that the warehouse door was completely undamaged, and the lock on the door was also intact. If it hadn't been for the bandit patrol he had seen along the way, he would have doubted whether the bandits had even been here. However, after seeing the burned-out thatched huts and some damaged facilities, Xiao Jian dismissed that thought. Moreover, just a short distance below, there were more than a dozen bandits with swords and spears, escorting people with iron chains on their legs, who were repairing the damaged facilities of the mine. They're really planning to mine iron here. No wonder the bandits at Xiao Family Village haven't withdrawn yet. Xiao Jian suddenly felt disheartened and hopeless. If the bandits occupied this place for a long time, how would they and his small group survive in the future? The sky gradually darkened. The patrol they had encountered earlier had not returned. There were probably only these dozen or so bandits inside the mine. When he encountered the group of 5 earlier, Xiao Jian had made a rash assumption. In such a desolate place, dozens of miles from anywhere, was there really any need for the bandits to have a patrol team? Even if the patrol team discovered someone attacking the mine, these dozen or so bandits wouldn't be able to defend it. After it was completely dark, a bright moon slowly rose. There was some commotion in the mine below, but it gradually quieted down. Xiao Jian remembered that there used to be 2 dogs in the mine. He had observed for a long time, but he hadn't heard any barking. He assumed that the 2 dogs had already become meals for the bandits. He didn't want to wait any longer. They hadn't had any water all day and were very thirsty. There was a water source near the kitchen. They should go down and have a drink first. Xiao Jian got up, patted Fu Gue, and then retraced their path, climbing down near the mine's mining area. There was no one around. When they were near the residential area, they stopped to observe carefully. The bandits hadn't even set up any sentries. The 2 drank a few gulps of water near the kitchen, and then, keeping close to the wall, went behind the main tile roof building. Each room in the main building had a back window. The north end was the manager's living quarters, and the rest, except for 2 guest rooms, were like office spaces. Xiao Jian stopped and listened carefully at each window. He didn't hear any movement. There was no sign of anyone living in these rooms. When he came to the back window of the manager's room, he noticed a sliver of light shining from the window, and he could hear the voices of 2 men talking. Xiao Jian crouched down below the window. A man's voice inside the room said, "General Liu, the people that Captain Hu sent today, they're not locals, are they?" Xiao Jian found the voice familiar, but he couldn't remember who it belonged to. "The locals are all dead. Where would we find any more? These are all captives. They deserve to die. I just need the ore. I don't care whether they live or die." After some clanging noises, the same General Liu's voice could be heard again. "Come on, Steward Huang. This dog meat is good, and the wine is good too." Then, they heard the sound of drinking. Steward Huang? Xiao Jian suddenly remembered. Wasn't this the former manager of his family's mine? Had he joined the bandits? "Steward Huang, the higher-ups have given me a mission. If I don't complete it, neither of us will be better off. Only if you do your job well will your family be safe." General Liu's tone was clearly threatening. Steward Huang immediately said obsequiously, Yes, General Liu. Don't worry. Since I agreed, I'll make sure nothing goes wrong. Come, General Liu, please." A moment later, Steward Huang said, "But please understand, General Liu. We need to get the miners working as soon as possible." "General Liu, would it be convenient to talk about that?" Mining wasn't an easy task. The small number of people at the mine now was definitely not enough. Steward Huang was urging them to arrange more miners as soon as possible. Xiao Jian thought to himself, this Steward Huang had gotten into his role very quickly. "Steward Huang, don't worry. I've already spoken with Captain Hu about it. He'll take care of it when he gets back. Captain Hu said there were enough people at the ironworks, so they should be able to start work tomorrow." Xiao Jian guessed that the captain who he was talking about was very likely the big man they had met on the road. "It's all the fault of that guy. I don't know where he found a bunch of barbarian cavalry. They killed without stopping. Now, we have to bring miners in from Huzhou City." Xiao Jian's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. Could it be that Huzhou City had fallen so quickly? He was worried about what had happened to Uncle Shu. "General Liu, have you joined forces with the barbarians?" Steward Huang's tone sounded surprised. The barbarians were outsiders. How could the bandits be mixed up with them? Hey, how could they possibly look up to us? The barbarian cavalry came to Huzhou City, looking for something. We're just cannon fodder for them. Then, they talked about some random things. Xiao Jian was no longer interested in listening. Xiao Jian subconsciously touched the pendant on his chest. Indeed, the barbarian cavalry had come for the sky orb. It was now past midnight. The snoring from the thatched huts across from them could be heard even from a distance. General Liu excused himself, and Steward Huang said he would see him off. Xiao Jian and Fu Gue went to the corner of the building and saw Steward Huang and General Liu come out. Steward Huang accompanied him a few steps, bowing and raising his hands respectfully. Take care. Xiao Jian and Fu Gue took the opportunity to come out from the corner and slip into the manager's room. They waited until General Liu opened a guest room and went inside, and then Steward Huang returned to his room. Xiao Jian and Fu Gue hid under a desk in the outer room, quietly waiting for the right opportunity. This was the first time they had done something like this, and they were both a bit nervous. It wasn't until they heard snoring from the inner room that the two slowly went inside. A sliver of moonlight shone on Steward Huang's dead pig-like face. Xiao Jian looked at Fu Gue and pointed to the pillow on the head of the bed. Fu Gue picked up the pillow and suddenly clamped it over Steward Huang's mouth. At first, Steward Huang didn't react, but soon he began to struggle. His mouth was covered by the pillow, so he couldn't make a sound. His legs began kicking wildly, making the wooden bed creak. Xiao Jian immediately jumped forward and pinned down his legs. The room slowly quieted down. Xiao Jian signaled to Fu Gue to remove the pillow. Steward Huang's mouth was open, his eyes wide, already dead. Seeing him in this state, both their bodies trembled. It took a long time for them to calm down. They had been in many fights, but this was the first time they had killed anyone. Gurgle, in the quiet night, this out-of-place sound was particularly loud. Fu Gui's eyes lit up, and he stared at the table that Steward Huang had not cleared, his mouth watering. Chapter 25. The Strange Space and Its Mysterious Technology. The two had eaten only a raw sweet potato in the afternoon. After all this tossing and turning, they were already so hungry that they were sweating profusely. Xiao Jian gave Fu Gue a nudge. Without caring about whether it was clean or not, they started to devour the food. They quickly finished the more than half a basin of dog meat and a whole basin of rice. After eating their fill, Xiao Jian searched Steward Huang's body, found a few taels of silver near the bed, and then took down a string of keys that were hanging on the head of the bed and went towards the warehouse. Fu Gue saw 2 wine jars in the corner and picked them up, holding them in his arms. One of the jars had over half a jar of wine left, and the other one was unopened. He wasn't interested in the wine inside. He was interested in the wine jars. These jars could hold more water than a ceramic pot. He also saw a kettle on the stove and picked that up, too. From the mine to the Xianren River, there was no water source, and with this kettle, they wouldn't be thirsty on their way back. With the keys, the two of them were able to enter the warehouse smoothly. Relying on the faint moonlight, they saw that it was full of supplies. Because the bandits planned to continue mining, the things in the warehouse were mostly untouched. Xiao Jian immediately noticed 8 grain sacks in a corner. He opened the sacks and found that there were several sacks of white rice. The mine lacked processing equipment, so the rice was always hauled at the estate before being sent to the mine. There were also 2 sacks of flour and several sacks of other coarse grains that Xiao Jian didn't recognize, but as long as it was edible, it was fine. The two found wooden sticks to use as carrying poles and made several trips back and forth, moving all the grain sacks to the dense forest outside. When they went for the last trip, Xiao Jian also found some tools in the warehouse: hoes, axes, hatchets, fire strikers, etc. He put them all in a bag. Walking out of the mine, he looked up at the sky. In a few hours, it would be dawn. Xiao Jian looked back at the mine. It was still as quiet as ever. The two quickened their pace and carried the supplies from the forest and out of the first-line sky, moving them into the temporary cave. There was no need to go to the ironworks. From what Steward Huang and General Liu had said, there were definitely many bandits there. They wouldn't be able to do anything if they went. The two had been busy moving supplies all night, and they hadn't slept at all. Now was a good time to catch some rest and see how the mine would react. Xiao Jian lay down on the dry grass. As soon as he closed his eyes in a semi-sleep state, he suddenly felt himself pulled into a vortex by a strong suction force. The surrounding scene began to rotate and twist as if the whole world was being distorted. When the spinning stopped, he found himself in a completely different scene. Xiao Jian felt calm. He thought that this was just a strange dream he was having because he was too tired from moving supplies. What puzzled him was that this dream was too real. He felt like he was in a space surrounded by white mist. There was white mist all around him, with no bottom in sight. He looked up at the sky. A red sun hung in the sky. Around the sun, there was a large, black net. A transparent pipe ran through the black net, and a stream of liquid was flowing into a transparent square box. The box was almost half full of liquid. The liquid in the box was swirling and shimmering, emitting a dazzling golden light that showed it contained a huge amount of energy. Xiao Jian suddenly realized that this was definitely not a dream. This scene felt somewhat familiar. The day before yesterday, he had been in a place overnight on the North Mountain and a foreign soul had tried to possess him. The possession attempt, of course, had failed, but during the process, he seemed to have seen this scene in the memory of the soul that was trying to possess him. However, he clearly remembered that in that scene, the golden liquid in the box was less than half full. Now it was almost half full. Could it be that everything in this scene was not an illusion but real? What exactly was this place? What was this square box that was collecting the golden liquid? Could that red sun be the real sun in the real world? Was this strange scene foretelling something? Xiao Jian stared blankly at the sky, feeling very confused, but also a sense of urgency. He had a feeling that something bad would happen when the square box was filled with golden liquid. Xiao Jian also thought of the situation in the real world. The sunlight was dim, and the temperature was dropping. Could all of this be related to the giant net? He turned his gaze to the earth and saw a bleak landscape like a black and white ink painting desolate and chilling. On the side where he was standing, there was a bottomless corridor. On both sides of the corridor were countless pale pillars, and it was impossible to tell what material they were made of. The pillars soared into the sky, and their tops were hidden by the vast white mist, blocking Xiao Jian's view, so he could not see the top of the corridor. Just as he was staring at the corridor, he heard a strange call coming from the corridor, as if inviting him to enter. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment, but he decided to walk toward the corridor. Everything here was too strange, and he wanted to explore this mysterious space. As soon as he entered the corridor, he was so shocked by what he saw that his jaw almost dropped. In front of him, a metal ball the size of an egg was suspended in the air. Next to the metal ball, a ball of clear water was also suspended. A little further away, there was an even more eclectic scene. There were glass cups filled with all kinds of liquids, platforms piled with various ores, and even towering iron furnaces. There was everything imaginable. The most eye-catching object was a strange machine, with yellow copper wires leading out of the machine, connecting to smooth glass orbs. The corridor was filled with these orbs. Xiao Jian reached out to touch a glass orb, and found that it was not actually there. He tried to touch the metal ball in front of him, but his arm went right through it. Everything here seemed to be nothing more than a kind of illusory three-dimensional image. Suddenly, while Xiao Jian was looking around, these three-dimensional images changed dramatically. First, the strange machine started rumbling and turning. The glass orbs connected to it emitted a bright light, instantly illuminating the entire corridor. As if influenced by this machine, the metal ball in front of him and the water ball not far away began to grow larger. The image of the metal ball quickly surrounded Xiao Jian, and he found himself inside the metal ball. He was able to see the microscopic structure of the metal ball. It was composed of many tiny particles. As the metal ball continued to enlarge, these tiny particles also became larger. Xiao Jian soon discovered that these particles were not single units, but were made up of several smaller red spheres and a blue sphere. These smaller red spheres constantly rotated around the blue sphere, as if there were some mysterious rule. Xiao Jian's eyes widened. He had never imagined that the inside of metal could have such a peculiar structure. He stared in amazement at these peculiar spheres. Could it be that the blue core and the red spheres that surrounded it were also not separate units? To verify his guess, he looked carefully at these spheres. Soon, they were magnified and split into even more minute spheres. The process of decomposition repeated many times, and spheres of various colors appeared before it finally stopped. In the image, only 3 types of particles remained: black particles, white particles, and gray particles located between the black and white particles. These gray particles seemed to constrain and isolate the black and white particles. Xiao Jian suddenly had a wild idea. Perhaps all substances in the world were made up of these 3 types of particles? Chapter 26. The Fundamental Particles of Matter. To solve this puzzle, he walked to the magnified water ball image and discovered the same phenomenon. The water ball was also made up of these 3 magical particles. So it turned out that these 3 types of particles, black, white, and gray, were the basic building blocks of matter. However, the basic particles inside the spheres that formed different materials each had a different way in which they were arranged and combined. Some had the same number of the 3 types of particles, but they were arranged in different ways. Others had a different ratio of the 3 types of particles. Xiao Jian had originally planned to look at the images of the iron furnace to improve the iron refining techniques at his family's ironworks. However, after seeing the images of material structure, he gave up on the idea of looking at the iron furnace. He suddenly had an absurd thought. If he could move these fundamental particles and change their structure, would he be able to change matter? If it were really like that, would he be able to turn this water droplet directly into a piece of metal? If it was possible, then what use would he have for iron refining? As soon as this thought came to his mind, he immediately shook his head. He felt that he was being too fanciful. He had only seen these basic particles after they had been magnified countless times. Who would have the power to change the way they were arranged? But no matter how much he shook his head and denied it, this absurd idea was deeply ingrained in his mind and would not go away. It was as if there was a mysterious force guiding his thinking in the dark. Xiao Jian involuntarily stared at the group of fundamental particles in front of him, trying to discover the secrets between them. Suddenly, a strange feeling came over him. He was startled. This feeling seemed very similar to the way he felt when he sensed malice, but it was also different. The feeling right now was more like a sense of insight, a higher level of awareness than just perception. When had his ability to perceive actually broken through again? Soon, a space suddenly lit up in his mind. He was stunned to find that this lit-up space was the place where he and Shuya had first made eye contact, where she had used golden light to create a display like fireworks. When they had made eye contact the second time, she had also used golden points of light to open a channel in that same space. This discovery immediately drew Xiaojian's attention. He had always wondered why Shuya would do these things in his mind. Xiaojian trusted his ability to perceive. He had never felt any malice when Shuya was doing these things. Perhaps Shuya was helping him? Was she modifying his mind? But how did Shuya have this kind of power? Who exactly was she? Xiaojian was once again filled with doubts. He shook his head, giving up on these random thoughts. He would find a suitable opportunity and ask her face to face. Xiaojian focused his attention on his own mind. He was able to see everything in his mind without any obstruction. He had experienced this kind of introspection twice before, both times after making eye contact with Shuya. This time, he had only concentrated his attention on his mind and was able to see what was inside. Had he actually learned how to introspect in his eye contacts with Shuya? For a moment, Xiaojian felt that Shuya was even more mysterious and even felt a trace of fear in his heart. At this moment, in the space that had lit up in his mind, he saw a group of fundamental particles. This group of particles was the same group that his eyes had been fixed on a moment ago. The image of the particles that appeared in his mind was actually clearer than the image in the corridor, and it also showed some different things. In the image in his mind, the gray particles emitted a faint line that firmly controlled the black and white particles in a fixed position. The black and white particles did not seem to be stable. They constantly rotated around the gray particles, as if they wanted to break free from its constraints and join with each other. Xiaojian wondered what it would be like if the gray particles gave up their control of the black and white particles, allowing them to join together. As soon as this thought appeared, the gray particles seemed to receive an order. They actually retracted their lines. The black and white particles instantly lost their constraints and collided. Then, it seemed like there was nothing else. The black and white particles had mysteriously disappeared. These two fundamental particles had actually vanished without a trace, leaving the gray particles to wander in the space, eventually settling in the depths of his mind. Xiaojian suddenly realized that the black and white particles had neutralized each other. They were two completely opposite energy particles. After the two met, the energy was neutralized, and both vanished at the same time. Xiaojian was ecstatic. He wanted to shout out loud that it was really possible to change the fundamental particles of matter. However, he was not in his physical body in this space. No matter how much he opened his mouth, no sound would come out. After being happy, he calmed down. The scene that had just happened was actually just a demonstration. He could change the images in his mind, but that didn't mean that he could actually control the gray particles. At least, he couldn't do it yet. After the gray particles disappeared, his mind once again went completely dark. His consciousness also returned to the corridor filled with moving images. He looked at the endless corridor and suddenly realized that this corridor seemed to be teaching him a profound kind of knowledge. He was just about to walk through the corridor to look at other magical images when the moving images in the corridor suddenly began to shrink and quickly shrank into a ball the size of an egg. Before Xiaojian could react, the image after the contraction suddenly flew towards Xiaojian, instantly drilling into his forehead. Xiaojian was so scared that he leaned back and lay on the ground. At this moment, the images he had just seen were constantly replaying in his mind. This time, he not only saw the magnified images of the metal ball and water ball, but also saw images of various materials being fused together to produce other materials. In those images, it showed how when certain materials fused, they would generate new materials. Along with the generation of new materials, the images would emit a strong light, especially when the structures of the three fundamental particles changed. The burst was earth-shattering. At the same time, his head would ache as if it were about to explode, but he was also extremely clear-headed. These images were replaying in his mind. Even if he wanted to avoid it, he was unable to do so. In this way, all sorts of images appeared in his mind in turn. He didn't know how long it had been, perhaps 3 months? Perhaps half a year? There was no sunrise or sunset here, nor was there anything to use as a reference point. Moreover, the images in his mind were restricting his thinking. He had no idea how long had passed. It was not until he could recite these images from memory that they gradually disappeared. He finally regained his senses and realized that the moving images in front of him were gone. Even the corridor with the moving images had completely disappeared. but the rest of the corridor that stretched into the distance still seemed to be endless. Xiao Jian had almost been completely transformed. He had acquired all sorts of knowledge that was completely different from the knowledge of this world. This made him feel incredibly excited and at the same time, incredible. Chapter 27. The Time Rules of the Strange Space. He gazed at the rest of the corridor, where many still images were displayed. These images had never moved, and they had not entered his mind. Xiao Jian guessed that the knowledge he had gained so far was just the tip of the iceberg. Even the techniques and knowledge he had already acquired were far beyond the comprehension of this world. He began to examine his past self with a completely new perspective, feeling that before he was just like an ignorant wild monkey. If he were to digest all the images in the corridor, how high could he possibly reach? He couldn't even imagine it. Xiao Jian didn't know where this space came from, and he didn't know if there would be similar opportunities in the future. Although he was exhausted, he still didn't want to give up. Xiao Jian was afraid that if he missed this chance, he wouldn't get another. He stepped forward, trying to approach the still images. However, just as he lifted his foot, a dazzling flash of light appeared, and the strange space vanished. In the cave, Xiao Jian opened his eyes and was shocked to find that he was still lying in the same place, and Fu Guei was still snoring beside him. Everything in front of him felt a bit unreal. He had spent months in the strange space, but in the real world, it seemed that not much time had passed at all. Suddenly, a burst of noisy footsteps came from the foot of the mountain, jolting him awake from his surprise. He quickly got up, lay down on a rock at the entrance of the cave, and looked into the valley. He saw 5 figures walking out of the first-line sky. The bandits had already discovered what had happened at the mine. These 5 people were very likely on their way to Xiao family village to report it. Thinking back to how they had killed Steward Huang and removed the warehouse supplies, but had not done anything to conceal it, not even closing the warehouse door. It was not surprising that the bandits had quickly noticed that something was wrong at the mine. Considering that there were not many bandits stationed at the mine, after these 5 bandits left, there should not be any other bandits coming out of the mine. After these 5 bandits had passed, Xiao Jian and Fu Guei, carrying hatchets, cut down a bamboo tree as thick as a bowl from the bamboo forest. They then carved some bamboo tubes that could be used to hold water. Xiao Jian was worried that Zhang Chun hadn't found a source of drinking water. These bamboo tubes were meant to hold water from the Xianren River. The 2 of them returned the way they had come. Fu Guei was carrying 2 bags of grain, and their return trip was much slower than when they had come. It was almost evening when they arrived at the small clearing behind Wang family village. From here to Golden Rooster Ridge, the mountains were high and the forest was dense. It was even harder to walk than in the forests of 9 Dragons Mountain, so the 2 had no choice but to spend the night here. Xiao Jian slept very soundly in this clearing. Since the barbarian cavalry had attacked Xian Renping, there had been a series of strange events, and he hadn't been able to rest properly. Fu Guei brought the 2 goats that the old man had left behind. They started on their journey again as soon as it was dawn. When they climbed to the top of the mountain and had not gone far, they vaguely heard a woman crying. The 2 put down their things, took their hatchets, and went toward the sound of crying. The crying was coming from a cave. It was likely that villagers who were fleeing had run into some trouble. In this kind of wilderness, it was difficult to even find a clean water source, let alone food. Escaping wasn't easy at all. Since they had encountered them, they should see if there was anything they could do to help. Xiao Jian went to the cave entrance and called out, "Is there anyone inside? I am Xiao Jian from Xiao family village below. Would it be all right if I came in?" He was afraid of suddenly rushing into the cave and having some misunderstanding, so he announced his name first. The crying inside the cave stopped. After a while, a girl's voice said, Is it young Master Xiao? My mother says you can come in." Her voice was not loud, and seemed to have a hint of hesitation and fear. Entering the cave, he saw a woman with a sallow complexion, on the verge of death, lying on the damp ground. She had only laid down on a thin layer of thatch, and there was no fire in the cave to keep warm. The woman's lips were chapped from dryness, her eyes were closed, and she was barely breathing. Next to her was a girl, whose fair face was covered in tear stains. On the other side of the woman, there was also a small boy lying motionless, and it was unclear if he was dead or alive. Xiao Jian squatted down beside the woman and asked, "Auntie, what's wrong?" The woman whispered something in a hoarse voice, but Xiao Jian couldn't hear her, so he turned to look at the girl next to her. The girl was about the same height as Xiao Jian. She was wearing a light green, fitted long dress with a pale pink silk bodice underneath. The front of her dress was embroidered with lace trim, and a wide white, gold-edged belt cinched her narrow waist, which made her slightly plump chest and round buttocks look even more prominent. Her long hair was braided into a drooping loop at the top of her head. A few strands of black hair fell casually onto her shoulders, which gave her a flowing, elegant look. The girl bowed her head to Xiao Jian and said through tears, "Please, young master, save my mother and my younger brother. I will serve you for the rest of my life to repay your kindness." She didn't think of him as a good person at all. Actually, his reputation in Xianrenping wasn't very good. Xiao Jian coughed awkwardly and said, "You don't have to be so formal. Since we've met, we will help if we can." He turned to look at Fu Gue and said, "Go and get the bamboo tubes that we use to hold water." He found a place to sit down and asked, "What happened to your mother and brother?" The girl sobbed and said, "My mother has been burning up with fever, and my brother hasn't had anything to eat or drink for days. He passed out. My father went down the mountain 2 days ago and hasn't come back yet." After speaking, the girl started to cry again. Xiao Jian stood up and placed the back of his hand on the boy's forehead. He felt that the boy was a bit warm, but not very hot. He should be able to wake up after he drank some water and ate something. He wanted to check on the woman, but he felt that it wasn't very convenient. Since the girl had said that she had a fever, she must have caught a cold. The woman hadn't had a drop of water in the cave, and her husband had not returned, plus her son was in a life-or-death situation, so she was naturally exhausted and fell ill. Once one fell ill in this wilderness, and they were unable to get timely medical attention, the illness would quickly get out of control. The woman's face was ashen, which meant that she was already terminally ill. Xiao Jian could only do his best to give her some water and thin porridge. Whether or not she would get better would depend on her own luck. Fu Gue came back quickly. Xiao Jian had the girl support her brother and slowly pour water into his mouth. Soon, the boy started coughing. Xiao Jian took away the bamboo tube and gently patted him on the back. He stopped coughing, and his face gradually regained its color. Xiao Jian had Fu Gue come over and support the boy, and gestured to the girl to help her mother. He then gave the woman water in the same way. The woman didn't cough like the boy, but she did open her eyes, and she shook her head weakly. This woman was not thin. She could even be considered plump, and she had a touch of elegance about her. After drinking the water, her face was still as pale as paper, and it did not become rosy like the boy's face. After Xiao Jian took away the bamboo tube, the woman struggled for a moment. She wanted to turn around and look at the boy beside her, but ultimately, she was unable to complete the action. Chapter 28. A woman entrusts her children, a young girl's heart. Xiao Jian and the girl helped her mother sit up. At this time, the boy had also opened his eyes. "Mom," the boy called out weakly, and his arm lifted up toward his mother, but it fell back down weakly. A kind smile appeared on the woman's face. She then turned to look at Xiao Jian and grabbed his hand, as if she was using all her strength. Her breathing suddenly became very short. Her face suddenly flushed. Her voice was not as hoarse as before, but it was still broken. "Please, please, young master. Take them away. Please take them." It was clear that she had not finished what she wanted to say, and the hand that was gripping Xiao Jian's hand slid down weakly. Her eyes were still open when she died. The girl immediately started crying loudly. Xiao Jian reached out and closed the woman's eyelids. Her eyes closed peacefully, which made her appear more peaceful. The girl was holding her mother, crying continuously. Xiao Jian waited for a moment, and then handed the bamboo tube to her. "Put her down. Go and take care of your brother. Don't let him lie on the ground." The boy was lying there weakly. Even moving was an effort for him. The cave was dark and damp. If he stayed there for a long time, he would definitely get sick. Xiao Jian found some dry branches and lit a fire at the side of the campfire, and he spread some thatch near the fire. After doing all of this, he took the boy from the girl's arms, brought him to the campfire, and asked the girl, "Do you have anything to cook porridge in?" The girl's eyes were still red, and she didn't speak. She just shook her head gently. Xiao Jian called over Fu Gue and told him to go to Wang Family Village to bring back some ceramic jars. Wang Family Village was not too far away, and it would only take a few hours to make the round trip. Xiao Jian put the bamboo tube that contained water near the fire. He wanted to boil some water for the boy to drink. Suddenly, he thought that the bamboo tube could also be used to cook porridge, couldn't it? He poured some rice into the bamboo tube and slowly heated it by the fire. To lighten the girl's mood, Xiao Jian gave her the task of tending to the fire. He, himself, went outside the cave, cut down some tree trunks, and made wooden handles for the hose. The tools that they had taken from the mine's warehouse did not have wooden handles. They would need 2 hoes with handles to dig the hole for her mother's burial. After attaching the wooden handles to the 2 hoes, The aroma of rice porridge began to rise from the bamboo tube. Xiao Jian took a bamboo bowl that he had made earlier, poured some thin porridge into it, blew on it for a moment, and then gave it to the girl. Her brother had been sleeping soundly, but he suddenly woke up when he smelled the aroma of the porridge. He stared at the porridge in his sister's hand and said, "Sister, I'm hungry." The girl took a small sip of the thin porridge before slowly feeding it to her younger brother. Soon, he had finished half of the bowl. Xiao Jian took the empty bowl and poured another bowl from the bamboo tube and gave it to the girl. "You should eat something yourself. Your brother can't eat too much right now." The girl took the bamboo bowl and quietly said, Xiao Jian had only made one bamboo bowl. He waited until the girl had finished drinking, and then he started to eat. There was still a little less than half a bamboo tube of porridge left. Before long, Fu Gue came back loaded down with things. He had brought back a bag full of ceramic jars and bowls. Fu Gue had been running back and forth. He was both tired and hungry. He took the bamboo tube and drank it down in one go. He still wasn't satisfied. After finishing the porridge, Xiao Jian felt his whole body fill with energy. He and Fu Gue took their hose, and then had the girl carry her brother. They all went outside the cave. He walked around the cave and chose a place that was relatively convenient and looked like a good spot. He didn't know if it was good feng shui or not, but convenience was the main consideration. Life was already hard enough for the living, so there wasn't time to worry about those things. The two of them dug the hole, while the girl knelt beside them, crying continuously. Only after the hole was dug did Xiao Jian have her take her brother away for a bit. Her mother didn't even have a coffin. Xiao Jian didn't want the siblings to see this tragic scene, and he didn't want them to have a traumatic experience in their minds. The girl was very sensible. She took her brother and the two goats, found a patch of grass, and sat there watching the goats graze. After finishing her mother's funeral, the sun was already setting. If they set off now, they would definitely not be able to reach the campsite before dark. By the time the girl returned, her younger brother was able to walk on the ground, but he was very weak, and he also didn't have the strength to hike through the mountains. Xiao Jian thought for a moment and decided to leave tomorrow. In case Shang Chun and the others had moved to a new location, it wouldn't be convenient to look for them at night. Since they had decided not to leave, everyone sat by the campfire and talked, getting to know each other a bit. None of them knew each other's names. Xiao Jian looked at the girl. He didn't know how to start, so he asked directly, "What's your name?" The girl was sitting next to Xiao Jian. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and said in a voice as light as the buzzing of a mosquito, "My name is Qin Bihua, and my younger brother's name is Chun Wenxuan." "Qin Bihua, Mim, that's a very nice name." Xiao Jian really thought that the name was very nice, but after hearing his praise, Chun Bihua didn't know how to respond. Her entire face flushed red. How old is your brother?" He had originally wanted to ask the girl about her age, but he felt that it was a bit rude, so he changed it to asking about her brother's age. "He's almost 13 years old." Then, in a voice that only she could hear, she said, I'm 15. Luckily, Xiao Jian's hearing had improved greatly since the merging of his soul, or he wouldn't have been able to hear her at all. Xiao Jian didn't ask about anything else about her, not even where her family was from. He didn't want to make the girl cry again. Her brother was lying in her arms. He didn't know what the siblings had said to each other outside, but he didn't ask about his mother anymore, and Xiao Jian was happy about that. That night, Fu Gue used a ceramic jar to cook a large pot of thin porridge. After everyone had eaten their fill, they fell asleep on the thatch near the campfire, without knowing when they had dozed off. Ba ba! A few bleats of the goats woke Xiao Jian. He opened his eyes and looked around. The sky was already bright, and only the embers of the fire remained. Around the campfire, everyone was lying on the ground in a mess. The dry grass that had been spread on the ground was scattered everywhere. Xiao Jian broke out in a cold sweat. Luckily, the dry grass had not been kicked onto the fire. If it had, it would have been a disaster. Fu Gue had completely fallen asleep on the ground. Xiao Jian wasn't much better. Most of his body was on the ground, but his body still felt warm because he was holding a leg in his arms. He suddenly remembered, whose leg am I holding? Xiao Jian didn't dare to move. He shifted his gaze along the long leg, and he was immediately embarrassed. He was actually holding Chun Bihua's leg. Perhaps everyone was too tired the night before, and also under too much psychological pressure. They had all slept soundly that night. Chun Bihua also wasn't very elegant at this moment. One of her arms was pressing on Xiao Jian's body, and the other arm was hugging her brother. Luckily, Chun Bihua had not woken up yet. Xiao Jian gently moved his arm away from her leg. Perhaps it was moving his arm that had disturbed her. He could clearly feel her leg move slightly. The arm that was pressing on her leg was easy to move, but the arm under her leg was a bit more difficult. He had to quickly clear the scene. Xiao Jian forcefully pulled out his other arm. It was impossible to pull out this arm without waking her up. The important thing was to not let her see the scene of the incident. Chapter 29. The Headstrong, Sister-Protecting Maniac. Luckily, Chen Bihua was still asleep. Xiao Jian gently lifted her hand off his body and slowly placed it by her side. He felt a slight tremor in her arm as he released it. A thought suddenly occurred to Xiao Jian. Could this girl be pretending to be asleep? Whether she was faking it or not was no longer important. He decided to treat it as if she were truly asleep. Xiao Jian sat up, shaking his slightly sore arm, and yelled loudly, "Get up!" "Ah!" Chen Bihua exclaimed in surprise, instantly opening her eyes and sitting up, a blush spreading across her face. Her younger brother also sat up, rubbing his eyes. He looked around in a daze and said, "Sister, where's Mom?" Chen Bihua hugged her brother and kissed his forehead. Her brother didn't mention their mother again. Fu Gue had cooked a large pot of porridge, and after everyone had their fill, they packed up and set off. Chen Bihua carried 2 hoes on her back. Chen Wenxuan herded 2 sheep, while Xiao Jian and Fu Gue carried bags of grain and tools, along with ceramic pots and bowls. They trekked through the mountains and finally arrived at the small clearing where they had camped before. Xiao Jian looked around but didn't see Zhang Chun or Xiao Ling. He immediately became worried and hurried to the makeshift thatched hut. The hut was still there, but empty. On a rock, he found a strange drawing, 3 downward curving lines ending in a circle. Xiao Jian was relieved. This had to be Zhang Chun's work. Not wanting to leave a written message, he had used this drawing to indicate where they had gone. They had discussed before that they would follow the stream to find its source, and Xiao Jian understood this drawing immediately. They must have already found the source of the stream. However, others wouldn't understand the meaning of the drawing. Chen Bihua, for example, was clueless. She stared at the drawing for a while before asking shyly, "Young master, what is this?" Xiao Jian picked up a clod of earth and wiped away the drawing. Then, he looked at Chen Bihua seriously and said, "Guess," making her blush crimson. Her brother, Chen Wenxuan, was immediately displeased. He pouted and said, "What's so special about it? It means they're upstream of the creek." Xiao Jian looked at Chen Wenxuan in surprise and patted his shoulder. "Not bad, kid. You're pretty smart. Have you been to school?" The pat almost made Chen Wenxuan stumble. Chen Bihua anxiously wrapped her arms around him. He's been frail since childhood, and he's curious about everything. He just isn't interested in martial arts and fitness. The teachers he's had all praised his intelligence. Xiao Jian looked at Chen Wenxuan and said, "His constitution isn't really suitable for martial arts. I'll give him some pointers when I have time and guide him towards literary pursuits." "Humph." Chen Wenxuan snorted, ignoring Xiao Jian. He pulled his sister and headed straight towards the stream. He was dismissive of Xiao Jian's so-called guidance. The stream meandered through a narrow pass between 2 mountain cliffs. A thin trickle of water flowed ceaselessly, regardless of the rugged and uneven path. Pebbles of various shapes were scattered across the streambed, shimmering like polished gems under the sunlight. On both sides of the stream, clusters of long-lost green grass created a soothing scene that was hard to leave. They walked slowly. Chen Wenxuan would climb onto smooth rocks to look around, then run to the edge of a pool to pick up a few pebbles, completely absorbed in his curiosity. Chen Bihua sat on a large rock, watching her brother play by the stream, a gentle smile appearing on her face. The flowing water seemed to have washed away their sadness, and their spirits felt lighter. Xiao Jian sat down beside Chen Bihua, and together they admired the rare beauty. When Chen Wenxuan saw them, he immediately dropped the pebbles and climbed onto the rock, nestling between Xiao Jian and his sister. Feigning excitement, he asked, "Young master, is it true you're going to give me some guidance?" Xiao Jian, nudged to the side, shifted his body, smiled, and said casually, "Of course. If you're interested, I'll teach you a thing or two." Chen Wenxuan pursed his lips, mocking him. "I'm just afraid you won't be able to teach me." Chen Bihua knew her brother well, and knew he was trying to cause trouble for Xiao Jian. She said angrily, "Wenxuan, don't be rude to the young master." She then apologized to Xiao Jian, saying, "My brother always asks tricky questions. His teachers have all been replaced a few times. Please ignore him, young master." Xiao Jian waved his hand, laughing. "It's fine. If I can be stumped by a little kid, how can I dare to offer him guidance?" Xiao Jian sensed that Chen Wenxuan was very unhappy about his getting close to his sister, so he deliberately provoked him. Chen Wenxuan was short and weak, and looked younger than his actual age. Being called a little kid by Xiao Jian was bound to anger him. Chen Wenxuan turned his head and sneered, "You're not much older than me, young master. You probably haven't read any more books than I have." He then snorted and looked up at the sky. "If you're going to be my teacher, you need to have some real knowledge and be able to solve my puzzles, don't chicken out." He didn't directly call him a coward, which was already quite polite of him. Xiao Jian was known for being idle and good for nothing. Yet he had the audacity to claim to be his teacher. It was a complete joke. He would have thought his own skills made him a teacher that was too good for the likes of Xiao Jian. "Chen Wenxuan, stop it," Chen Bihua said, slightly annoyed. It was clear that Xiao Jian was just being polite and saying he would guide him a little, but her brother was still holding on to it. Xiao Jian laughed it off. He scanned the surroundings, picked up a stone, and threw it towards a small bird hiding in the grass. His eyes followed the bird into the distance. Without even looking at Chen Wenxuan, he said casually, "The 4 books and 5 classics, that sort of scholar stuff, I'm not as good at, nor am I interested in it. We are living in a chaotic world, so everything needs to be practical. As long as it's something practical, no matter how tricky your question is, just ask." He added, "You must have read a lot of books. Actually, it's not that reading is useless. It's that the books you've read are useless." His attitude and tone completely ignored Chen Wenxuan. Xiao Jian's arrogance made Chen Wenxuan extremely uncomfortable. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to let this go today without thoroughly crushing him. He said, "Young master, why doesn't it ever rain? Why don't you start by telling me where the rain comes from?" Chen Wenxuan was deliberately trying to make things difficult for Xiao Jian. He didn't like the way Xiao Jian looked at his sister and wanted to annoy this playboy. Xiao Jian was still looking around for the bird that had flown away and said without thinking, "When it wants to rain, it will rain, just as a mother will marry when she wants to. Isn't that what they say? Rain comes from the sky." "Hey, just now, you said that you don't like scholar stuff, but this explanation of yours is such drivel," Chen Wenxuan said with a look of disdain. Chen Bihua couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and looked at Chen Wenxuan, asking, "Do you really want to know?" Chen Wenxuan mimicked Xiao Jian's tone, saying slowly, "I want to know the reasons behind rain formation. If it's just a bunch of big, empty words, I might as well lie back down." As he spoke, he looked attentively at the sky as if angels were descending from heaven. Chapter 30. Using his sister to bet against Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian nodded and said seriously, "I can teach you, but every word I say, whether you understand it or not, you must remember. Otherwise, I will punish you. Do you still want to listen?" Upon hearing this, Chen Wenxuan's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately sat up on the rock, looking at Xiao Jian in surprise and asked, "You actually understand these things?" Xiao Jian looked him in the eyes and nodded firmly again. During his several months in the strange space, he had learned many amazing and extraordinary things. Knowledge that was definitely astonishing and even incomprehensible in this world. However, he didn't want Chen Wenxuan to underestimate this knowledge due to his inability to understand it. He believed that as long as Chen Wenxuan continued to learn and accumulate, he would eventually understand it all. "You tell me and I'll remember," Chen Wenxuan replied before lying back down. He felt a little foolish for his excited expression just now. Xiao Jian was just an ignorant young master. How could he possibly understand these things? Xiao Jian was unfazed by Chen Wenxuan's attitude. He looked at the sky and calmly explained, "Simply put, rain is water vapor in the sky. When water vapor gets cold, it condenses into droplets." Chen Wenxuan immediately sat up again. This was the first time he'd heard this explanation, and it made perfect sense to him, but there were still some things that he didn't understand, so he asked, "Then, where does the water vapor in the sky come from?" As soon as Chen Wenxuan sat up, Xiao Jian lay back down, pillowing his hands behind his head. He answered, "The main source of water vapor is sunlight. When we boil water for cooking, we also produce water vapor, or steam. Heat turns it into vapor, cold turns it into water, and freezing turns it into ice." After hearing this, Chen Wenxuan suddenly jumped down and dug out a cold, smooth stone from a crevice. He blew on the surface of the stone a few times, and sure enough, a film of water formed on it. Chen Wenxuan said in delight, "I understand now. Clothes dry in the sun and water boils away in the teapot because the water turns into vapor and flies away. Then, this water vapor, yes, water vapor, will turn into rain in the sky and come back down." Chen Bihua was also very surprised. Because of this rain question, her brother had stumped several teachers, and eventually, her family stopped hiring tutors for him. Young Master Xiao had explained this unsolvable problem so clearly and simply in just a few words. Xiao Jin grinned, giving his sister a mischievous look, which made Chun Wenxuan feel uncomfortable again. He gave Xiao Jian a suspicious look. That young master must have heard it from somewhere. He wouldn't let him get away with it. Chen Bihua noticed her brother staring strangely at Xiao Jian, and since he didn't stop, she thought he was overdoing it. Xiao Jian had helped him answer a huge question, yet he still wasn't satisfied. Chun Wenxuan, don't push your luck. Hurry up and apologize to young Master Xiao and thank him for teaching you, she said, worried that Xiao Jian might get angry. Xiao Jian waved his hand, laughing. Apologize for what? It's okay. Chun Wenxuan is still young, just a child. He's at that immature age. I did say I would give him some guidance. Chun Wenxuan was about to explode with anger. He had become an immature child again. He yelled, Xiao Jian, stop trying to make it sound like you're so great. If I can't stump you today, then I'll. He thought for a while, but couldn't think of anything to bet and became speechless. Xiao Jian said with a smirk, You'll what? I'm not a childish kid. If the stakes are too low, I won't accept it. Chun Wenxuan was furious. He bit his lip and roared, I'll call you teacher, and I'll never interfere in your relationship with my sister again. If you lose, you can't try to court my sister anymore. Chen Bihua blushed crimson and turned away, burying her head between her knees. Xiao Jian also got up, clapping his hands hard and grinned. I'm going to change the bet. If you stump me within half a year, you win. If you win, I'll do whatever you say. Before you stump me, I'm allowed to court your sister. I'll test you occasionally. If you fail 3 tests, you lose. Chun Wenxuan was so angry that his eyes were red. He couldn't wait to devour Xiao Jian. He agreed without thinking, All right, I don't believe that I won't be able to stump you even once in half a year. Xiao Jian held up 3 fingers and added, A maximum of 3 questions a day. I have the right to delay answering. Otherwise, if I'm busy, I won't have time to play with a brat like you. Chun Wenxuan didn't object and immediately asked a question. Why does water turn into vapor when it gets hot and turn into water when it gets cold? And why is the water in the stream salty? Chun Wenxuan was a little smug. These questions were impossible to answer. Let's see how you respond. Xiao Jian replied, Matter has 3 states, gaseous, liquid, and solid. The main factors that determine these 3 states are pressure and heat. Iron is solid at room temperature, but it will become liquid and even gaseous when heated to a certain degree. By the way, there's a new term for heat. We call it temperature. Remember that. Chun Wenxuan wasn't easy to fool. He objected, No, you didn't explain why they turn into liquid and vapor. Xiao Jian shrugged helplessly and said, Okay, let's delve a little deeper. We'll use some new terms here, so you'll have to remember them. Chun Wenxuan waved his hand impatiently. Just tell me. I have a good memory. Xiao Jian said, The smallest particles of matter are so small that they cannot be seen with the naked eye. He explained to him the basic composition of matter he had learned in the space, as well as the principles of thermal expansion and contraction. Chun Wenxuan immediately countered. You said matter is made of particles, so it is? How can you prove that the smallest particles you talk about exist? His question was indeed pointed, bordering on nitpicking. Xiao Jian was not impatient and said, If you pour half a cup of alcohol and half a cup of water together, the total volume will be less than a cup. This proves that there are gaps between the smallest particles, which in turn proves their existence. What is alcohol? Chen Wenxuan guessed that alcohol was a type of strong liquor, but he wanted to confirm it. Xiao Jian said, If you heat white wine, the evaporated gas will condense into a liquid, and that liquid is alcohol, also known as a high-proof liquor. So it was alcohol. But if you pour 2 half cups of liquid together, wouldn't it make 1 full cup? How could it be less than a cup unless there were gaps inside the liquid? Now that Xiao Jian had given a way to prove it, he'd have to try it for himself to see if it were true. Okay, let's say that the smallest particles exist. But why are there differences between liquid and gaseous states? Seeing that he wasn't going to stop, Xiao Jian began to tease him again, saying, The smallest particles of matter are like the attraction between me and your sister. The closer your sister and I are, the greater the attraction. As he said this, he reached out to Chen Bihua. Chun Wenxuan was immediately upset and slapped his hand away. Talk about particles. Why are you talking about my sister? Chapter 31. A secluded paradise deep in the northern mountains. Xiao Jian chuckled. The smallest particles of matter vibrate when heated. This vibration force is like you, always preventing me from getting close to your sister. When these two forces reach equilibrium, I can't approach her, and you can't chase me away. We're stuck in a stalemate, just like a liquid. Chen Wenxuan's temper flared up the moment Xiao Jian mentioned his sister again. But upon reflection, he suddenly found it incredible. He hadn't realized the internal world of matter was so wondrous. Curiosity quickly gained the upper hand. You're saying if the vibration force exceeds the attraction, it becomes a gas? Xiao Jian nodded. You're right. If you had the power to push me off this rock, or if you ran off with your sister, then we'd be in a gaseous state. Sure enough, Xiao Jian was a notorious playboy, unable to speak a decent word. Chen Wenxuan fumed. Can you stop using my sister as an example? Xiao Jian looked at Chen Wenxuan with a smug grin. Well, that depends on whether you can beat me or not. He then turned to Qin Bihua with a mischievous smile. It could also become a solid, so you better work hard. Enraged by Xiao Jian, Chen Wenxuan was utterly helpless. He could only flail his arms, yelling, I have another question. Answer it now. Ignoring Chen Wenxuan's tantrum, Xiao Jian turned his head away. As for why the water in the creek is salty, that's even simpler. There are other substances in the water. If you evaporate the water, you'll naturally see what's left behind. Qin Bihua was utterly bewildered by Xiao Jian. Her delicate face, as red as a ripe peach, was buried between her knees. Yet her eyes held a look of surprise. She'd never imagined that the infamous playboy of Xianren Ping, a seemingly useless young master, would possess such extraordinary insights. Although Xiao Jian was rude to her, she didn't feel much aversion. Instead, she was filled with curiosity about him. She thought carefully about his explanation of the structure of matter. It was like a mysterious world, a new door he'd opened for her brother. She knew that within this door lay endless mysteries. She hoped her brother would enter this world and explore freely, knowing how much he'd love it. Chen Wenxuan was still fuming, while Xiao Jian jumped off the rock, stretched his body with a deliberate motion, and said, You've finished asking your questions for today. Now it's my turn to test you. If you put water in a sealed container and heat it continuously, will the water inside turn into vapor? Xiao Jian suddenly turned back, circled around Qin Bihua, and nodded with satisfaction. He added, If you fail this test 3 times, you'll have lost your sister. Think carefully before you answer. Chen Wenxuan suddenly calmed down. He had hesitated to answer the question. Even when Xiao Jian deliberately walked beside Qin Bihua, he hadn't dared to intervene. It wasn't until they reached the end of the creek that he stepped forward and said to Xiao Jian, The water in a sealed space won't turn into vapor because the water particles don't have room to vibrate. They can't expand. Xiao Jian nodded. And then? Chen Wenxuan pondered for a moment, then hesitantly said, Then, if you keep heating the water, it will break the container. Because the container is also made of particles, and when the vibrational force of the water particles exceeds the attractive force of the container particles, the container will break. A smile of satisfaction spread across Xiao Jian's face. This boy had potential. He then immediately feigned disappointment, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his arms in an exaggerated manner. Sigh, looks like you passed this time. I suppose you can keep your sister for now. The end of the creek opened into a basin-like flat area. This single exit was the only way out of the basin. It would be possible to climb over the mountains, but it would be much more difficult than following the creek. The mountains on the east and west sides of the flat area were gently sloped and bathed in sunlight. The northern mountains were a bit farther away, with small hills and cliffs. Further back, there were only glimpses of tall mountains and dense forests. Here, the creek split into 2. The larger branch flowed along the foot of the eastern mountain, heading north. The other branch wound its way from the western gorge. Both streams had running water. Oddly, the flow here was significantly stronger than downstream. Xiao Jian was sure that somewhere along the creek they had followed, there had to be at least one hidden passage. Some of the creek's water was flowing through a passage into the Shanin River. Xiao Jian looked around, but Zhang Chun and the others were nowhere to be seen. How could he find them in such a large area? Zhang Chun hadn't even left a sign. They'd only eaten some thin porridge that morning. Now they were all starving. Since they couldn't find Zhang Chun immediately, they decided to drop their things and get something to eat first. Qin Bihua took out a clay pot and started preparing a meal, essentially, more porridge. She acted very much like an older sister, as she was indeed the oldest among them. Fugue gathered firewood and, once he'd collected enough, began chopping bamboo to make bowls. Chen Wenxuan, acting as a shepherd, led the sheep to the plentiful water and sunny meadows. Xiao Jian wandered around, partly to get a better understanding of their surroundings, and partly to look for any signs Zhang Chun might have left. Soon, smoke rose from a cooking fire in the valley. Fugue had made 5 bamboo bowls, perfect for drinking porridge. They were even better than the clay ones. Chun Wenxuan returned with a small bundle of grass and 2 sheep with bulging bellies. Xiao Jian also stopped wandering, having found nothing. Chen Bihua's porridge was cooked, and its fragrant aroma wafted through the air. It was this aroma that drew them all back. After a chorus of happy gurgles, the large pot of porridge was still not completely finished. Suddenly, they heard a heavenly sound. "Brother, brother, is that you back?" "Brother is back. Zhang Chunji, brother and the others are back." The voice came from the top of the eastern hill in the flat area. Xiao Jian looked up and saw Xiao Ling running down the hill, yelling anxiously, "Xiao Ling, slow down. You'll fall." Zhang Chun followed behind Xiao Ling, also running down. Fugue watched them with a simple, happy grin. Chen Bihua stopped what she was doing and looked towards the hillside. Chun Wenxuan stood next to his sister, watching the hillside. The 2 little sheep bleated nearby, oblivious to what was happening. Xiao Jian was truly overjoyed. Seeing Zhang Chun and Xiao Ling safe and sound, the anxiety he'd been carrying finally lifted. He strode towards Xiao Ling, who immediately jumped into his arms, crying, "Wah! Ling Ling missed brother so much. Wah!" Tears streamed down her clean face like they were free. Xiao Jian hugged Xiao Ling, wiping her endlessly flowing tears with his sleeve. "Ling Ling, don't cry. Brother's back now, isn't he?" Brother and Ling Ling made a pinky promise that we'd be back today. At this moment, Zhang Chun also came down. Xiao Jian patted Zhang Chun on the shoulder. "Well done, thanks." Chapter 32. High Yield, Low-Grade Crops. Then, hugging Xiao Ling, he walked down, saying, "Ling Ling, are you hungry? Brother has some good food here." The moment she heard about food, Xiao Ling stopped crying. "Brother, Ling Ling is hungry. Brother, Ling Ling saved a big crab for you." Ling Ling didn't even eat it, even though she was hungry. Putting Xiao Ling down, Chen Bihua had already filled a clean bamboo bowl with porridge and handed it to Xiao Ling, saying softly, "Sister." Xiao Ling glanced at Chen Bihua, frowned, and pouted as if someone had stolen her favorite toy. She was about to cry again. Xiao Jian quickly took the bamboo bowl and fed her a few mouthfuls, finally calming her down. The little darling was truly impossible to deal with. She'd cry at the slightest thing. Xiao Jian was at a loss. Zhang Chun had been standing by Xiao Jian's side, waiting to talk to him and tell him about the past few days. Xiao Jian glanced at him, noting his clean face. It seemed that the water problem had been resolved, and he didn't look particularly hungry either, putting Xiao Jian at ease. "Go have some porridge first. It's not urgent." Once Xiao Ling was full, she finally discovered a new toy. The 2 adorable little sheep. She excitedly ran over to them. Only then did Xiao Jian approach Zhang Chun, first giving a brief account of their trip, then asking, "How is it here? Is there a suitable place to live?" Zhang Chun stood up and pointed west. "There's a smaller cave over there. Xiao Ling and I have been staying there for the past few days." After looking around and noticing the addition of 2 more people, bringing the total to 6, he added, "It's big enough for 6, but it needs to be tidied up and have some extra thatch added." Zhang Chun didn't have many tools, so it was difficult to gather enough thatch for insulation. Xiao Jian glanced at the western mountain. The sun was still several feet above the horizon, but the mountain was already in shadow. The west mountain wasn't an ideal place to live. Looking around again, he decided the best location would be on the northern side of the flat area. That was where the sun would shine for the longest time. Seeing that Xiao Jian was looking north, Zhang Chun said, "We haven't been over there yet, in case you returned and couldn't find us." He then pointed to the creek in front of them. "The water problem has been solved. The water from the gorge has a salty taste." He then pointed to the larger stream to the east. "The water from this stream is clean and drinkable." Xiao Jian nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's settle in the west for the time being. We should try to understand our surroundings better over the next few days." He turned to Fugue. "You'll need to return to Julong Mountain and bring all the grain here as soon as possible. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it will be. We cleaned out all the grain from the mine. They don't even have enough food to work, so now is the safest time. Once they recover and set up guard posts, it will be dangerous to go to Julong Mountain." Zhang Chun suggested, "I think we should transfer the grain gradually. First to the northern slope of Julong Mountain, then from the northern slope to the northern mountains, and then here." Xiao Jian nodded. We got over 400 pounds of grain this time. It's all already hulled and ready to eat. He then asked curiously, why didn't we see any sweet potatoes? Sweet potatoes would be the perfect food for the mine. No need to hull, and easy to store. Xiao Jian, a young master from a wealthy family, didn't even recognize many crops. He had no idea what grew in the fields. Zhang Chun asked casually, are you talking about the thing we eat raw? It was my first time eating it too. It's quite delicious. It's a shame there aren't many left. Zhang Chun spoke casually, but Xiao Jian felt a chill down his spine. Could it be that sweet potatoes had never been planted here? He'd seen this low-grade crop in a recording from the strange space, where it had been called a gagua, but its shape was clearly the same. Xiao Jian remembered it clearly because the recording had identified sweet potatoes as one of the highest-yielding low-grade crops. Zhang Chun wasn't as ignorant of agriculture as he was. If his family or anyone nearby had grown sweet potatoes, he wouldn't be so clueless about them. Xiao Jian immediately called out to Xiaoling, Xiaoling, do you know where that sweet potato we ate came from? Xiaoling wrinkled her brow and tilted her head, thinking carefully for a moment. Then she said with certainty, someone gave them to us last year. Grandpa told me to call him Uncle Wang. His voice was weird. He only came once, and we haven't seen him since. Xiao Jian saw Fugui sitting on a rock, munching on a sweet potato, and he was going crazy. Fugui, put it down. He and Fugui had brought a total of 8 large sweet potatoes to the mine. They'd eaten 6, leaving only 2 with him. Xiao Jian rushed over, grabbed the half-eaten sweet potato from him, and carefully, with his own sleeve, wiped away the saliva. He was being more precious with it than if it was his own treasure. This sudden shout, combined with the action, had everyone dumbfounded. Fugui still held the sweet potato, mid-bite. Xiao Jian carefully wiped the sweet potato, his expression pained as if his wife had been stolen. Perhaps feeling that he had cleaned it well enough, Xiao Jian walked over to Qin Bihua, holding the sweet potato in front of her. Do you recognize this? Qin Bihua was startled by his earlier reaction. Her trembling hand reached out twice before finally taking the sweet potato, afraid she might damage it. She looked at it carefully for a long time, then handed it back to him, shaking her head without saying anything. She didn't understand what had happened. Why was Xiao Jian so agitated? Zhang Chun walked to Xiao Jian's side and said softly, what's wrong? Is this? He pointed to the sweet potato in Xiao Jian's hand, swallowed, and asked, is it poisonous? Only then did Xiao Jian come back to his senses. He walked over to Fugui, pushed down his still eating mode hand, and patted him on the shoulder, saying apologetically, I'm sorry, I overreacted. He then held up the sweet potato in his hand and exclaimed excitedly, do you know what this is? It's a gagua, a sweet potato. Do you know what a sweet potato is? Everyone looked even more confused. They all knew it was a sweet potato. Why was he asking if they knew what a sweet potato was? It was a sweet potato. It certainly couldn't be called a mouse. They continued to stare at him, as if he was crazy. Was he ill? He seemed quite seriously ill. Seeing that no one reacted, Xiao Jian slapped his forehead, trying to collect himself. Then, holding up the half-eaten sweet potato, he continued, this is a high-yield crop. It doesn't fear drought, and it doesn't need to be planted in flooded rice paddies. It can grow in dry fields. This sweet potato, if grown well on an acre of land, can yield about 20 dan. That's 6 to 7 times more than rice. Chapter 33, Brief Rural Life. That got their attention. The looks on their faces were still confused, but they were now looking at the sweet potato in his hand, not at Xiao Jian. After a long pause, Zhang Chun was the first to react. Afraid he hadn't heard correctly, he asked to confirm. See, cousin, you said this? Zhang Chun couldn't even speak properly. He pointed to the sweet potato, then quickly pulled his hand away, as if afraid of offending it. He swallowed hard and asked, 7 times? In dry fields? Xiao Jian nodded solemnly, affirming, yes, 7 times. And it grows in dry fields. He pointed at the surrounding wasteland. And it doesn't fear drought. This place is perfect. Hearing Xiao Jian's confirmation, everyone's gaze changed again. Their eyes now sparkled. In this era, who hadn't experienced hunger? Who didn't know the importance of grain? The bandits outside had become bandits because of the grain shortage. If they had food, even if it was just enough to survive, who would choose to become a displaced person? In his excitement, Xiao Jian had forgotten one important thing. How many sweet potatoes did they have left? They'd always been using sweet potatoes as rations. That's right, Fugui should have one, right? Xiao Jian immediately ran over and started searching Fugui. It was gone. He could only place his hope on Zhang Chun. He carefully asked, Zhang Chun, how many sweet potatoes do we have left? Xiao Jian was full of hope. If Zhang Chun dared to say they had none, Xiao Jian would definitely hit him. Seeing the way Xiao Jian looked, Zhang Chun shrank his head and took a few steps back, then said hesitantly, I think we have a few left. Hearing this, Xiao Jian patted his chest, finally relieved. As long as they had a few left, they could slowly plant them and they would grow more and more. Reassured, he waved his hand and said heroically, let's go home. The cave Zhang Chun had found was indeed very small. However, it was only a temporary place. They could manage for a little while. A campfire was lit in the middle of the cave, and Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun were discussing plans for tomorrow. Fuguwei was going to transfer the grain tomorrow. He instructed Qin Bihua to cook more porridge in the morning for Fuguwei to take with him. The weather wasn't too hot yet, so it would keep for a few days. Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun would explore the surroundings together, while Qin Bihua stayed at home to take care of the two children. After making these arrangements, Xiao Jian asked, have you followed the salty stream back to its source? I have. It flows out of a cave in the western mountain. I've been in the cave. The soil inside is bitter. Hearing Zhang Chun's answer, Xiao Jian was disappointed. The cave probably contained nitrate-rich soil, which was not uncommon in many caves. However, nitrate soil wasn't entirely useless. It could be used to make saltpeter. Saltpeter was the main ingredient in gunpowder, and during the process of making saltpeter, they could also obtain compound fertilizer. Is there a lot of this soil in the cave? Quite a bit. In many places, a white powder has grown. After speaking, Zhang Chun looked at Xiao Jian with anticipation, hoping Xiao Jian would say that the soil was a treasure. Seeing Zhang Chun's expression, Xiao Jian smiled and shook his head. It's just ordinary nitrate soil. It can be used to make gunpowder saltpeter. However, to make gunpowder we also need sulfur. He had learned these basic facts in the recordings from the strange space. The immediate problem to solve now was salt. People would get sick if they didn't eat salt for a long time. They hadn't found any salt in the mine, and even the dog meat they ate at the manager's place had been bland. It probably hadn't been seasoned with salt. In this world, salt was a commodity controlled by the imperial court, with a large portion of the court's revenue coming from these controlled goods. So, it was very expensive. Xiao Jian touched his chest. He still had the few taels of silver he got from the mine. The problem was, even if they had silver, there was nowhere to buy it. It seemed that they would need to make a trip to Shangzhou City. Aside from Huzhou City, Shangzhou City was the closest. When they left Huzhou City, Uncle Shu had arranged for Shuya to go to Shangzhou City. He could take this opportunity to see her and ask about the golden light. While the two men were talking, Qin Bihua had already heated water in a clay pot. They all washed their hands and faces and went to sleep early. The next day, after the break of dawn, they all set off on their separate tasks. Fuguwei's task was extremely dangerous. Xiao Jian carefully reminded him again before he left. The next few days passed uneventfully. Qin Bihua and her brother cut some tree branches and put wooden handles on the tools they had brought back. Zhang Chun and Xiao Jian thoroughly explored all the surrounding terrain. A new campsite had been chosen. It was a bit higher than the flat area. Crucially, it had a spring of sweet water at the back of the mountain. The area was bathed in sunlight, from sunrise to sunset. The mountain behind the campsite was relatively gentle, which meant they could clear a lot of land for farming. The front of the campsite faced the creek's exit, giving them a full view of the flat area. As soon as the sun rose, 5 people, armed with various tools, went to the new campsite to begin building a house. Of course, for now, they could only build a simple thatched hut. They chose a flat area next to the mountain, dug 4 deep holes, and inserted 4 tree trunks to support the house. They used more tree trunks to create cross supports, forming a stable triangular structure. Since they didn't have suitable tools, they couldn't create tenon joints between the trunks. They had to use bamboo strips to tie them together. After connecting the tree trunks at the top, the frame of the house was complete. Xiao Jian shook the supports. The structure was very stable and would not be blown over, even in strong winds. With a solid frame, everything else became much easier. They tied thin wooden poles around the frame and the roof, and then wove horizontal bamboo strips across them. Next, they covered the roof and walls with thatch. They'd done this before at their temporary campsite, so it was easy for them. It took them 7 days to finish. After that, Xiao Jian built a simple latrine a little further away. The latrine wasn't just for hygiene. It was also for collecting manure, which was essential for planting sweet potatoes. It was now mid-April, the season for growing sweet potato seedlings. There was no time to build another house, So for now, they would all have to live together. They cleared and dug a plot of dry land near the thatched hut, then planted the 6.5 sweet potatoes, half buried in the soil about a foot apart, and covered with a layer of thatch for insulation. To prevent animals from destroying it, they put a ring of stakes around the area. It would take more than a month for the sweet potato seedlings to grow. They would transplant them when the seedlings were a foot tall. When they transplanted them, they would need to fertilize the soil first. Making soil fertilizer was very simple. They cut weeds, piled them up, covered them with soil, and then set the weeds on fire. The soil, after being smoldered, would become fertilizer. The soil fertilizer could loosen the soil and contained various elements, making it the best fertilizer for planting sweet potatoes. None of them had ever farmed before. Xiao Jian learned these things from the videos he'd seen in the strange space. Since they had plenty of tools, burning the soil fertilizer was fairly easy. They worked hard all day, feeling both fulfilled and happy. Xiao Jian truly wished that this kind of rural life could last forever. He knew that this was just wishful thinking. He cherished this brief peace. Chapter 34. A mysterious passage in the mountain cave. When work finished in the afternoon, Xiao Jian and Zhang Chun went to the creek and circled around a relatively flat area. Xiao Jian picked up a handful of dark soil, looked at it, and said to Zhang Chun, "You can start clearing this flat area first. Once the sweet potato seedlings have grown, we'll transplant them here." The area was close to the creek, making it convenient to draw water for irrigation. Zhang Chun sensed that Xiao Jian seemed to be making arrangements. He looked at Xiao Jian curiously and asked, "Are you going out again?" Xiao Jian nodded. It had been more than 10 days since they'd had any salt, and Xiao Jian was starting to feel anxious. He decided to go out. All the matters at home just needed him to arrange things, and he didn't need to worry too much. It was still too early to transplant the sweet potatoes. Clearing the wasteland and making soil fertilizer would be enough to keep them busy for some time. When Xiao Jian returned home, Chen Bihua was cooking dinner. While Xiao Jian and the others were planting sweet potatoes, Chen Bihua had taken Chen Wenxuan and Xiao Ling to forage for some wild vegetables nearby. She added these vegetables to the clay pot with the porridge. Combining the porridge with vegetables would help reduce their grain consumption. Xiao Jian increasingly felt the warmth of home. He was very pleased. After dinner, it was still early, so Xiao Jian decided to use the remaining thatch to make a small separate room for Chen Bihua in the hut. This would provide her with a more private space. There were no recreational activities at night, so everyone sat around the fire making rope. Palm trees were everywhere on the mountain, and the trunks of palm trees were covered in palm fiber, which was perfect for making rope. Palm rope was sturdy and of a quality no less than hemp rope. Xiao Jian hadn't thought about what they'd use the rope for. His goal was for them to learn to do a variety of things. In harsh conditions, they had to make full use of all their spare time. While twisting the palm rope, Xiao Jian said, "Fugue and I are going out. You guys can continue clearing the wasteland and making soil fertilizer at home." As he spoke, Xiao Jian picked up a strand of palm fiber from beside Chen Bihua's feet and added it to the rope. He twisted the rope skillfully, like an experienced farmer. Chen Bihua and the two children were tearing open the palm fibers, placing the strands together for them to use in making rope. Xiao Jian glanced at Zhang Chun, who was twisting rope, and said, "When you're free, build another kitchen to the west." Chen Bihua stopped her work and looked at Xiao Jian with concern, asking quietly, "Are you going to the mine again?" Xiao Jian shook his head, concentrating on twisting the palm rope. "The mine will definitely be prepared. I want to go to Shangzhou City." Shangzhou City was to the north, beyond several large mountains, and it probably hadn't been taken over by the bandits yet. "How will you get there? When are you leaving?" When Chen Bihua heard he was going to Shangzhou City, she became even more worried. Shangzhou City was very far away. It would take at least 15 to 16 days for a round trip. Xiao Jian thought for a moment, feeling that there wasn't much preparation needed, and it might be better to go and come back sooner. "We'll go over the mountains behind us. We'll set off early tomorrow morning and expect to be back in about 20 days. Xiao Jian put down the finished rope, looked at Chen Bihua, and instructed, "You need to be careful at home. If you encounter danger, move to the mountain behind us. Don't worry about losing anything here." Chen Bihua's eyes were starting to redden. She lowered her head and said with a choked voice, "I heard there are several groups of bandits on the road to Shangzhou City. Are you really going to go?" Xiao Jian clapped his hands to shake off the dust, then stood up and said, "Don't worry. I'll be careful. We don't have any salt at home, and that'll affect our health if it goes on for too long." He looked at Chen Wenxuan and Xiao Ling. They were both in the development stage, and they absolutely could not go without salt. Early the next morning, after more coaxing and comforting, they finally managed to soothe Xiao Ling. Fugue, carrying a backpack and holding an axe, and Xiao Jian, carrying a long-handled machete and a coil of palm rope, followed the northeast creek into the northern depths. After traveling a distance north along the creek, the mountains on either side became increasingly steep, forming a long canyon. The creek flowed through the canyon. They walked along the canyon all day, finally reaching the end where their path was blocked by a towering cliff. At the top of the cliff, a stream of water poured down from a great height, the droplets like jade, sparkling with colorful light. The sound of the water was deafening, and water droplets splashed everywhere like a fine rain. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a pool of water covering several dozen square feet. The pool water was deep and blue, filled with various fish and shrimp that swam in schools, stirring up small waves. There was a cave on the inner wall of the pool, and a lot of the pool water was flowing into it. The water downstream of the creek wasn't strong. It turned out that it had been diverted by this cave. The northern mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, with countless peaks and valleys. Many places were shrouded in clouds and mist all year round and were sparsely populated. The trees and soil on the mountains stored a lot of water, which gradually sank and eventually formed this stream. This was the end of the northern mountain range. The stream before them wound its way from the 100,000 mountains to the northeast. The sun was setting in the west, and the two of them had been traveling all day, only drinking a little thin porridge from their bamboo tubes. They felt tired and hungry. Fugue looked at the fish swimming in the pool, his mouth watering. Xiao Jian cut down 2 sturdy pieces of wood, sharpened one end of each, and blackened them slightly over a fire, making a spear several meters long. The fish in this pool were probably not used to danger. They were surprisingly naive. As soon as Xiao Jian stepped into the water, the fish that had been swimming everywhere began to circle around his feet. Xiao Jian had been going to spear the fish, but he bent over and grabbed a large fish that was showing off, so there was no need for the spear. The other fish, sensing that something was wrong, quickly scattered. It was said that fish could only remember things for 7 seconds. Indeed, after only a moment, the fish gathered around again, and Xiao Jian grabbed another. Fugue had already lit a campfire. Xiao Jian threw the fish to him and ignored the rest. They often went hiking and camping, so they were experienced in grilling fish outdoors, and Xiao Jian didn't need to help. Xiao Jian looked at the cave on the inner wall of the pool. Part of the entrance was below the water's surface, and a large amount of water was rushing into the cave. Even if the upstream flow was stronger, it wouldn't fill this bottomless hole. He circled the cave for a long time, when an idea suddenly occurred to him. If he could block the cave entrance, and then build a reservoir at the mouth of the canyon, then the water shortage problem at Xianrenping would be solved. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He couldn't help climbing toward the cave to examine the size of the entrance. Xiao Jian lay down on a rock near the cave entrance and peered into the cave. Strange rocks were scattered about, crisscrossing, and it was impossible to see the bottom. Within this complex environment, he vaguely seemed to see a passage extending deeper into the cave. He frowned, his face full of doubt. How could there be a passage in the cave? Had someone been here before? Xiao Jian carefully observed the passage, trying to see if there were any signs of human interference. It was not far from their campsite. He began to worry about the safety of Zhang Chun and the others. Chapter 35. The mysterious stone room at the end of the passage. Suddenly, an odd sensation came over him. He had felt this same sensation in the strange space. Immediately, he focused his attention deep within his mind. As expected, he was once again in that familiar place in his mind, and an image of the cave had formed. Xiao Jian focused his consciousness on the passage in the image of the cave, and immediately, the image drew a dotted line that overlapped with the passage. The dotted line was winding, extending deeper into the cave. He followed the dotted line, exploring forward. He didn't know how far he had gone when he finally arrived at the end of the passage. After reaching this point, the cave image in his mind became blurred. He seemed to see a small space, or maybe a room. But at that moment, a white light flashed in his mind, and everything instantly turned black. His consciousness was forced to retreat. Xiao Jian shook his head. He was still too weak. His body couldn't handle the strain. The image automatically retreated. At that moment, he felt a splitting headache. His forehead was burning hot as if it were charcoal. He quickly poured water on his head to cool it down. His head immediately steamed like a pot of boiling water, releasing wisps of white vapor. He touched his forehead, feeling that it was still burning, so he simply dunked his head into the pool, which finally gave him some relief. Xiao Jian sat on a rock and sorted out his thoughts. It seemed that, After being modified by Shuya, his mind had gained new abilities. As long as he stared at an object or a scene, a corresponding image would be generated in his mind. This image was like a super copy, and it could even copy things that were invisible. Just now, she had only seen a very short section of the passage, but in his mental image, the entire length of the passage was clearly displayed. This incredible phenomenon of creating something from nothing was simply unbelievable. This ability in his mind had surpassed simple perception. It was a form of insight. This peculiar insight should enable him to perceive the internal relationships between things, allowing him to see the truth hidden beneath the surface. The potential of this ability was limitless. It could help him solve many mysteries and explore deeper realms. Xiao Jian looked at the cave again. He felt that there was something in that space deep inside the cave. He was about to get up when he saw Fuguwei come over, carrying 2 grilled fish. Xiao Jian was indeed hungry. He took the fish and ate a few bites. It tasted delicious. With some salt, it would have tasted even better. Fuguwei, I'm going to go into the cave. You stay outside and guard it. Xiao Jian threw away the fish bones, clapped his hands, stood up, and said to Fuguwei, Young master, I'm going in too. Fuguwei wasn't comfortable with Xiao Jian going into the cave alone. The two of them rarely separated. The passage in the cave is narrow. You won't be able to get through. Just wait outside and make a fire. I'll be out soon. Fuguwei was bulky, and the cave passage had several narrow rock crevices. Fuguwei would definitely not be able to get through. Fuguwei didn't say anything more. He found some dried branches and grass and made a torch. Xiao Jian took the torch and walked directly toward the cave. Xiao Jian followed the route marked in his mental image. He walked for a long time without incident and climbed several dozen steps, finally reaching a pool. The pool was about several dozen square feet in area. In front of him was a sheer rock wall, and the end of the passage was inside this wall. The entrance into the wall was at the bottom of this cold pool. Xiao Jian crouched down and gently placed his hand into the pool water. As soon as he touched the water, a chill ran through him from the palm of his hand. Xiao Jian couldn't help but shiver. The water in this pool was as cold as ice. It was unbelievable. He pulled his clothes tighter and hesitated. Would his small body freeze as soon as he plunged into the water? He glanced back at the way he had come and was surprised to find that this cold pool was even higher than the entrance of the cave. While he was hesitating, he suddenly heard a rustling sound. Then, he sensed a malicious intent directed toward him. Xiao Jian looked around and saw 2 green dots moving toward him in the darkness. He felt a sudden pang of fear. He threw the torch toward the green dots. The fire immediately illuminated the rock wall in front of him. On the wall, a giant python, flicking its tongue, was slithering out of a crack in the rock. A snake. Xiao Jian's face turned pale with fright. He sat down hard on the ground, and, watching the python getting closer and closer, he pushed himself backward using his hands. Just as Xiao Jian was about to run out of space, the python opened its mouth and suddenly accelerated toward him. Ah! Xiao Jian shouted in shock, his body falling backward. With a splash, he fell into the cold pool. Whomp! The python chased after him, swimming into the pool, quickly heading towards Xiao Jian. At that moment, the cold pool surged and rolled, the water glittering silver. Xiao Jian, forgetting the cold in his fear, dove down into the depths of the pool. His body was now turning purple with the cold. His limbs were starting to go numb, but the bottom of the pool was pitch black, so he couldn't find the entrance to the cave. He had used all of the air he had been holding, and a suffocating feeling forced him back to the surface. The moment his head emerged from the water, the python seemed to be waiting for him. It opened its mouth and attacked. Xiao Jian took a deep breath and quickly submerged himself again. Luckily, the python couldn't dive. As long as he was under the water, he would be safe. But if things continued like this, he would either be eaten by the python or freeze to death in the cold pool. He looked at the pitch-black bottom of the pool, and suddenly an idea came to him. He opened his eyes and stared intently at the sheer rock wall. Soon, an image appeared in his mind. Indeed, even if he couldn't see the pitch-black bottom of the pool, his power of insight could still copy an image of it. As soon as the image appeared in his mind, his body began to heat up. The numbness in his limbs gradually subsided. He even felt that the water in the cold pool wasn't that cold anymore. Following the guidance of the image in his mind, Xiao Jian quickly found the entrance into the sheer rock wall. The entrance was an upward-sloping cave. He climbed up this cave, and after only a few dozen steps, he emerged above the water. Looking at the scene before him, Xiao Jian was filled with disbelief. He found himself in a square stone room. The room was clearly man-made. In the center of the room was a stone table. There were two smooth, cylindrical stone stools next to the table. On the table, an exquisite square box was particularly eye-catching. The box was pure white, like it was carved out of jade. It was exquisite. The jade box was about 3 inches square. Its surface was carved with many beautiful patterns, unlike anything Xiao Jian had ever seen. Xiao Jian felt around the box. It was solid and seamless. He circled around the box, but still couldn't find a way to open it. He gently picked up the box and carefully examined the delicate patterns, wanting to use his power of insight to observe its interior. Suddenly, he heard a crisp crack, and the jade box broke apart in his hands. Chapter 36. Cultivation Techniques Inside the Jade Box. Xiao Jian gently picked up the jade box, observing it intently, trying to use his power of insight to see inside. But the jade box suddenly broke open, revealing 2 items at its base. Xiao Jian stared wide-eyed at the 2 items. One was a crystal, translucent and clear, that was actually a soul-devouring evil spirit core. The other item was a jade pendant. Curiously, he picked up the jade pendant. As he examined the pattern on it, the pendant emitted a golden light, which shot from his forehead into his mind. Xiao Jian was startled and almost dropped the pendant. But just then, a flash of light went through his mind, and a clear image of a human model appeared. This jade pendant actually contained an image of a human model? Xiao Jian was excited. He immediately focused his attention on the image in his mind. The human model in the image was a complete map of acupoints, each one marked with detailed information. From the information on these acupoints, he saw incredible information. In these acupoints, it turned out that there were factors that could modify the human body. According to the description, as long as the meridians of the acupoints were unblocked, the factors would follow the meridians into the body, strengthening the body and even modifying it. Of course, the factors in each acupoint were different, and the factors had to be extracted in a certain order for them to benefit the body. This meant that the order in which the acupoints were opened determined the order of the factor combinations. If the acupoints were opened haphazardly, causing the wrong factor combinations, it could even cause one to suffer from demonic backlash. Xiao Jian only looked for a moment. The factor combinations were too complicated. It wasn't something that he could understand in a short time. He shifted his attention to the hands of the human model. The model was holding a soul-devouring evil spirit core. The core was releasing a milky white mist, which entered the meridians from the palm. The milky white mist traveled along the meridians, gradually purifying and becoming clear, and finally gathered in the dantian. When Xiao Jian saw this, his eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. This was a cultivation technique. He quickly calmed down and focused on observing the rules of the mist. He discovered that when the mist reached the acupoints of the neck, it separated into tiny parts, which entered the mind. The mist entering the mind was traveling through the same passage that Shuya had opened. Xiao Jian suddenly understood. The passage Shuya opened in his mind was actually a meridian leading to the depths of his mind, and the end of the meridian was where the image had appeared in his mind. This set of cultivation techniques could even improve his power of insight. If his power of insight level was improved, it would bring him great benefits. Just as Xiao Jian was getting more and more excited, the image in his mind suddenly disappeared and his consciousness instantly retreated. Xiao Jian picked up the soul-devouring evil spirit core on the stone table and, following the instructions in the image, began to use his consciousness to guide the mist into his body. However, he quickly discovered that cultivating was not as simple as he had imagined. The core in his hand was quickly depleted, and he hadn't unblocked even one meridian. The mist could only circulate within a small section of the meridians. However, a small, impure clump of mist had appeared in his dantian. Xiao Jian looked at the core, which had been reduced to ashes, and sighed lightly. This core is actually used for cultivation. But where can I find cores for my own cultivation? He took out the core from the heavily muscled man. This core was clearly of lower quality than the one in the jade box. Its color was also more muddy. Just as Xiao Jian was about to continue cultivating with this core, the stone room suddenly began to shake. Crap, this place might collapse. He immediately ran toward the cave, but a flood of water rushed into the cave and pushed him back hard. The stone room was sinking. Rumble. With a loud crash as rocks collapsed, the water instantly submerged the stone room. Boom. Then, Xiao Jian felt a jolt under his feet. The stone room seemed to have landed from the sky, directly throwing him into the water. The rocks couldn't withstand the force of gravity, and the stone room suddenly broke apart. Instantly, a torrent of water poured from above, and the torrent carried Xiao Jian, rushing him to lower ground. When Xiao Jian woke up, he was lying on dry grass. There was a campfire nearby, and Fuguei was adding firewood to the flames. "Young master, you're awake?" Fuguei's eyes were swollen and red. He had probably been crying. When he saw that Xiao Jian was awake, he immediately dropped the firewood and helped Xiao Jian up. How did I get here?" Xiao Jian only remembered being swept away by the rapids. It seemed that the rapids had rushed out of the cave. "Young master, what happened in the cave? How did the water rush out?" "You were swept out by the water, young master." "Oh, a cold pool collapsed in there." Xiao Jian didn't want to talk about what had happened in the cave. One strange orb of light had already killed everyone in Xianrenping. He definitely couldn't let anyone know about the cultivation techniques. Fuguei wiped his eyes and blinked a few times before taking a grilled fish from the fire and handing it to Xiao Jian. "Young master must be hungry. I kept this for you. You should eat quickly, young master." Just as Xiao Jian was about to take the grilled fish, he realized that he was holding something in his hand. He opened his hand and saw the jade pendant he had gotten in the cave and the core from the heavily muscled man. He couldn't help but laugh. In the face of life and death, he hadn't even dropped what he was holding. Early the next morning, the two of them had another hearty meal of grilled fish and, holding the wooden spears they had prepared for fishing, walked towards the cliff with the waterfall. There was no other way out of this pool besides the canyon they had come from. They could only climb the cliff. Fortunately, Xiao Jian had brought the palm rope. If they had come here empty-handed, they probably would have had to go back and look for a new path. Since the possession incident in the small flat area, Xiao Jian's physique seemed to be getting stronger. In the past, he would have had no way of climbing this cliff, even with the palm rope. But now, he felt that he was even stronger than Fuguei. They worked together and quickly climbed to the top of the cliff. Looking up, they saw a winding stream flowing through the mountains, with wisps of white mist rising and blending with the clouds at the waist of the mountains. This stream came from the 100,000 mountains in the northeast, but Shangzhou City was directly north. They couldn't follow the stream any further. Xiao Jian stood on a high point and looked around. He only saw high mountains and deep valleys, covered with dense forests, and there was no path to be seen. He got his bearings and headed directly into the forest to the north. A path was always made by people walking on it. They traveled through the mountains and forests for 5 or 6 days before finally reaching an open area. Xiao Jian sat on a rock, drinking several large gulps from the bamboo tube filled with water. There were only low grasses and bushes in this open area. The sun shone down without obstruction, which felt especially comfortable to them, since they had been in the dark forest all day. Xiao Jian put his spear and machete down beside him and lay down on the rock, enjoying the warmth of the sunlight on his body. The breeze on his face wasn't cold. The surroundings were silent. Even the birds, which were normally chirping all the time, had flown off to who knew where. After spending so many days in the forest, he was overcome by fatigue, and Xiao Jian's eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Just as he was dozing off, he suddenly heard Fuguei yelling, "Young master, run! Tiger! There's a tiger!" Xiao Jian was startled and rolled over, trying to sit up, but instead rolled over the edge of the rock. As he fell off the rock, Xiao Jian grabbed a stick in his panic. The stick didn't hold him, and he plunged down from the rock, which was over a dozen feet high. Luckily, there was a thick growth of thatch below, which prevented him from being seriously injured. But he was still stunned. "Young master, run! Tiger! The tiger is coming!" In front of Xiao Jian, Fuguei was running this way in a panic, glancing back over his shoulder. Xiao Jian stood up in a hurry and saw that behind Fuguei, a striped tiger with green eyes was staring greedily at Fuguei. Its front paws were slightly extended, firmly planted on the ground, ready to pounce. Chapter 37. Another scene of a black net covering the sun. Xiao Jian trembled all over, his limbs weak and limp. He froze in place. He tightly gripped the wooden spear in his hand, his eyes fixed on the tiger, and subconsciously pointed the spear forward. Honestly, Xiao Jian didn't intentionally point the spear at the tiger, but the tiger didn't know that. It sensed Xiao Jian's threat, gave up chasing the fleeing Fuguei, and turned to stare at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian was chilled to the bone by the tiger's large green eyes. His hands were stiffly gripping the spear, and he retreated involuntarily. Roar! The tiger's roar shook Xiao Jian, his ears ringing. The tiger pressed its front paws on the ground, and its body leaped more than 10 feet into the air, lunging down on Xiao Jian from above. Xiao Jian was so startled that he fell backwards, his back hitting the ground, and the wooden spear, which had originally been pointed at the tiger, now pointed to the sky. This time, it was really over. He closed his eyes, full of resentment, but he could only passively accept his death. Thinking of Xiao Ling and Chen Bihua at home, tears streamed down his face. In just a moment, he felt an immense pressure on his body, as if a mountain had been pressed down on him. Before he could even react, he lost consciousness. As he lost his last bit of consciousness, he seemed to hear Fugue's heartbroken cry, "Young master." In a blur, Xiao Jian saw the red sun again. The large black net still covered the periphery of the sun, and the transparent pipes crossing the net seemed to be still flowing. At the end of the pipes, the gold light-emitting liquid in the square box seemed to have increased a little. It was as if it was reminding him that time was moving closer to the end. "Young master! Wah, young master!" Fugue's shouts finally woke Xiao Jian. He opened his eyes and saw that Fugue was hugging him and shaking him. "Young master, you're awake. That's great. Young master's awake, Wah." Xiao Jian dazedly sat up. He quickly patted his body. What was going on? He hadn't even been scratched. This was kind of awkward. Next to him, the striped tiger lay there like a dead dog, a broken wooden spear embedded in its neck and bloodstains all over its head. There was a bloodstain on the rock behind Xiao Jian, with a few yellow tiger hairs stuck to it. The beast had suddenly plunged onto the wooden spear Xiao Jian was holding and had then slammed into the rock behind him, dying instantly. And Xiao Jian? He had been scared unconscious by the tiger. Ha ha, ha ha. Xiao Jian suddenly burst out laughing. Fugue, infected by his laughter, wiped his tears and started laughing along with him. The two laughed until their stomachs hurt. Then, with stars in their eyes, they looked at the dead tiger. Tiger meat, this was a great find. Tiger bones and tiger skin should be very valuable, right? And tiger penis, that seemed even more valuable. He wouldn't sell that for any price. He would keep it for himself. The two of them began to fuss about. But what to do with so much tiger meat? It was several hundred pounds. What else could they do? Fugue would carry it. As much as he could carry. They spread a layer of plant ash on the tiger skin, rubbed it a few times, and then dried it. This way, the processed fur would be soft. They cut off a large piece of tiger meat, grilled it to eat. Even without salt, it tasted incredibly delicious. They spent the rest of the day until night working. They slept soundly that night, as it was tiger territory. No animal dared to disturb them. They slept until the next morning. Xiao Jian didn't want to spend more time in the dense forest. He decided to go down the mountain from here. It was too scary. If something like that happened again, he would be scared to death. This time the wooden spear had performed an amazing feat, so they each made another one to use as a carrying pole. Fugue carried 2 large pieces of tiger meat, while Xiao Jian carried the tiger skin and other items. Because they were going downhill, they moved much faster. Just as the sun began to set in the west, they finally found a small path down the mountain on the mountainside. After walking along this small path for a short time, they reached an official road. This official road should be the one leading to Shangzhou City. The official road passed through the edge of the northern mountain range. There were no settlements along the way, only wilderness and barren mountains. After passing over a low ridge and entering a section with a dense bamboo forest, trouble struck again. A group of gaunt bandits suddenly appeared, blocking the official road. It was clear that this group of bandits was extremely poor. The leader of the group, a man who seemed relatively normal, was at least carrying a machete. But the other bandits were kind of ridiculous. Some were carrying sheep forks, some were carrying wooden sticks or machetes, and one, who was bringing up the rear, was even carrying a rock. Was he the ranged weapon? Their clothing was also all over the place. Some were even wearing colorful women's clothes. It made Xiao Jian want to throw up. The man with the machete was the only strong one in the group. He was bare-chested, and his muscles looked powerful. The man stood firmly in the middle of the official road, his legs spread wide. Xiao Jian was extremely annoyed. This was a terrible stroke of luck. He'd just been bullied by a tiger, and now he'd run into these losers. Did they all think he was easy to bully? He was someone who had killed evil people and fought a tiger. If a tiger didn't show its teeth, was it a sick cat? He put down his load, drew his wooden spear, and quietly stood opposite the bandits, wanting to see what they had to say. The man with the machete swaggered forward a few more steps, pointed the machete forward, and shouted, "I planted these trees, this road? Damn it, No need to say more. He knew this line better than he did. Without another word, Xiao Jian suddenly turned around and, using the wooden spear as a javelin, threw it at the big man who was jabbering. The wooden spear actually stabbed into his chest. As expected, the old saying was correct. Bad people always died because they talked too much. The bandit only had time to say, "Ah," before falling to the ground and dying. Fugue, doing the same thing, threw his wooden spear and stabbed another bandit. Then, he charged forward with his axe, hacking at a bandit carrying a machete. The bandit's head instantly flew up in the air. The remaining bandits were stunned. Taking advantage of the fact that the bandits hadn't reacted, Xiao Jian quickly charged forward, swinging his machete. This machete wasn't an ordinary one. It was a long-handled one, the handle of which was more than 6 feet long. With one swing, the bandit's skull was crushed to bits. Xiao Jian was also stunned. What was that? He looked at the machete he was holding. It turned out he had been holding the machete backwards, and he'd hit them with the back of the blade. In just one confrontation, 4 bandits had been wiped out, and these were the 4 strongest bandits. The remaining bandits were furious. Damn it, they hadn't even finished their lines. How could they ignore the script? Didn't they even follow basic rules of the road? Especially the bandit carrying a wooden fork. The fork stabbed Xiao Jian. But the fork was too wide, and Xiao Jian's waist was too thin. It hadn't injured Xiao Jian, but instead stuck him in place, unable to move. Fugue, seeing that Xiao Jian had been stabbed by the fork, thought that he had been injured. Because he was a bit far away, he simply threw his axe at the bandit holding the wooden fork. The axe smashed into the bandit's mouth, causing a splatter of blood and teeth to fly everywhere. He involuntarily dropped the fork, raised his hand to his mouth. Before he could even reach his mouth, he fell over. Fugue, having no weapons in his hand, picked up the wooden spear that the other bandit had dropped, grasped it with both hands, and charged forward again. Chapter 38, Shangzhou City, The Misery of the Refugees. The man with the machete was dead. The man with the machete was dead, and the man with the wooden fork had also fallen. That just left a few with rocks and sticks. How were they supposed to fight? The bandits dropped their rocks and sticks and turned and fled. Fugue charged forward and stabbed another one who was slow to run from behind. Xiao Jian chased the bandit who was fleeing incredibly fast, chasing him for more than a mile, until he was panting for breath. The bandit was even worse. He finally couldn't run anymore and kneeled on the ground, begging for mercy. Fugue was even more ruthless. He chased them for more than 3 miles and killed another bandit before finally returning. In total, 11 bandits had been killed, with 1 taken captive. They had seized a machete, and, from the big man's body, they had also found more than 10 taels of silver. Not bad. After cleaning up the battlefield, they went to the captive, who was bound like a rice dumpling. "Do you want to live or die?" The bandit was kneeling on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy. "I want to live, I want to live. Whatever you command, sir, I will do." Xiao Jian sat down on a rock and asked, "How long have you been a bandit? Where is your den?" The bandit kowtowed as he said, "I only joined them the day before yesterday. My parents starved to death. I was the only one left at home. Zhang Meng recruited me the day before yesterday. I was so hungry that I followed him. Yesterday, we robbed a rich family and got some food. It's in the cave up ahead." "How many of you were there?" 11 of us," he pointed to the strong man. "That was Zhang Meng." "Are there many bandits here?" The bandit honestly replied, "There are a lot of them. There are several groups to the north of Shangzhou City." He pointed to the mountain on the side. "There is a group on Xianren Peak, and we were going to join them after this job. But without a gift, they won't take us." It seemed that the bandits had no surplus food either. Xiao Jian wiped his sweat. Luckily, they had gone down the mountain early, or they might have stumbled into the bandits' den. They went to the cave the bandit had mentioned. Inside, apart from some thatched grass for sleeping, there were 8 bags of rice, 1 bag of flour, and a large iron pot and some salt. The iron pot and salt were exactly what Xiao Jian needed. There was very little salt, so they left some for eating and sprinkled the rest on the tiger meat. They were hoping to sell the tiger meat, and it would be a waste if it spoiled without any salt. But what should they do with all this grain? They could hide it, but there was also the problem of what to do with this captive. As soon as they left, he would definitely take the grain. Should they kill him? Xiao Jian immediately shook his head. They didn't have any grudges. It was different from fighting on a battlefield. The man had surrendered and was even cooperating. He couldn't do it. Xiao Jian glanced at the captive bandit. He didn't know that he was teetering on the edge of life and death. He was looking at Fugue grilling meat with shining eyes, his mouth watering. Seeing that the bandit wasn't too old, and that he was in good shape, he asked, "What are your plans for the future? Will you continue being a bandit?" The bandit only then realized that he was still tied up. "Please, sir, take me in. I will be your ox or horse, whatever you want. I don't have a gift, so they won't take me." Xiao Jian was speechless. You had to give a gift to join a gang of bandits? They wouldn't take you if you didn't have a gift. This world was so messed up. People weren't worth anything at all. Xiao Jian didn't answer immediately. "How old are you? The drought isn't that severe here. The rivers still have water. How come you can't survive?" He knew that there was still water in the Xianren River. The rivers here should have some too. "I'm 22 years old this year." Then, he sighed and said, "You don't know, sir, but the rivers here have long dried up. Everyone's escaping the famine." It seemed that the drought situation in Shangzhou City was even more serious than in Xianrenping. Sigh, they were all poor souls. The two talked for a while, and Xiao Jian found out that his name was Goer. It wasn't a formal name, but that's what everyone called him. Xiao Jian finally decided to take Goer in. He got up and untied Goer's ropes. "Follow me for now. I can't promise you anything else, but I can guarantee that you won't starve to death." He was talking big, and whether he could guarantee that he wouldn't starve to death was in the hands of fate. What Xiao Jian said didn't really matter. Goer knelt on the ground and kowtowed several times, saying repeatedly, "Thank you, sir, for taking me in. Thank you, sir, for taking me in." The three of them ate several large pieces of grilled tiger meat together and then moved their supplies to a small cave, hiding them away. By the time they finished all of that, it was the middle of the night. The three of them slept in the cave. The next morning, after cooking some thin porridge, they set off for Shangzhou City. It wasn't far from here to Shangzhou City. Along the way, there were corpses everywhere. It was all barrenness. Ahead was a wide river, with cracks all over the riverbed. The river had long since dried up. On both banks, dry vines were tangled around old, decaying trees, adding to the desolate scene. Under the old tree was a dried-up well, and the smooth, round rocks nearby reflected images of children who had once played and frolicked there. The village was deserted. Dead leaves covered the ground. The cold wind blowing through the bald groves of small trees seemed to be telling of the prosperous days of the past. Xiao Jian had originally planned to replenish their water here, but seeing this scene, he shook his head and left. The area was sparsely populated, but when they were approaching Shangzhou City, they finally saw a lone figure on the official road ahead. It was a little girl, even shorter than Chen Wenxuan. On her back, she carried a young boy. The little girl looked about 11 or 12 years old. Her clothes were relatively clean and of decent quality. She didn't look like the children of ordinary families. The weight of the boy on her back bent her fragile spine, but she still trudged forward. Xiao Jian sped up his pace, wanting to help her. The little girl sensed someone was approaching, so she warily walked toward a fork in the road on the right. As soon as Xiao Jian passed the fork, she returned to the official road. Xiao Jian slowed down, keeping a distance from her. The little girl rested along the way, so Xiao Jian stopped and waited for her. That's how they came to Shangzhou City together. The sun was setting, and the tall city gate of Shangzhou City was still bustling, with people moving around, the sounds of arguments and shouts echoing through the air. A little further from the city gate, refugees filled the roads. Their faces were gaunt. Some were lying down, their breath faint, and others were sitting down, their eyes glazed over. Those who were standing were tottering on the verge of collapse. Xiao Jian paused for a moment, and then, after the little girl caught up to him, he walked into the crowd of refugees. As he passed through, skeletal hands kept reaching out to him. Goer, beside him, tugged at Xiao Jian's clothes and said, "Don't pay them any attention, sir. Otherwise, they will rob us clean." He glanced around and then said in a low voice, "Here, children without parents often disappear for no reason. I've heard that people eat them." Goer was warning Xiao Jian that this was a mixed crowd, and he should not show them any pity. When Xiao Jian heard Goer's words, his stomach churned, and his face instantly darkened, becoming a bit gloomy. Not far away, a middle-aged woman who had been kneeling suddenly fell down. The people around her swarmed forward, ripping off the clothes she was wearing. They left her naked corpse behind, and no one looked at her again. Xiao Jian's mood was exceptionally low, but he could only turn a blind eye. His situation wasn't much better. The few bags of grain he had wouldn't last much longer. After just a moment, two old men pushed a bullock cart, picked up the woman's corpse, and silently drove off. The bullock cart was piled high with bodies, and it made a creaking noise. Chapter 39. Whose general store? Tanning solution. At the city gate, the line waiting to enter stretched out like a long dragon. In front of the gate, a soldier was waving a horsewhip, striking a boy in the line. Then, with a kick, he sent him out of line. The boy fell to the ground and didn't move again. Xiao Jin frowned, a pain piercing his heart. He said to Goer, "Don't go into the city. Go look at that child, and gather all the orphans among the refugees." After a long time, it was Xiao Jin's turn to enter the city. The soldier with the horsewhip, seeing that Xiao Jin's clothes were of decent quality and that he was relatively clean, nodded slightly. The horsewhip in his hand slowly tapped his palm. Xiao Jin did his best to suppress his displeasure and quickly stepped forward, placing a few copper coins in the soldier's hand. He bowed and said respectfully, "You've worked hard, sir." The soldier tossed the copper coins in his hand, glanced at the bags that Xiao Jin was carrying, and asked, "What's your business in the city?" Xiao Jin bowed, putting on a flattering appearance. "To be honest, sir, I'm responding to a message from Manager Zhang of the Wang family. I'm bringing some things to the Wang family residence." The Wang family was a large family in the city, with some influence in Shangzhou City. This was what Goer had told him. When the soldier heard that, he immediately smiled. "Oh, since you're acting on Brother Zhang's orders, hurry inside, and don't keep Brother Zhang waiting." With that, he took a step back and let them pass through the city gate. Xiao Jin also took a step back and bowed. "Thank you, sir." The little girl with the boy on her back had been following behind Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin stepped back next to her, and, after Fuguei had gone inside, he gently pushed the girl, and they entered the city gate together. Inside the city, it was a completely different scene. It was as if it was another world. There were people coming and going, with a constant stream of traffic. Shops lined both sides of the street, and everywhere you looked, you could see small vendors selling their wares. The sounds of the crowds and hawking were endless. The little girl, walking next to him, stopped. She untied the cloth strap and placed the boy down. She turned around and bowed to Xiao Jin. "Thank you for your help, sir." Xiao Jin waved his hand and smiled. "It was nothing. Is this your younger brother? Do you need me to take you somewhere else?" "This is my younger brother, Xiao Chong. I know the city quite well, so I don't want to trouble you any further." Xiao Jin and Fuguei were both carrying loads, so it wasn't very convenient to take her anywhere. Seeing that she was refusing, he said goodbye and left. Passing a street stall, he picked up a folding fan and tapped it in his hand, feeling like a businessman. He went to a general store, and, looking up at the sign above the doorway, saw that it was Whose General Store. Walking into the store, Xiao Jin tapped on the counter and asked, "Shopkeeper, do you buy tiger skins?" The shopkeeper was startled. He stared at him and asked, "Tiger skins?" "A very good tiger skin. You can take a look." With that, he randomly pointed his fan outside. Fuguei quickly brought the tiger skin in, placing it on the counter. Xiao Jin whipped, opened the folding fan, and began to leisurely fan himself. The shopkeeper first touched the tiger skin, looking at the hole in the neck. Then, he rubbed it with both hands and asked, "I wonder what techniques you used, sir. The tiger skin is so soft." The tanning techniques at this time were still very crude. Usually, the skin was simply peeled off and air-dried, resulting in a stiff fur. Xiao Jin's tiger skin had only been rubbed with ash and simply rubbed, but it was still much better than untreated furs. Xiao Jin closed the fan and said with a displeased look, "Shopkeeper, you're being too abrupt. This tanning solution is a family secret. How can I reveal it so easily? Let's talk about how much this tiger skin is worth. If it's not good enough, I'll go to another store." With that, he made a motion to leave. The shopkeeper immediately put on a smiling face and bowed. "I apologize for being abrupt, sir. Please, sir, come in. We'll talk inside." The shopkeeper led Xiao Jin to the hall in the back. Immediately, a servant brought them tea. The shopkeeper extended his palm, pointing to a chair. "Please have a seat, sir." Xiao Jin wasn't shy. After sitting down, he tapped the folding fan in his hand and said directly, "Shopkeeper, I also have tiger meat to deliver to Natural Abode. Just say how much you'll pay for this tiger skin." Xiao Jin had no idea how much the tiger skin was actually worth. The shopkeeper asked with delight, "Do you also have tiger meat, sir? How long has it been kept?" Xiao Jin spread open the folding fan and shook it, answering truthfully, "I killed the tiger the day before yesterday afternoon. I salted the tiger meat yesterday." The shopkeeper nodded and said, "This tiger skin. The hole in the neck is too big, but it's been tanned well. It's worth 60 taels. If you sell the tiger meat and bones as well, I'll give you 80 taels. What do you think, sir?" Xiao Jian was secretly delighted. At current grain prices, 80 taels could buy several dozen dan of grain. If they were frugal, it would be enough for the family to eat for half a year. He couldn't show his happiness on his face. He hesitated to see if he could squeeze out more money. He shook his head without speaking and stood up with a disappointed look. The shopkeeper had been watching Xiao Jian. Seeing that he was not satisfied and was getting ready to leave, he started to panic. There was more than just his general store in Shangzhou City. He gritted his teeth and gave his bottom line, 90 taels. I can't go any higher. Xiao Jian's fan tapped his palm hard. Just as the shopkeeper said, 90 taels. It's a deal. There was no point in haggling anymore. This price had already exceeded his expectations. After completing the deal, the shopkeeper said politely, Sir, I have a request. I am afraid that it might seem abrupt to you. Xiao Jian was in a good mood. He shook his fan and said generously, Go ahead. As long as I can, I'll be happy to help you. The shopkeeper bowed politely again. You're truly righteous, sir. I am impressed. I'd like to discuss with you whether you could sell me some of that tanning solution. He was afraid that Xiao Jian would refuse, so he added, Don't worry, sir. We can negotiate a good price. Xiao Jian hesitated for a moment and then said, Well, that's not impossible, but I'm missing some ingredients, and it's not something I can make right away. The shopkeeper, hearing that he just needed some materials, thought of all the things he had in his shop. He immediately patted his chest and said, Don't worry, sir. Just tell me what materials you need, and there's nothing that I, can't get. Xiao Jian still hesitated, the fan tapping his palm over and over. Shopkeeper whose eyes followed the fan, up and down. It's not something difficult to get, just a little sensitive. I don't want to cause any trouble. Money is not important. I'm not lacking in that. Hearing that, the shopkeeper's heart clenched. He asked carefully, What kind of sensitive materials are you talking about, sir? Xiao Jian stopped playing games and said, It's nothing particularly valuable. I just need some sulfur. A small amount isn't a problem, but for making tanning solution, the amount I'd need is considerable. Xiao Jian needed sulfur to make gunpowder. Now, they had very few people at home, and they were all weak. They had no way to protect themselves, so gunpowder would at least increase their fighting power. Chapter 40. Shuya unconscious in Shangzhou City. When shopkeeper who heard that, he immediately relaxed. Sulfur was nothing to worry about. He said, That's a small matter, sir. Don't worry. Will guarantee that the sulfur will be delivered to you outside Shangzhou City. Sulfur was considered a military supply. Buying it in bulk and taking it out of the city was difficult. If it was seized by the gate guards, it could cause a lot of trouble. Shopkeeper who was willing to help, and that was that problem solved. For a store in the city, bringing supplies in and out was normal. Xiao Jian's folding fan tapped his palm hard, as if he had made a big decision. He said, In that case, I'll help shopkeeper who will settle accounts clearly. However much sulfur you deliver, I'll pay for it at market price. I'll also pay for your tanning solution on delivery. Shopkeeper who happily smiled. The market for tanning solutions was huge, and if handled well, it could make him a fortune. Shopkeeper who bowed quickly. You're truly righteous, sir. I will definitely handle this matter beautifully. Your wealth will increase every day. He glanced outside the door and then, lowering his voice, said, You'd better hurry, sir. This Shangzhou City. He only said half of the sentence, then looked at Xiao Jian and shook his head gravely, before putting on the expression that he hadn't said anything. When Xiao Jian heard that, his heart skipped a beat. He wanted to ask more, but seeing the shopkeeper's look, he could only swallow the words he was about to say. After chatting about a few more details, they got up and left. It was almost dusk. Xiao Jian went to a steamed bun shop and bought a bucket of thin porridge and some steamed buns for Fuguwei to take out of the city. Goer must be waiting anxiously, and he didn't know how many orphans he had gathered. Across from the steamed bun shop was an inn. He asked for a superior room, intending to rest for a night, and then buy some supplies before finishing his trip. The room was facing the street. He opened the window, and dusk had descended. The setting sun touched the horizon, the city noise gradually dying down, and the afterglow still illuminated the street. Standing by the window, Xiao Jian's eyes fell on two familiar figures. He was surprised. Isn't that the brother and sister who entered the city with me? Why are they here at this time? The little girl's face was pale, and her head drooped. She looked weak and listless. Beside her brother, Xiao Chong, was a lotus leaf. Inside the dry lotus leaf was only a remnant of a flatbread. Xiao Chong picked up the piece of flatbread, looking at it for a moment, and swallowed. Then, he held it up to his sister's mouth. His sister, like a kind mother, touched Xiao Chang's hair and shook her head. I'm not hungry, Xiao Chang, you eat? With that, she pushed the hand with the remnant of flatbread towards his mouth. These siblings, hadn't they come to the city to find someone? Could it be that they had failed? Xiao Jian quickly left his room and went to the street. Night had fallen, and the street was filled with hurried pedestrians, but the siblings were nowhere to be seen. Looking around, there were many alleys, and he didn't know where they had gone. The next day, Xiao Jian began purchasing various supplies. Just as he was leaving a stationery store, a little boy ran past him. Immediately, someone behind him shouted, "Hey, kid, stop running." Xiao Jian turned to look. A middle-aged man wearing silk clothes was coming out of a pharmacy, chasing after the little boy. The boy was carrying several cloth bags. Just as he was about to be caught, he suddenly ran to the other side of the street. Xiao Jian froze in place. Wasn't that Xiao Chang? Why wasn't his sister with him? It was the busiest time of day. The streets were full of traffic, with a constant stream of people and carriages. A carriage was about to hit Xiao Chang. The coachman urgently pulled the reins and made a sharp turn. The street was thrown into chaos. Xiao Chang continued to weave his way through the traffic, and, just as he was about to reach the other side, another carriage, which was traveling very fast, hit him and sent him flying. The middle-aged man didn't dare chase him further. Xiao Chang, who had been knocked flying, struggled up, picked up the bags that had fallen to the ground, and ran into an alley. Xiao Jian frowned, watching the middle-aged man. What had Xiao Chang stolen that made it worth chasing him so relentlessly that he was almost killed by a carriage? Seeing that the middle-aged man was still looking around, searching for Xiao Chang, he said angrily, "Hey, sir, what did he steal from you that was worth chasing him so hard? How much is it worth? I'll pay you." Xiao Jian had heard kid as thief, so he naturally thought that Xiao Chang had stolen something from him. The middle-aged man was still looking at the other side of the street, seeming not to notice Xiao Jian's anger. He said casually, "They're just some worthless herbs." With that, he shook his head, and without speaking to Xiao Jian, he walked back to the pharmacy. The middle-aged man was probably the owner of the pharmacy. The herbs he was talking about probably referred to mineral herbs, that is, rocks dug out of the mountains. They were indeed worthless. The siblings must have been desperate to resort to stealing. They had been lucky to escape today, but would they be so lucky next time? Xiao Jian glanced at the alley where Xiao Chang had disappeared, then thought for a moment. It would be better to find them first. If they were willing, they could go with him to Xianrenping. Xiao Jian was just about to cross the street to look for Xiao Chang and his sister, when a familiar figure rushed out of the pharmacy. Xiao Jian recognized it as Chunju, the maidservant who worked for Shuya. Chunju was carrying a packet of herbs. She looked haggard, and her hair was disheveled. It seemed like she hadn't had a good rest for a long time. Xiao Jian's heart sank. Could it be that Shuya was ill? He couldn't worry about finding Xiao Chang and his sister right now, and he rushed to the pharmacy. At that moment, Chunju also saw Xiao Jian. She stopped and bowed to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian, without waiting for Chunju to speak, quickly asked, "Chunju, why are you here alone? Where's Shuya?" "Young Master Xiao, miss, she's sick." Chunju's voice was trembling, and she seemed unable to finish her sentence. Tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Jian's heart also panicked. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then asked gently, "Don't worry, tell me slowly. What is Shuya suffering from?" Chunju cried, "Miss has been unconscious for a long time. Even the doctors can't figure out what's wrong. We give her medicine every day, but her condition is not improving. Instead, it's getting worse and worse." As she spoke, they reached an inn. The Shu family hadn't purchased a residence in Shangzhou City, so Shuya had to stay in an inn temporarily. Inside the room, Shuya was lying quietly on the bed. Her face was pale and bloodless, as if she had lost all vitality. "Shuya!" Xiao Jian called out anxiously, but she didn't react at all. An elderly woman was sitting by the bed. Seeing Xiao Jian walk in, she quickly stood up to block him. Chunju wiped the tears from her face, handed the herbs to the old woman, and said softly, "Granny Wang." He's Xiao Jian. The old woman was clearly a senior servant of the Shu family and had probably heard of Xiao Jian. She hesitated slightly, but she took the herbs and then bowed to Xiao Jian before walking out. Xiao Jian went to the bedside and carefully reached out to feel Shuya's breath. He found that her breathing was extremely weak.